Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was the mortal sage who trained the goddesses of Olympus. Naruto x Artemis x Athena x Hestia, Percy Jackson. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Mortal Sage. Golden light spilled across the ancient forest, transforming dewdrops into tiny suns that clung to leaves and grass. Dawn's first breath carried the scent of wild thyme and salt from the distant Aegean. A solitary figure moved through this liquid gold landscape, his steps leaving no trace upon the moss-covered ground. Tanned skin marked by curious whisker-like scars caught the light. Eyes of impossible blue reflected the sky above. His clothing, simple yet foreign to this land, billowed slightly in the morning breeze, an orange-trimmed black cloak ado. Red with red spiral patterns that seemed to move of their own accord when shadows passed across them. Naruto Uzumaki had walked the earth for centuries, though his face betrayed no age beyond that of a man in his prime. His journey had carried him across continents and through civilizations that had risen and fallen like waves upon shores of time. He had studied with masters in lands so distant that here, in what would one day be called Greece, they existed only as travelers' myths. The wisdom he had gathered weighed invisible upon his shoulders, a burden and blessing intertwined. This morning, like countless others, began with meditation. Naruto settled cross-legged atop a flat stone overlooking a valley where a village of mortals was just beginning to stir. Farmers emerged from thatched homes. Fishermen prepared their boats, and children chased one another through narrow paths between olive trees. He closed his eyes, extended his awareness, and felt the natural energy that flowed through all living things. Unlike the mortals below who worshipped gods they never truly saw, Naruto knew the divine existed. He had sensed their power, occasionally glimpsed their manifestations from afar. They were beings of immense energy, similar yet fundamentally different from the chakra he had mastered. He had carefully avoided their notice during his travels through these lands. Gods were unpredictable at best, capricious and dangerous at worst. The sage stilled his breathing, allowing natural energy to flow into his body. Orange pigmentation formed around his eyes, transforming them from blue to golden with horizontal pupils. In this state, his senses expanded exponentially. He could feel every heartbeat in the village below, taste the salt on the wind from miles away, hear wisp read conversations as clearly as if they were spoken directly into his ear. He sensed the divine presence moments before she materialized. An interesting technique, came a voice like distant thunder wrapped in silk. I have walked this world since before mortals learned to speak, yet I have never encountered one such as you. Naruto opened his transformed eyes slowly, maintaining his perfect stillness. Before him stood a woman of impossible beauty. Her hair cascaded like a dark waterfall to her waist, adorned with small white flowers that seemed to grow directly from the strands. Her Cheeto-en was woven from material that shifted between deep blue and verdant green with every movement. Power radiated from her in waves that would have overwhelmed an ordinary mortal. Titaness Rhea, Naruto acknowledged with a respectful inclination of his head. He released the sage mode, his eyes returning to their natural state. Mother of gods, surprise flickered across her divine features. You know me, yet I know nothing of you. What manner of mortal speaks my name without trembling? One who has lived long enough to learn respect without fear, Naruto replied, rising to his feet in a fluid motion. He stood eye to eye with the Titaness, neither lowering his gaze nor challenging hers. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Your name carries power, Rhea observed, circling him slowly. Though not divine power, something else. She reached toward him, then hesitated. May I? Naruto nodded once. Her fingertips brushed his shoulder, and her eyes widened. Energy both mortal and natural, perfectly balanced. You've achieved harmony where there should be chaos. She withdrew her hand. How is this possible? Through training, suffering, and time, Naruto answered simply. I was born in a land far from here, in an age long past. I learned to harness the energy within myself, then to draw upon the energy of nature itself. A sage, Rhea whispered. We have legends of such mortals from the time before time, but I believed them mere stories. Most legends contain seeds of truth. Naruto smiled slightly. Though I doubt your legend spoke of me specifically. The Titaness laughed, a sound like spring water over stones. Perhaps not, but they spoke of mortals who walked the path between realms, neither fully human nor divine. Her expression grew serious. Tell me, Sage Naruto, what brings you to these lands? I go where wisdom can be found and shared, he replied. I've wandered this world for centuries, learning from each culture I encounter. And what have you learned about us? Rhea asked, genuine curiosity in her voice. That your pantheon is young and still forming, Naruto answered carefully. That power struggles between titans and the new generation of gods threaten to tear these lands apart. That ancient forces stir beneath the surface of reality, drawn to the chaos of divine conflict. Rei's expression darkened. You see much for a mortal, even one as unusual as yourself. She turned toward the valley, her gaze distant. The Titanomachi approaches, war between my children and their father. But you speak of something else, something older. She fixed him with an intense stare. What ancient forces do you sense? Naruto closed his eyes briefly, extending his awareness once more. There is a hunger in the spaces between realms. Entities older than titans, older perhaps than Gaia herself. They were sleeping, but divine conflict disturbs their slumber. They whisper in dreams, corrupt the weak-minded, and gather strength from discord. The protogonoi, Rhea whispered. The primordial deities from whom even we titans descended. But they faded from consciousness eons ago. Not faded, Naruto corrected gently. Waiting. And now they sense opportunity in coming chaos. Silence stretched between them, broken only by birdsong and the distant sounds of the waking village. Finally, Rhea spoke, her voice carrying the weight of divine decision. I came seeking you with purpose, Sage Naruto, though I knew not exactly what I would find. Now I am certain the fates guided my steps. She straightened, power radiating from her form. My daughters, goddesses of the new generation, require training that neither I nor their siblings can provide. They possess immense potential but lack discipline and understanding of their true capabilities. Naruto's expression remained neutral, though his eyes reflected caution. You wish me to train divine beings. I've deliberately avoided entanglement with gods throughout my travels. Yet here you stand, conversing with a titaness. Rhea pointed out with the hint of a smile. Some entanglements find us despite our best efforts. What daughters do you speak of? Naruto asked, though Somethi. Ing in his expression suggested he already suspected the answer. Artemis, goddess of the hunt and wilderness, Rhea began. Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare. And Hestia, eldest of my daughters. Goddess of the hearth and home. Naruto closed his eyes briefly. 3 goddesses with dominion over wilderness, wisdom, and hearth, domains closely connected to the natural energy I've mastered. He looked at Rhea with sudden understanding. You knew exactly what you were looking for. The titaness inclined her head slightly, neither confirming nor denying his assertion. Will you at least meet them before deciding? They await nearby. The sage's expression suggested this revelation came as no surprise. After a moment's consideration, he nodded once. I will meet them. Nothing more is promised. Rhea smiled, satisfaction evident in her eyes. Follow me. She led him along a path visible only to divine sight, winding between ancient oak trees whose branches seemed to reach toward her in reverence as she passed. Naruto matched her pace effortlessly, his movements as fluid and natural as her own. They walked in silence for nearly an hour before reaching a clearing hidden within the forest's heart. 3 young women waited there, each radiating power in different ways. Though they appeared to be in their late teens by mortal reckoning, Naruto immediately sensed the immortal energy flowing through them. They turned as one when Rhea and Naruto entered the clearing, their expressions ranging from curiosity to outright suspicion. My daughters, Rhea announced, I have brought the one I spoke of. This is Sage Naruto Uzumaki. The first to step forward was tall and athletic, her auburn hair gathered in a simple braid that reached her waist. She carried a silver bow, and wore a chiton that seemed designed for movement rather than adornment. Her eyes, silver as moonlight, assessed Naruto with undisguised skepticism. This is the legendary teacher you promised, mother? She asked, circling Naruto much as Rhea had done earlier. He looks like an ordinary mortal to me. Appearances can be deceiving, Artemis, Rhea replied with subtle warning in her tone. As a huntress, You should know this better than most. Artemis snorted softly but said nothing more, continuing her evaluation from a slight distance. The second goddess approached more cautiously. Her eyes reminded Naruto of storm clouds gathering on the horizon, beautiful but promising power and potential destruction. Her dark hair was intricately braided and adorned with small silver owl pendants. She carried scrolls tucked into her belt and wore a simple white chiton with a blue cloak draped over one shoulder. "You're not Greek," she stated, her analytical gaze taking in his foreign clothing and features. "Your energy pattern is unlike anything in our pantheon." "Fascinating." She extended her hand in greeting. "I am Athena." Naruto clasped her forearm in the warrior's greeting of this region. "Your observation is correct. I come from lands far to the east, beyond the knowledge of most who dwell here." "I would hear of these lands," Athena replied, genuine interest lighting her eyes. "Perhaps another time," interrupted the third goddess, stepping forward with quiet grace. Where her sisters projected power outwardly, this goddess contained hers like embers banking a fire. Her simple brown chiton was embroidered with subtle patterns that seemed to shift like flames in shadow. Warm brown eyes regarded Naruto with neither suspicion nor academic interest, but with simple acknowledgement of his presence. "I am Hestia," she said, her voice carrying the comfort of hearth fires on cold nights. "Welcome, Sage Naruto. You have traveled far in more ways than one." Naruto bowed slightly, recognizing in her a kindred spirit who understood the value of peace and centeredness. "Your welcome honors me, Goddess Hestia." Now that introductions are complete, Rhea interjected, "Perhaps a demonstration of your abilities would help my daughters understand why I have sought you out, Sage Naruto." Before he could respond, Artemis scoffed. "What could a mortal possibly demonstrate that would impress goddesses? Mother, I respect your wisdom, but this seems—" Her words died as the air around them suddenly grew heavy with pressure. The clearing fell silent, even the birds ceased their songs. Naruto stood perfectly still, yet something fundamental had changed. Power radiated from him in waves that bent the grass at his feet without any breeze. "Sometimes," he said quietly, "the greatest power comes not from displays of strength, but from perfect harmony with nature itself." He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had transformed to their sage mode, golden with horizontal pupils. Orange pigmentation surrounded his eyes, extending down his face in markings that seemed almost ritualistic. He raised one hand, and the natural energy around them responded visibly. Plants grew more vibrant. Water droplets rose from the morning dew to dance in the air, and small stones lifted from the ground to orbit slowly around his form. "This is Sage Mode," Naruto explained, his voice deeper and resonating with the natural world around them. "The perfect balance of physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy. It allows me to—" He moved suddenly, faster Han even divine eyes could track, appearing behind Artemis in an instant, move beyond normal limitations. He was beside Athena before she could blink, to sense energies across vast distances. Then beside Hestia, and to understand the flow of all living things. He returned to his original position and allowed the sage mode to fade, the floating objects settling gently back to earth. "It is nay of many techniques I have mastered over centuries of training." Silence filled the clearing as the three goddesses stared at him with varying expressions of astonishment. Artemis recovered first, her silver eyes narrow with reassessment. Speed to match even divine movement. Impressive. For a mortal. Not merely speed, Athena observed thoughtfully. You didn't simply move quickly, you shifted position in a way that defies normal movement through space. A transportation technique. Naruto nodded once. In my homeland, it was called the Hiraishin, the flying thunder god technique. Many I've developed or adapted over my lifetime. You said centuries, Hestia noted quietly. You're immortal, not immortal, Naruto clarified. Long-lived. My mastery of natural energy and certain unique aspects of my birth have extended my lifespan far beyond normal human limits. I've walked this earth for over 5 centuries. Rhea watched this exchange with satisfaction evident in her expression. Now perhaps you understand why I sought him out, she said to her daughters. Sage Naruto possesses knowledge and skills that could help you develop your own divine abilities in ways our pantheon has never explored. Why would you help us? Artemis challenged, addressing Naruto directly. What does a mortal gain from training goddesses? I haven't agreed to train anyone yet, Naruto replied calmly. And if I did, it wouldn't be for personal gain. Throughout my life, I've found that sharing knowledge often reveals new insights I wouldn't have discovered alone. A sudden tension filled the air, causing Naruto to raise his head sharply. His eyes narrowed, scanning the forest beyond the clearing. Without warning, he moved to stand protectively before the goddesses, his pose. Churei shifting from relaxed to combat-ready in an instant. We're being watched, he said quietly, his senses extending outward. Something ancient and hungry. The shadows between trees deepened unnaturally, coalescing into forms that seemed to exist between states of matter, neither fully solid nor completely ethereal. Red eyes gleamed from within darkness too absolute to be natural. The temperature in the clearing plummeted, frost forming on grass that had been kissed by summer warmth moments before. Karis, Rhea hissed, power gathering around her hands. Death spirits. But something's wrong. They've been corrupted. They shouldn't be able to manifest in daylight. Not just corrupted, Naruto corrected, already forming hand signs too quick for even divine eyes to follow. Possessed. Something's using them as vessels. The shadow creatures surged forward, a dozen or more converging on the clearing from all directions. Their movements were jerky and unnatural, as though puppeted by unskilled hands. Each carried weapons that seemed formed from condensed darkness itself, edges sharper than mortal steel. Daughters, to me, Rhea commanded, divine energy flaring around her form. Athena drew a celestial bronze dagger from her belt, her eyes calculating distances and angles for optimal defense. Artemis knocked an arrow to her silver bow, the projectile beginning to glow with moonlight. Hestia raised her hands, flames dancing between her fingers as she prepared to defend her family. Naruto's hands completed their sequence of signs. Earth style. Mud wall. The ground before them erupted upward, forming a circular barrier of earth 10 feet high around the clearing. The first wave of shadow creatures slammed into it, their weapons scraping against the hardened soil with unearthly shrieks. That won't hold them long, Naruto stated, already weaving another sequence of signs. These aren't ordinary death spirits. They're being controlled by something with intimate knowledge of divine weaknesses. As if confirming his assessment, 3 of the shadow creatures melted through the earthen wall, their forms becoming completely incorporeal before resolidifying within the barrier. They lunged toward the goddesses with unnatural speed. Artemis loosed her arrow, striking the first creature directly between its glowing eyes. It shrieked, shadows dispersing briefly before reforming. Athena engaged the second, her dagger slicing through shadow flesh that healed almost instantly. Hestia cast fire at the third, temporarily driving it back but failing to destroy it. Our weapons have little effect, Artemis called out, drawing another arrow. Because you're fighting only the vessels, not what controls them, Naruto replied. His hands formed new signs. Wind style. Vacuum blade. He swept his arm in an arc, generating an invisible blade of wind that cut through all 3 shadow creatures simultaneously. Unlike the goddesses' attacks, this severed the creatures completely, their forms dissolving into wisps of darkness that faded into nothing. How did you? Artemis began. Natural energy disrupts their connection to whatever's controlling them, Naruto explained quickly. Your divine energy is actually strengthening that connection. More shadow creatures poured through the barrier, surrounding them from all sides. Naruto assessed the situation in an instant. Too many for individual techniques, and the goddesses' powers were inadvertently making things worse. I need you to lower your divine auras, he instructed, his voice carrying absolute authority. Suppress your power completely for 30 seconds. Absurd, Artemis protested. That would leave us defenseless. Trust him, Rhea commanded, already drawing her power inward. Do as he says. Athena followed immediately, her analytical mind recognizing the strategic advantage even if she didn't fully understand it. Hestia complied without question, her flames extinguishing as she centered herself. After a moment's hesitation, Artemis reluctantly lowered her bow and suppressed her divine aura. Naruto closed his eyes briefly, gathering natural energy at an accelerated rate. When he opened them again, his sage mode had intensified, the orange pigmentation spreading further across his face, his eyes glowing with golden light. He brought his hands together in a final sign. Sage art. Massive Rasengan. A sphere of swirling energy formed between his palms, growing rapidly until it was nearly 6 feet in diameter. Unlike divine energy, which gleamed with celestial light, his technique pulsed with the raw power of nature itself, a perfect spiraling concentration of wind, chakra, and natural energy. Naruto thrust the massive sphere outward, and it expanded explosively, engulfing every shadow creature in the clearing. Where it touched them, the creatures didn't merely dissolve, they were purified, the corrupting influence burned away by the harmonious natural energy. The Rasengan continued expanding outward, shattering the earth barrier and extending into the forest beyond, leaving untouched any natural life it encountered while destroying only the corrupted entities. When the technique finally dissipated, nothing remained of the shadow creatures. The forest stood silent for a moment before birds cautiously resumed their songs. The unnatural chill had vanished, replaced by normal summer warmth. Naruto remained standing, though his breathing had deepened slightly, the only indication of the enormous energy he had just channeled. His eyes returned to their eternal blue as he released the sage mode. The 4 divine women stared at him with expressions ranging from shock to grudging respect. That, Artemis said after a long moment, was not the power of a mortal. On the contrary, Naruto replied, rolling his shoulders to release tension, it is precisely the power a mortal can achieve through understanding the natural world rather than trying to control it. Athena stepped forward, her analytical gaze intense. You said our divine energy strengthened whatever was controlling those creatures. How did you know? I could see the energy connections, Naruto explained. Divine power operates on a different frequency than natural energy. Whatever entity corrupted those spirits designed them specifically to absorb and redirect divine attacks. Which means they were created to target gods, Hestia concluded quietly. Someone is hunting us. Not someone, Ria corrected grimly. Something. The primordial forces Naruto sensed earlier, they're making their first move. These were merely scouts, Naruto added. Testing defenses, gathering information. The real threat hasn't revealed itself yet. Artemis narrowed her eyes. Then we hunt it down before it grows stronger. Impossible. Naruto shook his head. You can't hunt what exists between realities. These entities don't fully inhabit our world. They reach into it, influencing and corrupting what already exists here. Then what do you suggest? Athena asked, her mind already working through strategic possibilities. Naruto looked at each goddess in turn, his expression solemn. You need to learn to defend yourselves against threats your pantheon has never encountered. To develop your divine abilities in new directions. To understand that some battles can't be won through power alone. He turned to Ria. I will train them, not because you asked, but because I've spent centuries protecting this world from threats most never see. I won't stand aside while mething ancient and hungry tears at the fabric of reality. Relief washed over Rei's features. Thank you, Sage Naruto. Where will you conduct this training? Olympus itself is still under construction, and many locations are compromised by divided loyalties in our coming conflict. Neither Olympus nor any divine realm, Naruto replied. Somewhere between worlds, where natural energy flows pure. Li and divine signatures won't attract unwanted attention. He walked to the center of the clearing and knelt, placing his palm flat against the earth. Closing his eyes, he sent his awareness deep into the ground, seeking a specific convergence of natural energy currents. After several moments, he nodded to himself and stood. There's a place 3 days' journey from here, a valley hidden between mountains where reality thins. The mortal and divine realms overlap there, creating a natural sanctuary. I can establish protections that will hide us from both Titan and Olympian detection. When do we leave? Artemis asked, practical despite her lingering skepticism. Immediately, Naruto answered. Those creatures were scouts, but they won't be the last. Whatever sent them knows we're here now. I must return to other matters. Ria said reluctantly. The coming conflict between my children and their father requires my attention, divided though my loyalties may be. She approached Naruto, placing her hands on his shoulders in a gesture of respect rarely shown by a divine being to a mortal. I entrust my daughters to your care and wisdom, Sage Naruto. Teach them not only to fight, but to understand. I will do my best, Naruto promised quietly. Ria embraced each of her daughters in turn, whispering words of encouragement before stepping back. We will meet again when the time is right. Divine light enveloped her form, and she vanished from the clearing, leaving Naruto alone with the three young goddesses. An awkward silence descended, broken finally by Artemis. "Well, mortal teacher," she said, shouldering her bow, "lead the way to this sanctuary of yours. I hope your navigation skills match your fighting abilities." "My name is Naruto," he corrected mildly. "Not, mortal teacher. And before we begin this journey, we need to establish one thing clearly." His blue eyes met each of theirs in turn, unwavering. "I am not your servant, your subject, or your worshipper. I am your teacher. You will treat me with the same respect I will show you, or this arrangement ends immediately." Artemis opened her mouth to retort, but Athena placed a restraining hand on her sister's arm. "He's right," the wisdom goddess said quietly. "Mother entrusted us to his guidance for a reason. We would be fools to dismiss what he offers because of pride." "I agree," Hestia added. "He has already proven his worth by defending us when he had no obligation to do so." Artemis held Naruto's gaze for a long moment before inclining her head slightly. "Very well, Naruto. I will reserve judgment until I've seen more of these teachings you offer." "That's all I ask," Naruto replied with a small smile. "Now, we should move quickly. It's unwise to linger where those creatures found us." He turned and began walking northward, setting a pace that would be grueling for mortals but comfortable for divine beings. The three goddesses followed, each lost in her own thoughts. This strange mortal who wielded power unlike anything in their pantheon. As they traveled, Naruto maintained a constant awareness of their surroundings, periodically entering sage mode to scan for threats. By midday, they had covered ground that would take ordinary travelers a week to traverse, moving through forests and across rivers with supernatural speed. During a brief rest beside a mountain stream, Athena approached Naruto as he sat cross-legged on a flat stone, eyes closed in meditation. "Those hand signs you formed during battle," she began without preamble, "they're not merely gestures, are they? They channel your energy in specific patterns." Naruto opened his eyes, regarding her with appreciation for her observation. "Correct. In my homeland, they were called seals. Each sequence shapes chakra, internal energy, for different techniques. Could we learn them?" Athena asked, her gray eyes bright with intellectual curiosity. "The seals themselves, yes," Naruto answered truthfully. "But they were designed to channel human chakra, which flows differently than divine ichor. You would need to adapt them to your own energy system." "That's not a no," Athena noted with the hint of a smile. "I never said teaching you would be impossible," Naruto replied. "Only that it would require innovation on both our parts." Artemis, who had been pretending not to listen while she examined her arrows, joined the conversation. "These techniques of yours, are they all defensive? Or do you know how to hunt as well?" "I was trained as a warrior from childhood," Naruto said, memories briefly shadowing his eyes. "I know how to track, hunt, and kill when necessary. But I've learned over centuries that creation is more difficult, and more rewarding, than destruction." "Pretty words," Artemis commented, though without her earlier derision. "But sometimes destruction is necessary." "I don't disagree," Naruto replied. "The trick is knowing when, and exercising restraint even then." Hestia, who had been quietly gathering herbs nearby, joined them with a small bundle of fragrant plants in her hands. "You speak like one who has seen much conflict," she observed, her warm eyes reflecting compassion. "I've lived through wars that reshaped continents," Naruto acknowledged. "I've witnessed civilizations rise from nothing and fall back to dust. After enough time, patterns become clear. The same mistakes repeated across centuries, the same hubris leading to the same downfalls." "Yet you haven't become cynical," Hestia noted. Naruto smiled, genuine warmth reaching his eyes. "What would be the point? Cynicism is just surrender dressed as wisdom. I prefer to hope and work toward better outcomes, even knowing how rarely they come." Something in his words resonated with each goddess differently. Athena nodded thoughtfully, Artemis looked somewhat surprised, and Hestia's expression softened further. "We should continue," Naruto said, rising fluidly to his feet. "We have many miles to cover before nightfall." They resumed their journey, the dynamics between them subtly shifting as the goddesses began to see their teacher in a new light. By late afternoon, they had reached the foothills of a mountain range that mortals rarely ventured into, not because of any physical barrier, but because of subtle divine wards that redirected wanderers away from paths leading higher. These mountains are old, Naruto commented as they ascended a narrow trail. They remember the time before gods walked the earth. The natural energy here flows differently, purer, less influenced by divine or mortal interference. You speak of mountains as if they're alive, Artemis observed. Aren't they? Naruto countered. They grow slowly over millennia, they change with seasons, EY provide shelter for countless living things. Their life moves at a different pace than ours, but it's life nonetheless. An interesting perspective, Athena commented. In our tradition, mountains are often viewed as the petrified bodies of defeated giants or the domains of specific gods. Both perspectives can be true simultaneously, Naruto replied. The best wisdom often embraces seeming contradictions. As twilight approached, they reached a sheltered ravine halfway up the mountainside. Naruto selected a defensible position near a small spring and gestured for them to stop. We'll rest here tonight, he announced. Tomorrow's path grows steeper, and we'll need to navigate certain distortions in reality as we approach the sanctuary. Distortions? Athena inquired, her scholarly interest piqued. Places where the veil between worlds thins, Naruto explained. Beneficial for our purposes, but potentially disorienting for those unprepared. While Artemis scouted the I met her. More from habit than necessity, Hestia knelt and placed her palm against bare earth. A gentle pulse of divine energy later, a fire sprang into existence, providing warmth without smoke that might attract unwanted attention. Impressive control, Naruto noted approvingly. Creating fire that consumes no fuel. Hestia smiled slightly. The hearth is my domain. Fire responds to my will as naturally as breath. Yet there's more potential in your abilities than you've explored, Naruto observed. Fire can warm and welcome, yes, but it can also purify and transform. Curiosity flickered in Hestia's eyes. You believe I could develop my powers further? I know you can, Naruto replied confidently. Each of you possesses capabilities beyond what your pantheon traditionally associates with your domains. Artemis returned from her patrol, catching the end of this exchange. Bold claim, she remarked, settling gracefully beside the fire. Our domains are defined by the fates themselves. Your domains are starting points, not limitations, Naruto corrected. Think of them as foundations upon which to build, not boundaries to contain you. Explain, Athena requested, her tone acting the word more invitation than command. Naruto considered for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Artemis, you're known as goddess of the hunt and wilderness. But what is hunting at its core? It's understanding patterns, reading signs others miss, moving in harmony with nature, striking with precision and purpose. Those fundamentals can be applied far beyond tracking deer through forests. Artemis tilted her head slightly, considering his words. Athena, Naruto continued, your domain encompasses wisdom and strategic warfare. But wisdom isn't merely knowledge, it's understanding when to act and when to wait. When to speak and when to listen. It's seeing connections others miss and consequences others ignore. Applied properly, such wisdom becomes a force more powerful than any weapon. Athena's gray eyes reflected the firelight as she absorbed his assessment. And Hestia, Naruto turned to the eldest goddess, the hearth represents far more than fire in a fixed location. It's the center that holds families together. The warmth that sustains life through coldest darkness, the flame that must be tended with constant care yet can spread to light countless other fires. Your potential extends to anywhere beings gather seeking comfort and connection. Silence followed his words as each goddess considered this perspective on her own nature. The fire crackled softly, casting dancing shadows across their faces. These aren't mere philosophical musings, Naruto added quietly. The entities we faced today, and others that will follow, won't attack you according to mythological expectations. They'll strike at fundamental weaknesses in how you conceptualize and utilize your own powers. Then how do we begin this expansion of understanding? Athena asked, practical despite her contemplative expression. We start with fundamentals, Naruto replied. Before you can transcend limitations, you must fully understand what you already possess. He turned to Artemis. Your divine senses are extraordinary. But they rely primarily on sight and sound, hunter's senses. Tomorrow, I'll teach you to extend your awareness through nature itself, feeling movements miles away through. The earth beneath your feet or the air currents around you. Artemis raised an eyebrow but nodded, accepting the challenge. Athena, Naruto continued, your strategic mind processes information with incredible speed. But you separate mental and physical action, thinking then doing. I'll show you how to unify them, making your body respond instantly to your mind's commands without the delay of conscious thought. Athena's eyes lit with interest at this prospect. And Hestia, he concluded, you channel divine energy with perfect control but in limited ways. Tomorrow, we'll explore how to extend your influence beyond fixed locations, creating sanctuaries wherever you stand, even in the midst of chaos. Hestia smiled softly, genuine anticipation in her expression. For tonight, however, Naruto said, his tone lightening slightly, rest and observation. Watch how I establish protections around our camp using techniques from my homeland. The principles, if not the specific methods, will prove useful in your training. He rose and moved to the perimeter of their small camp. Kneeling, he placed both palms flat against the earth and closed his eyes. The goddesses watched with varying degrees of curiosity as chakra, visible to their divine sight as blue energy with occasional flashes of gold, flowed from his hands into the ground in complex patterns. He uses no tools, no sacrifices, no invocations. Athena observed quietly, just his own energy shaped by will and knowledge. Different from our methods, Hestia agreed, yet effective in its own way. Artemis watched silently, her expression thoughtful. Naruto completed a circuit of their camp, establishing a barrier invisible to normal sight but which the goddesses could perceive as a subtle dome of energy enclosing them. When he returned to the fire, satisfaction was evident in his expression. Nothing will find us tonight, he stated with quiet confidence. Even divine senses would have difficulty penetrating these seals. You've hidden us from our own pantheon? Artemis asked, somewhat alarmed. From any seeking eyes, Naruto clarified. Remember what attacked us today, something capable of corrupting divine creatures. Better to remain concealed from all until we reach the sanctuary. This explanation seemed to satisfy the huntress, who nodded reluctantly. As night deepened around them, conversation on gradually gave way to comfortable silence. Though goddesses didn't require sleep as mortals did, they could enter restful states to rejuvenate their energy. Hestia was the first to close her eyes, her breathing becoming slow and regular as she communed with the flames before her. Athena followed soon after, her posture remaining perfectly upright even in repose. Artemis, however, remained alert, her silver eyes reflecting firelight as she studied their unusual teacher. Naruto sat in lotus position, his breathing so shallow it was barely perceptible. You don't sleep either, she observed quietly. I require less rest than ordinary mortals, Naruto replied without opening his eyes. A few hours of meditation suffices. Mother trusts you implicitly, Artemis noted. Yet she's not easily impressed, especially by mortals. We've never met before today, Naruto said. Her trust comes from necessity, not familiarity. Yet you agreed to help us, Artemis pressed. Why? Naruto opened his eyes then. Blue depths reflecting something ancient and weary beneath his youthful appearance. Because I've seen what happens when ancient evils awaken and find no one prepared to face them. Because balance must be maintained between forces that would consume everything in their hunger for dominance. Because after centuries of wandering, I've learned that purpose gives meaning to existence. He paused, his gaze distant for a moment before refocusing on the goddess before him. And because, despite appearances, I was once as young and certain of my place in the world as you are now. Someone took the time to teach me then. Perhaps it's time I pass on what I've learned. Artemis studied him with newfound interest. You're more complex than you first appear, Naruto Uzumaki. As are you, Lady Artemis. He replied with the hint of a smile. Now rest if you can. Tomorrow's journey requires all our strength. The huntress inclined her head slightly before settling back against a tree trunk. Her eyes finally closing though her senses remained partially alert, a hunter's rest. Naruto maintained his vigil through the night, periodically extending his awareness to scan for threats. None materialized, allowing the small group genuine respite before the challenges ahead. Dawn arrived with golden light filtering through mountain mist, illuminating dewdrops on leaves and grass. Naruto had already renewed the protective seals and was preparing a simple meal from foraged plants and berries when the goddesses stirred from their restful states. "We should reach the sanctuary by nightfall if we maintain good pace," he announced as they gathered around the small fire where he was brewing tea from wild herbs. "The path grows less predictable from here. Reality fluctuates in the higher elevations." "What exactly does that mean?" Artemis questioned, accepting the offered cup with slight surprise at the mortal gesture. "The boundaries between realms thin," Naruto explained. "Time flows differently in places. Distances expand or contract unexpectedly. Without proper guidance, travelers become hopelessly lost, walking in circles for eternity or aging decades in what feels like hours." "Yet you can navigate these distortions?" Athena asked, sipping the fragrant tea appreciatively. "I've spent centuries learning to perceive and move through such places," Naruto confirmed. "Natural energy flows differently there, following those currents provides safe passage." After their brief meal, they continued upward, the trail growing steeper and less defined. By mid-morning, subtle changes became apparent. Colors seemed more vivid, sounds carried strangely, and occasional shimmers in the air suggested something beyond normal perception. "We're approaching the first threshold," Naruto warned, his pace slowing slightly. "Stay close and match your steps to mine. The path exists more in intention than physical reality from here." The goddesses exchanged glances but followed his instructions, walking precisely where he walked. As they crested a rocky ridge, the landscape before them seemed to ripple like water disturbed by a thrown stone. The mountain path appeared to split into 7 identical routes, each leading in slightly different directions. "Illusion?" Athena asked, her analytical mind already working through possibilities. "Reality fragmentation," Naruto corrected. "All paths exist simultaneously until a choice is made." He closed his eyes briefly, entering partial sage mode to assess the natural energy flows. "This way," he decided, selecting the third path from the left. As they followed him onto the chosen path, the others faded from existence as though they had never been. The vegetation around them changed subtly, plants that shouldn't grow at this elevation or in this climate appeared alongside familiar species. Occasional flashes of golden light sparked between tree branches without apparent source. "The rules of your world grow thinner here," Naruto explained as they walked. "Natural laws become suggestions rather than requirements." "Yet you seem perfectly comfortable," Hestia observed, her warm eyes studying him with interest. Naruto smiled slightly. "I've existed between worlds for most of my life. First as a Jinchuriki, a human vessel containing a being of pure chakra, and later as a sage walking the boundary between mortal and natural realms. Liminal spaces feel like home after enough time." "Jinchuriki," Athena repeated, committing the foreign word to memory. "Your homeland had interesting concepts our pantheon lacks equivalents for." "Different worlds develop different understandings of power," Naruto replied. "Neither inherently superior, just adapted to different circumstances." They continued upward through increasingly strange terrain. Gravity seemed to shift subtly in places, allowing longer jumps across ravines or requiring extra effort on seemingly level ground. Colors bled from objects into the air around them, creating aurora-like effects between trees. Occasionally, they glimpsed creatures that defied categorization, neither fully animal nor plant nor mineral but possessing aspects of all three. By midday, they reached a plateau where massive stones formed a natural circle around a small pool of water so clear it appeared almost invisible. Naruto gestured for them to stop. "We'll rest here briefly," he announced. "This place is stable, a natural anchor point between realms. The water is safe to drink and will restore divine energy faster than normal." Artemis approached the pool cautiously, her hunter's instincts detecting something unusual about it. "It has no scent," she noted with surprise. "Because it exists partially outside physical reality," Naruto explained. "It's water in its most fundamental form, untouched by minerals or life that would give it distinctive properties." The huntress cupped her hands and brought the liquid to her lips. Her silver eyes widened slightly as she drank. "It tastes like possibility," she said, seeming surprised by her own description. Athena and Hestia followed suit, each experiencing the water differently yet similarly refreshed by it. Naruto watched with approval before drinking himself, the liquid sending vibrant energy through his pathways as it had countless times before during his visits to this place. While we rest, he said, settling cross-legged on a flat stone, I'll explain more about our destination and what you can expect from your training. The goddesses gathered around him attentively, their early, our skepticism largely replaced by genuine interest after the journey's strange experiences. The sanctuary we seek exists in a fold between your divine realm and the mortal world, Naruto began. As ancient when the Titans first walked the earth, possibly created during the formation of reality itself. I discovered it centuries ago while tracking energy disturbances similar to those we encountered today. You've used it before, Hestia inquired. As a meditation retreat and occasional dwelling, Naruto confirmed. Time passes differently there, sometimes faster, sometimes slower than the outside world. This will allow us to compress years of training into what might be months from an external perspective. Convenient, Artemis noted, though her tone suggested lingering suspicion about such convenient timing. Perhaps not coincidental, Naruto acknowledged with a slight smile. Places of power tend to reveal themselves when needed most. The sanctuary responds to intention and necessity. What exactly will this training entail? Athena asked. Practical as always. 3 phases, Naruto replied. First, understanding, learning to perceive natural energy and how it interacts with your divine essence. Second, integration, developing techniques that combine your divine abilities with natural energy principles. Third, innovation, creating entirely new applications unique to each of you. You believe divine and natural energy can be combined. Athena leaned forward, intellectually fascinated. They already intersect in ways most gods never notice, Naruto explained. Divine power shapes reality. Natural energy is reality expressing itself. They're complementary forces separated only by perspective. Like opposite sides of the same leaf, Hestia suggested thoughtfully. Precisely, Naruto nodded, pleased by her intuitive grasp. The true power comes not from choosing one over the other, but from understanding how they reflect and enhance each other. Pretty philosophy, Artemis commented, though without real dismissiveness. But how does this help us against the threats my mother mentioned? The entities attacking this world exist between realities, Naruto explained patiently. Divine power alone struggles to affect them because they don't fully exist in the realm where that power holds sway. Natural energy permeates all realms, allowing attacks that can reach them wherever they hide. Understanding dawned in Artemis's silver eyes. Like using mortal steel against certain monsters resistant to celestial bronze. Similar principle, yes, Naruto agreed. By learning to channel both energies, you'll develop abilities that transcend normal divine limitations. After their brief rest, they continued the journey, climbing higher into increasingly surreal terrain. Gravity fluctuated more dramatically. In some places, they could leap 50 feet upward with minimal effort, while in others, each step required significant exertion. Colors shifted beyond normal spectrum, revealing hues no mortal language had names for. Occasional temporal distortions caused flowers to bloom and wither in seconds or clouds to race across the sky like galloping horses. Throughout these strange phenomena, Naruto guided them with absolute confidence, his awareness of natural energy flows providing a map through terrain that defied conventional navigation. By late afternoon, they reached a sheer cliff face that appeared to be solid stone until examined closely, when subtle ripples became visible across its surface. The final threshold, Naruto announced, placing his palm against the wavering stone. Beyond this lies the sanctuary itself. I sense nothing beyond, Artemis said with a frown. It's as if reality simply ends. Because your senses are still bound to conventional perception, Naruto explained. Watch closely. He formed a series of hand signs, then pressed both palms flat against the cliff face. Chakra flowed visibly from his hands, spreading across the stone in intricate patterns that resembled both written language and organic growth simultaneously. The patterns glowed blue, then gold, then a color beyond description. For the entire cliff face rippled like water and parted down the center, revealing a passageway filled with soft, golden light. Follow directly behind me, Naruto instructed. The passage recognizes my energy but might close if you linger too long. He stepped into the golden light, the goddesses following close behind. The passage undulated around them like a living thing, the walls appearing solid yet flowing like liquid crystal. After walking for what felt simultaneously like moments and hours, they emerged into an expansive valley hidden entirely within the mountain's heart. The sanctuary spread before them in breathtaking beauty, a landscape that somehow combined elements of various natural environments in harmonious coexistence. Ancient forests of towering trees stood alongside flowering meadows. Crystalline streams flowed into a central lake of impossible clarity. Stone formations rose in natural sculptures that seemed deliberately artistic yet untouched by conscious design. The sky above, though they were certain they remained within the mountain, showed stars and celestial bodies unknown to either mortal or divine astronomy. "Welcome," Naruto said simply, "to the place between worlds." The goddesses stood in stunned silence, their divine senses overwhelmed by the pure, undiluted natural energy that permeated everything around them. Even Artemis, most connected to wilderness among them, had never experienced nature in such concentrated, perfect form. Athena began, for once struggling to find words adequate to describe what she perceived. "Alive," Hestia finished softly. "All of it, aware and alive in a way I've never felt before." "Yes," Naruto agreed, satisfaction evident in his voice. "This place exists in perfect harmony with itself, every element in balance with all others. It's what the entire world might have been before divisions between realms, before divine and mortal became separate concepts." He led them along a path that formed itself beneath their feet as they walked, the ground responding to his intention rather than requiring established roots. At the valley's center, beside the crystal lake, stood a simple structure that somehow incorporated living trees, stone, and elements that defied classification into a dwelling both humble and extraordinary. "My home, when I choose to have one," Naruto explained. "It will accommodate us for the duration of your training." Inside, the structure revealed itself to be larger than external appearances suggested, not through divine spatial manipulation but through perfect efficiency of design. Each space flowed naturally into others, with areas for meditation, rest, study, and practice. Elements of nature continued inside. Living plants grew from walls, water flowed in channels along the floor, and light entered through openings that shifted position to maintain optimal illumination throughout the day. "The sanctuary provides whatever is needed," Naruto explained as they explored the dwelling. "Food grows abundantly outside. Water here has properties similar to nectar and ambrosia for divine beings, though without the risk to mortals. Rest comes easily, and dreams bring insights rather than confusion. You've created a perfect training environment," Athena observed, running her fingers along a shelf containing scrolls written in scripts she'd never encountered. "I discovered it, not created it," Naruto corrected gently. "Though over centuries, we've reached an understanding, this place and I. It responds to intention and necessity rather than commands." As evening approached, though time's passage seemed more suggestion than requirement here, they gathered in a central space where cushions surrounded a small fire pit. Flames danced without fuel, responding to Hestia's presence automatically. "Tomorrow, your training begins in earnest," Naruto announced, his expression becoming more serious. "Tonight, I suggest you rest and acclimate to the sanctuary's energy. It can be overwhelming at first, even for divine beings." "What exactly should we expect?" Artemis asked, practical despite her evident wonder at their surroundings. "Challenges unique to each of you," Naruto replied. "The sanctuary reads intentions and adapts accordingly. It will help manifest what each of you most needs to learn, which isn't always what you expect or desire." "Sounds suspiciously like fate," Artemis noted with slight wariness. "Not fate," Naruto shook his head. "Potential. The difference is choice. You always retain the freedom to accept or reject what's offered." As night deepened around them, stars appearing through the dwelling's ceiling as though solid matter had become transparent, each goddess found herself drawn to different areas of the structure. Artemis to an open platform beneath stars she'd never seen before. Athena to a meditation space surrounded by ancient knowledge. Hestia to the central hearth that responded to her presence with flames of impossible colors. Naruto observed them quietly, recognizing the sanctuary's work as it began attuning itself to each divine visitor. Tomorrow would bring the first real challenges, today had merely been journey and arrival. The true work of transformation remained ahead. As he prepared for his own rest, Naruto gazed out at the valley bathed in starlight. The same stars he'd studied for centuries. yet always changing in subtle ways that reflected shifts in the world outside. Something fundamental was changing in reality itself. He could feel it in the natural energy currents. The apparent of corrupted Charis was merely a symptom of deeper disturbances. Whatever ancient hunger stirred between worlds, whatever primordial force reached tendrils into reality, it would find these goddesses prepared, if he succeeded in his teaching. The responsibility settled on his shoulders with familiar weight. Not the first time he'd trained others to face existential threats, though perhaps the first time those others were divine. With that thought, Naruto closed his eyes and entered meditative rest, allowing his consciousness to merge partially with the sanctuary itself. Through this connection, he could monitor the entire valley while his body rejuvenated. By morning, he would be ready to begin transforming 3 young goddesses into protectors capable of facing threats their pantheon had never imagined. Outside, stars wheeled in patterns unknown to mortals or gods, marking time in a place where time itself was merely another malleable aspect of reality. The sanctuary had accepted its new visitors, recognized the teacher's intention, and begun adapting itself to the great work ahead. The training of divine beings by a mortal sage had begun. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2 Divine Students. Dawn in the sanctuary arrived not with the gradual lightening of a horizon, but as a simultaneous awakening of luminescence throughout the valley. Flowers unfurled in perfect synchronicity. Dew formed and sparkled on every surface at once. Birds began their songs in harmonious chorus rather than the scattered calls typical of normal forests. The effect was both beautiful and subtly unnerving. Nature performing with orchestrated precision instead of organic randomness. Artemis noticed this immediately, standing on the eastern viewing platform where she'd spent the night beneath unfamiliar stars. The huntress frowned as she observed the too perfect dawn. Her divine senses, attuned to wilderness in all its chaotic glory, found the sanctuary's coordinated beauty almost offensive. Nature shouldn't behave with such deliberation. Unsettling, isn't it? Came Naruto's voice from behind her. She didn't startle. Her awareness of her surroundings was too acute for that, but she hadn't heard him approach either. Which annoyed her. Everything happens at once, she observed without turning. That's not how nature works. Not in the world you know, Naruto acknowledged, moving to stand beside her. The morning light caught in his blonde hair, giving him a momentary golden halo. But this place exists before division, before the concepts of one after another, or cause and effect, became fundamental laws. Artemis glanced sideways at him. You speak as though you were there. I wasn't, he smiled slightly. But the sanctuary remembers, and sometimes, it shares those memories. Before she could question this cryptic statement, Naruto continued. Your training begins after breakfast. I suggest you prepare yourself. The first day tends to be revealing. With that, he turned and walked back inside, leaving Artemis with the distinct impression he'd enjoyed being enigmatic. She scowled at his retreating form before returning her attention to the too perfect valley. Whatever this place was, it didn't conform to her understanding of nature. That made her uneasy, and she didn't appreciate feeling uneasy in what should be her element. Inside the dwelling, Athena had already been awake for hours. She'd discovered a meditation chamber whose walls were covered in script that shifted between languages, some she recognized, others entirely foreign to her. Currently, she sat cross-legged before a section displaying what appeared to be mathematical formulas mixed with philosophical concepts, her gray eyes tracking patterns most beings would find incomprehensible. Finding anything interesting? Naruto asked as he entered the chamber. Unlike her sister, Athena had sensed his approach. These equations describe reality as energy patterns rather than physical matter, she replied without preamble. Similar to but distinct from Pythagorean concepts that won't be developed for centuries. Naruto nodded, unsurprised by her understanding or her knowledge of future philosophical developments. Divine perception of time was notoriously fluid. The sanctuary presents knowledge as it's needed. What do you make of these patterns appearing alongside the equations? He gestured toward swirling designs that resembled both galaxies and subatomic structures simultaneously. Athena frowned slightly. They appear decorative but contain embedded information. I haven't deciphered their significance yet. They're chakra flow patterns, Naruto explained. In my homeland, understanding these was essential to developing techniques. They show how energy moves through different mediums, bodies, objects, spaces. Fascinating, Athena murmured, her analytical mind already cataloging this information. Will we learn to manipulate these patterns? In time, Naruto replied. First, you need to understand how your divine energy differs from and resembles chakra. The principles translate, but application requires adaptation. Athena nodded, already formulating questions and hypotheses. Before she could voice them, Naruto continued. Breakfast first. Training begins afterward. His tone, while not unkind, made clear this wasn't a suggestion. The wisdom goddess inclined her head slightly, acknowledging his authority in this domain if not entirely pleased by the interruption to her study. As they left the chamber, the scripts on the walls shifted, rearranging themselves into new patterns that would await her return. In the central area of the dwelling, Hestia had already prepared a meal. Unlike her sisters, who had explored the sanctuary's mysteries, the eldest goddess had focused on making the strange dwelling feel more like home. The hearth fire burned with perfectly controlled warmth, casting a gentle glow that somehow enhanced the natural light, filtering through the structure's living walls. The simple table was set with fruits, nuts, and berries arranged in pleasing patterns, alongside bread that shouldn't have been possible without an oven. How did you manage this? Artemis asked as she entered, gesturing toward the fresh bread. Hestia smiled softly. The hearth responded to my intentions. I merely provided direction, it supplied the necessary heat and conditions. The sanctuary adapts to each of you differently, Naruto explained as he joined them. It recognizes your divine domains and resonates accordingly. Yet it's not a divine place, Athena observed. Taking a seat at the table, I sense no godly signatures in its creation. Because it predates the concept of divinity as your pantheon understands it, Naruto confirmed. Accepting a piece of bread from Hestia with a grateful nod. It exists in harmony with fundamental forces rather than imposing will upon them. You speak as though the place itself is conscious, Artemis noted skeptically. Not conscious as you or I experience it, Naruto clarified. But aware, responsive, intentional in its own way. Perhaps, alive, is a better term than conscious. Three goddesses considered this as they ate, each processing the concept through the lens of her own understanding. Artemis with skepticism, Athena with intellectual curiosity, Hestia with intuitive acceptance. When they had finished their meal, Naruto led them outside to a circular clearing where the ground was covered in fine, white sand. 4 stone seats were arranged at the cardinal points, as though the sanctuary had anticipated exactly how many would gather here. Before we begin physical training, Naruto announced as they seated themselves, we must establish a fundamental understanding of what we're working with. Each of you possesses divine energy, ichor, the essence of immortals. I possess chakra, a combination of physical and spiritual energy developed through mortal existence. The sanctuary contains natural energy in its purest form. He raised his hand, palm upward. A small blue sphere of energy formed above it, rotating gently. This is chakra in its raw state. Controlled, directed, but fundamentally tied to my physical form and life force. With his other hand, he gestured toward the surrounding valley. Streams of golden energy became visible, flowing through the air like luminous rivers. That is natural energy. It exists everywhere but remains invisible and inaccessible to most beings. It follows patterns determined by life itself rather than individual will. He looked at each goddess in turn. Now, I'd like each of you to manifest your divine energy, not as an attack or specific power, but in its raw form. Show me the essence of your divinity. Athena went first, extending her hand as Naruto had done. Above her palm appeared a sphere of intense silver-gray energy that pulsed with rhythmic precision, like a perfectly regulated heartbeat. Within it, tiny symbols and equations formed and dissolved continuously. Interesting, Naruto observed. Your divine energy naturally organizes itself into patterns, knowledge-seeking form. Note how it LSES at regular intervals, your mind imposing order even on raw power. Artemis followed, somewhat competitively. The energy that formed above her palm was silver-white, shifting constantly like moonlight through forest branches. Unlike Athena's regulated pulses, hers flickered erratically, occasionally shooting out small arcs before being drawn back into the main sphere. Untamed, dynamic, Naruto noted. Your energy resists containment even when you attempt to hold it still. It seeks targets, movement, expression through action rather than form. Finally, Hestia extended her hand. The energy that appeared was amber gold, remarkably stable compared to her sisters. It radiated warmth that could be felt several feet away and seemed to draw the other energies subtly toward it, like a gravitational center. Centered, nurturing, but with tremendous potential strength, Naruto observed. Your energy naturally creates a focal point that influences energies around it. It doesn't expand toward aggressively but draws others inward. The sage nodded, satisfied with this demonstration. Now, observe. He closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, they had transformed to their sage mode, golden with horizontal pupils. Orange pigmentation surrounding them. The blue chakra sphere still floated above his right palm. With his left hand, he made a gathering motion, and streams of golden natural energy began flowing toward him, condensing into a second sphere that hovered above his left palm. Divine energy, chakra, and natural energy exist as separate forces, Naruto explained, his voice deeper in sage mode. But they can interact, influence each other, even combine under specific circumstances. He brought his hands slowly together. The blue and gold spheres resisted initially, repelling like opposing magnets. With careful concentration, Naruto pushed them gradually closer until they touched. Where they met, new energy formed, neither blue nor gold but a luminous green that pulsed with extraordinary vitality. This is what we'll work toward, Naruto said as the goddesses watched with varying expressions of fascination. Not merely using your divine abilities alongside natural energy, but creating harmonious interaction between them. He separated his hands, allowing both energy spheres to dissipate. His eyes returned to their normal blue as he released sage mode. However, he continued, his tone becoming more serious, combining these energies improperly is dangerous, potentially catastrophic. Divine beings who attempt to channel natural energy with proper training have been known to petrify, explode, or worse. We'll proceed carefully, step by step. I've never heard of gods petrifying, Artemis challenged, skepticism evident in her voice. Your pantheon is young, Naruto replied simply. Other divine beings in other times and places discovered natural energy's dangers through tragic experimentation. The results rarely enter mythology because the victims cease to exist as recognizable entities. This sobering statement silenced further objections. We'll begin with individual assessments, Naruto announced, standing. I need to understand your current abilities, limitations, and natural tendencies before designing specific training regimens. Artemis, you'll come with me first. Athena, the sanctuary has prepared a library pavilion for your use until your turn. Hestia, there's a meditation garden where you can commune with the hearth energy here. Artemis rose immediately, eager to demonstrate her abilities. Athena nodded and departed toward a structure visible through the trees that hadn't been there the previous evening. Hestia smiled softly and made her way toward a garden that similarly seemed to have formed overnight specifically for her use. Naruto led Artemis deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and more ancient than any she had encountered in the mortal world. Their massive trunks twisted in turns that suggested centuries of intentional growth rather than random development. This area will serve as your primary training ground, Naruto explained as they entered a clearing ringed by trees so tall their upper branches disappeared into mist. The sanctuary has shaped it to resemble forests you'll eventually protect, while providing challenges beyond anything you'd find in the mortal realm. Artemis surveyed the space with a hunter's eyes, noting escape routes, defensive positions, and potential advantages automatically. What's our first exercise? Tracking, combat, stealth, stillness, Naruto replied, seating himself cross-legged in the clearing's center. The huntress stared at him incredulously. Stillness, she repeated flatly. The foundation of all hunting is patience, Naruto explained, unmoved by her evident disappointment. And the foundation of patience is the ability to remain perfectly still, not just physically, but mentally and spiritually as well. I know how to remain still for a hunt, Artemis countered, slightly offended. I've stalked prey for days when necessary. You know how to suppress movement and sound, Naruto corrected. That's not the same as true stillness. Sit, he gestured to the ground before him. After a moment's hesitation, Artemis complied, though her posture radiated reluctance. Now, Naruto instructed, close your eyes and focus on becoming completely still. Not silent, not hidden, still. Absence of motion on all levels. This seems pointless, Artemis muttered, though she closed her eyes as directed. You're a goddess of the hunt. Naruto observed calmly. Tell me, what alerts prey to a predator's presence most quickly? Movement, Artemis answered immediately. Precisely. And what differentiates exceptional hunters from merely competent ones? Quote, the ability to move only when necessary, and imperceptibly then. Correct again. Now extend that concept. What if you could become so still that you cease to register as a separate entity in your environment? Not merely hidden or silent, but integrated so completely that even divine or spiritual senses couldn't distinguish you from your surroundings. Artemis opened one eye. Is that possible? It's the foundation of sage techniques, Naruto confirmed. And it begins with learning true stillness, a state where your energy neither fluctuates nor announces itself. The huntress closed her eye again, her expression becoming more serious as she recognized the potential value in what he proposed. For several minutes, she focused on remaining motionless, controlling her breathing as she would during a hunt. Your body is still, Naruto observed after a time, but your energy is practically shouting. I can sense your impatience, your skepticism, your competitive desire to excel at this exercise simply to prove you can. All that energy movement makes you as visible to natural senses as if you were waving a torch in darkness. Artemis frowned, her eyes still closed. How do I stop my energy from announcing itself? The same way you learn to control your breathing during a hunt, Naruto explained. First by becoming aware of it, then by establishing conscious control. Finally by developing instinctive regulation that requires no thought. He placed his palm flat against the earth before them. Feel the natural energy in the ground beneath you. Not with your divine senses, they're too aggressive, too probing. Feel it through passive awareness, as you might feel sunlight on your skin without looking at the sun itself. Artemis tried to follow his instructions, focusing her awareness downward without actively extending her divine senses. At first, she felt nothing beyond the physical sensation of earth beneath her. After several minutes of frustrated attempts, she sensed something. Not quite energy as she understood it, but a subtle vibration, a presence that permeated the ground like water through soil. I feel movement, she said hesitantly. Rhythmic, like breathing, but slower. Good, Naruto nodded, genuine approval in his voice. That's the natural energy cycle in this region. Now, without trying to control or direct it, allow your own energy to synchronize with that rhythm, like matching your breathing to a sleeping companion's. This proved far more difficult. Artemis's divine energy natura, LLY expressed itself through action and dominance, synchronizing with something else rather than imposing her will upon it went against her fundamental nature. After repeated attempts and growing frustration, she opened her eyes. This approach doesn't work for me, she stated flatly. My energy doesn't want to synchronize with anything. Rather than appearing disappointed, Naruto nodded thoughtfully. I suspected as much. Your divine nature is fundamentally assertive. It's part of what makes you an effective huntress. We need a different approach. He rose fluidly to his feet. Stand up. We'll try something more active. Relieved, Artemis stood, eager for physical movement after the frustrating stillness exercise. Your natural mode is pursuit, Naruto observed. So instead of asking you to synchronize passively, let's have you track natural energy actively. Think of it as hunting an exceptionally elusive prey. This reframing immediately shifted Artemis's attitude. Her posture straightened, silver eyes sharpening with predatory focus. I'll create a trail of natural energy, Naruto explained. Your task is to follow it using as little of your own divine energy as possible. The less energy you expend while tracking, the less detectable you become. He made a quick series of hand signs, then touched the ground. A faint trail of golden energy appeared, visible only to enhanced perception. It wound through the trees, occasionally splitting into multiple paths or doubling back on itself. This trail will remain viable for 1 hour, Naruto instructed. Follow it to its end without alerting the sensors of placed along the way. Each sensor you trigger will create a visible signal, showing where you lost containment of your divine energy. Artemis studied the trail with intense concentration. And if I reach the end without triggering any sensors, then you've taken your first step toward true hunting, the kind that operates beyond physical limitations, Naruto replied. The kind that can track prey across realms or through dimensional boundaries. The challenge appealed to Artemis's competitive nature. Without further questions, she began following the energy trail, moving with the silent grace natural to her divine form. Naruto watched her disappear among the ancient trees, then closed his eyes briefly, extending his awareness to monitor her progress while giving her the space to learn through experience. Meanwhile, in a pavilion that seemed constructed from living wood and crystal, Athena was discovering a library unlike any in the divine or mortal realms. Rather than scrolls or books, knowledge here was stored in crystalline formations that responded to touch and intention. When she placed her hand on a crystal, information flowed directly into her consciousness, not as words or images but as pure concept, transcending language barriers. Currently, she sat before a cluster of amber-hued crystals containing information about natural energy circulation patterns. As the knowledge transferred, she found herself simultaneously fascinated and frustrated. The concepts were clear enough, but applying them seemed to require a fundamental shift in how she processed energy. Divine beings typically approach knowledge as acquisition, came Naruto's voice from the pavilion entrance. Something to be gathered, categorized, possessed. Athena looked up, momentarily surprised by his appearance when she'd thought him with Artemis. You're using a clone technique, she deduced, noting subtle differences in energy signature. The Naruto clone nodded, impressed by her perception. Shadow clone jutsu, one of my specialties. The original is working with your sister while I evaluate your approach to learning. Efficient, Athena acknowledged, though I'm curious how consciousness transfers between iterations of yourself. A discussion for another time, the clone replied with a small smile. You were struggling with the natural energy concepts. Tell me why. Athena frowned slightly, not accustomed to having her difficulties so transparently observed. The information is clear, but implementation seems contradictory. Natural energy must be both gathered and released simultaneously, accumulated yet never possessed. It defies logical process. It defies linear logical process, the clone corrected gently. Your divine intel, ECT operates primarily in sequential reasoning, one thought following another in optimal order. Natural energy requires simultaneous processing, holding multiple contradictory truths as equally valid at the same time. Impossible, Athena stated flatly. Contradictions cannot coexist in a rational framework. Cannot they? The clone gestured toward a nearby plant growing from the pavilion's living wall. Is this plant creating energy through photosynthesis or consuming energy through cellular respiration? Both, obviously, Athena replied. Different processes for different. She stopped, understanding dawning in her gray eyes. I see your point. The processes occur simultaneously without contradiction because they serve different functions within the same system. Precisely, the clone nodded. Now apply that understanding to how you process information. Your divine intellect is exceptional at sequential analysis, breaking complex systems into component parts and optimizing their relationships. But natural energy requires simultaneous synthesis, perceiving complete systems as unified wholes where apparently contradictory elements serve essential functions. Athena considered this, her brilliant mind already adapting to the new paradigm. So instead of analyzing natural energy patterns as separate from divine energy patterns, perceive them as different functions within a unified energy system. The clone finished, neither superior nor separate, but complementary aspects of a greater whole. The wisdom goddess turned back to the crystal cluster with renewed determination. This time, instead of attempting to categorize the information into discrete concepts, she allowed her perception to expand, taking in multiple energy patterns simultaneously without immediate sorting them into hierarchical relationships. The effect was disorienting at first, like trying to focus on dozens of conversations at once, but gradually, a new kind of order emerged. Not the linear clarity she typically valued, but a complex harmony where each element retained individual character while contributing to a greater pattern. I believe I understand the theoretical framework, he said after several minutes of concentrated effort, though practical application will require significant adjustment to my usual methods. Theory and practice will develop together, the clone assured her. For now, Continue exploring these concepts. When you feel ready for implementation, I'll provide appropriate exercises. As the clone departed, Athena returned to her study with renewed focus. Her divine intellect adapting to accommodate this fundamentally different approach to knowledge. In another section of the sanctuary, the original Naruto sat cross-legged beside a reflection pool, observing Hestia through half-lidded eyes. Unlike her sisters, who required active instruction to adjust their divine approaches, the eldest goddess had intuitively grasped the core principle of harmony with natural energy. She knelt at the garden's center, surrounded by flowers that responded to her presence by turning toward her as though she were the sun itself. Your connection to hearth energy already operates in patterns similar to natural energy flow, Naruto observed quietly. You maintain rather than impose, nurture rather than control. Hestia opened her warm brown eyes, offering a gentle smile. The hearth requires constant attention but rewards with warmth and life. Natural energy seems to follow similar principles, demanding respect rather than subservience. Precisely, Naruto nodded, impressed by her intuitive understanding. However, you limit your influence primarily to fixed locations, established hearths, dedicated spaces. Natural energy can extend your domain to any place you direct your attention. Quote, I've never felt the need to extend my influence broadly, Hestia admitted. My siblings are the ones who seek to expand their domains. I find satisfaction in depth rather than breadth. A worthy perspective, Naruto acknowledged. But consider this, what happens when a hearth is threatened by forces that don't respect its boundaries? When danger approaches spaces you protect, I defend them, Hestia replied simply. The hearth flame becomes a barrier against those with ill intent. Yes, but only within established boundaries, Naruto pointed out. What about protecting those who carry your blessing beyond the hearth itself? Or establishing temporary sanctuaries where no permanent hearth exists? Hestia's expression grew thoughtful. I've never considered extending protection in such ways. Our traditions hold that gods should maintain clear domains with defined boundaries. Traditions serve valuable purposes, Naruto agreed. But they see and also become limitations when circumstances change. The threats gathering now don't respect traditional boundaries between divine domains. They seek vulnerabilities in the spaces between established powers. The hearth goddess considered this, absently touching a flower beside her. The blossom responded by blooming more fully, its colors intensifying. What would you suggest as my first step toward this expansion? Begin by recognizing that the essence of hearth energy already exists everywhere life gathers, Naruto explained. Not just in formal hearths or temples, but in any place where beings seek warmth, sustenance. Our community. He gestured toward the garden around them. This entire sanctuary contains the potential for hearth energy, it merely awaits direction. Try extending your awareness not as a goddess imposing will upon a space, but as a guardian recognizing what already exists. Hestia closed her eyes again, her divine senses extending outward differently than before. Rather than searching for places to establish her influence, she sought places where the essence of hearth, warmth, nourishment, gathering, already existed naturally. To her surprise, she found energy everywhere, in clusters of flowers growing together, in bird nests hidden among branches, in the very soil where countless microscopic organisms created communities invisible to ordinary sight. I sense it, she murmured, wonder in her voice. The potential for hearth exists throughout the sanctuary, and throughout the world beyond, Naruto confirmed. Your divine domain isn't limited to formal structures, it exists wherever the principles of hearth manifest, waiting for your guidance rather than your creation. This revelation shifted something fundamental in Hestia's understanding of her own power. She had always conceived of herself as the creator and maintainer of hearth energy. Now she recognized herself as its guardian and guide, working with forces that existed independently of her divine will. The day continued in this pattern, each goddess working with either Naruto or his clones on fundamentally reconceptualizing her approach to power. By late afternoon, when they regathered at the dwelling for a meal, exhaustion was evident in their expressions, though of different types. Artemis showed physical fatigue from hours of intense concentration during her tracking exercise. Athena's exhaustion was mental, her brilliant mind stretched beyond accustomed patterns. Hestia appeared emotionally drained, her usual serene expression replaced by thoughtful introspection. First days are always the most difficult, Naruto observed as they sat around the central hearth, sharing a meal of fruits and bread similar to breakfast. You're not just learning new techniques but unlearning limiting perspectives. I triggered 14 sensors, Artemis admitted with evident frustration. Out of 23, my divine energy keeps flaring when I concentrate. Because you're trying to suppress it through force of will, Naruto explained. Like holding your breath underwater, eventually, you must surface. Instead, try transforming how your energy expresses itself. Not less power, but different application. Quote, the natural energy patterns resist classification, Athena contributed, rubbing her temples slightly. Every time I establish a theoretical framework, except tions emerge that contradict established parameters. Because you're still attempting to impose structure rather than recognizing existing patterns, Naruto pointed out. Natural energy isn't random, it's complex beyond linear organization. Your divine intellect needs to develop multidimensional perception. Hestia remained quiet, processing her own revelations privately until Naruto gently prompted her. And your experience, Lady Hestia, humbling, she replied softly. I've always believed I created and maintained hearth energy through divine will. Recognizing it exists independently of my influence is disorienting, yet somehow liberating as well. Naruto nodded, understanding evident in his expression. The recognition that we guide rather than control is often the most challenging lesson for beings of power, divine or mortal. True mastery begins with that humility. As evening approached, the air in the sanctuary changed subtly, becoming thinner, almost shimmering with potential. Naruto's expression grew more serious as he sensed the shift. The sanctuary is preparing for its night phase, he explained, rising from his seat. Here, the division between physical and spiritual realms thins after sunset. Dreams become particularly significant, often prophetic or instructive. We don't typically dream, Athena pointed out. Divine consciousness doesn't require sleep cycles like mortal minds. Here, you will, Naruto replied simply. The sanctuary affects all beings within it, even goddesses. I suggest you prepare yourselves for experiences that may be intense. With this somewhat ominous warning, he showed each goddess to chambers that had formed within the dwelling specifically for them. Artemis's space resembled a hunter's shelter but incorporated living trees and open skylights allowing moonlight to enter. Athena's chamber contained crystalline formations similar to the library pavilion, their soft glow providing illumination for the scrolls and writing implements arranged nearby. Hestia's room centered around a small hearth pit, the walls decorated with symbols of home and community from diverse cultures. Rest well, Naruto advised as he left them to their private spaces. Tomorrow, we begin practical applications of today's concepts. In his own chamber, a simple space with meditation cushions and windows opening to both moonlight and starlight, Naruto prepared for the night's inevitable experiences. The sanctuary's dream state affected him as it would his divine students, though his centuries of experience had taught him to navigate such visions with greater control. Still, the process remained unpredictable, often revealing truths he might prefer to leave buried. As the strange stars of the sanctuary wheeled overhead, each OCCU pant of the dwelling drifted into states between wakefulness and sleep, consciousness and subconsciousness, present and past. The sanctuary's energy flowed through their minds, connecting them to each other and to deeper currents of reality typically hidden from awareness. Artemis found herself running through forests she'd never seen, ancient woodlands that predated her birth, hunting creatures long extinct in the mortal world. The exhilaration of the chase filled her, yet something was different. Rather than imposing her will upon the hunt, she moved in perfect harmony with it, her divine energy neither dominating nor separate from the natural world around her. When she finally cornered her prey, a magnificent stag with constellations shimmering in its antlers, the creature bowed to her no in submission but in recognition of kindred spirit. The dream shifted, showing her protecting mortal hunters who honored the balance of nature, then confronting those who killed wastefully or cruelly. Throughout these visions, her power expressed itself differently than she was accustomed, not diminished, but refined, precise, integrated with rather than imposed upon the natural world. Athena experienced a different form of revelation. Her consciousness expanded beyond individual perspective, perceiving knowledge as interconnected webs rather than linear progressions. She observed civilizations rising and falling across timelines that hadn't yet occurred, noting patterns invisible from limited viewpoints. Divine wisdom, she realized, needn't choose between analytical precision and holist. I see understanding. The true power of her domain lay in transcending that false dichotomy. The dream showed her future scholars who would pray to her for inspiration, receiving insights that blended logical structure with intuitive leaps. It revealed strategies that succeeded not through superior force but through harmony with natural circumstances, victories achieved by flowing with rather than against existing currents of probability. Hestia's dreams carried her to hearths across time and space, some grand temples where eternal flames burned, others humble campfires where families gathered for warmth. In each, she perceived the same essential energy, the same fundamental purpose fulfilled through countless variations. More surprisingly, she discovered this energy existing in places without physical fire, in community gatherings. In moments of reconciliation between enemies, in quiet acts of care between strangers. Her domain, she realized, was not limited to literal hearths but extended the metaphorical heart of what hearths represented: warmth, nourishment, belonging, center. The dream showed her establishing temporary sanctuaries in battlefields, creating moments of peace amid chaos. Extending protection to those who carried the essence of hearth within themselves regardless of physical location. Naruto's dreams, as he had anticipated, were less revelatory and more memory, NFUL recollections from centuries of existence. He saw again the faces of those he had loved and lost, friends, teachers, companions who had aged and died while he remained unchanged. He revisited villages and cities he had helped build, now lying in ruins or transformed beyond recognition by time's passage. He experienced once more the gradual isolation that came with extended life, the growing difficulty of forming connections with beings whose entire existences passed like seasons in his unending year. Yet even within these painful memories, the sanctuary's influence provided new perspective. Patterns emerged across centuries, not just of loss but of renewal, not merely isolation but different forms of connection. He saw how his teachings had survived his students, spreading through generations like ripples across water. He recognized that while individual connections might be temporary, their impact transcended time, shaping futures in ways that couldn't be measured by mortal lifespans. When dawn arrived once more with its simultaneous awakening of natural life throughout the sanctuary, the 4 occupants of the dwelling emerged from their chambers transformed in subtle but significant ways. No dramatic physical changes marked their experiences, but something in their eyes, their postures, their energy signatures had shifted, the first indications of perspectives expanding beyond previous limitations. The sanctuary worked quickly with you, Naruto observed as they gathered for morning tea. Dream revelations normally take several nights to manifest so clearly. You knew what we would experience? Artemis asked, a hint of accusation in her tone. Not specifically, Naruto clarified. The sanctuary responds to individual needs and nature. I knew you would receive visions relevant to your development. But their content remained between you and the natural energies here. The dreams felt instructive, Athena noted thoughtfully. Not random subconscious activity but directed teaching. Because they were, Naruto confirmed. The sanctuary communicates through such experiences, offering insights difficult to convey through ordinary instruction. I saw possibilities I'd never considered, Hestia said quietly. Extensions of my domain beyond traditional boundaries. Naruto nodded. The sanctuary reveals potential rather than prescription. What you do with these insights remains your choice. Quote, their conversation was interrupted by a subtle vibration throughout the dwelling. Not threatening, but definitely unusual. Naruto's expression became alert as he extended his awareness outward. We have a visitor approaching the sanctuary's outer boundary, he announced, rising from his seat. Divine signature, powerful but attempting to conceal itself. The 3 goddesses exchanged glances of surprise. The sanctuary is hidden between realms, Athena pointed out. How could anyone find it without guidance? Someone with determination and significant power, Naruto replied. Moving toward the entrance. Someone who's tracked divine energy signatures despite our precautions. He stepped outside, the goddesses following close behind. Together, EY moved swiftly through the valley toward its eastern boundary, where the subtle disturbance originated. as they approached the shimmering barrier that separated the sanctuary from ordinary reality. A figure became visible on the other side, distorted as though viewed through flowing water, but recognizable nonetheless. Hera, Hestia identified the visitor first, her voice reflecting surprise rather than concern. The Queen of Olympus stood at the boundary, her regal form radiating power even through the dimensional distortion. She wore a simple chiton of deep blue, adorned with golden embroidery depicting peacock feathers. A diadem of celestial bronze circled her dark hair, which was gathered in an elegant arrangement befitting her status. Her expression, visible despite the wavering barrier, showed determination tinged with annoyance at being kept waiting. "I should have anticipated this," Naruto murmured. "Your mother may have arranged your training, but the queen would naturally want to assess the situation herself." "Can she enter?" Artemis asked, clearly uncertain whether to welcome or resist her stepmother's arrival. "Not without invitation," Naruto replied. "The sanctuary's barriers prevent forced entry, even by beings of significant power. But refusing audience with Olympus's queen seems, diplomatically unwise." The three goddesses nodded in agreement. While the IR relationships with Hera varied in complexity, all recognized the political necessity of maintaining respectful relations with the pantheon's ruling goddess. Naruto approached the barrier, performed a series of hand signs, and placed his palm against the shimmering surface. "Queen Hera," he addressed the figure formally, "I am Sage Naruto Uzumaki. I recognize your divine authority and extend an invitation to enter the sanctuary, alone and in peace." The barrier rippled like disturbed water, then parted smoothly before the queen. Hera stepped through with regal grace, the opening sealing itself behind her. Her dark eyes surveyed the strange landscape before fixing on Naruto with assessment that bordered on suspicion. "So," she said, her voice carrying the natural authority of one accustomed to command. "You are the mortal sage who has sequestered 3 Olympian goddesses in this pocket realm." "I am the teacher Lady Rhea requested to instruct her daughters," Naruto corrected politely but firmly. "And this sanctuary exists not through my creation but through natural forces predating both our existences." Hera's eyebrow arched slightly at his response. Not many beings, mortal or divine, would correct her choice of words so directly. She turned her attention to the 3 goddesses, who had arranged themselves respectfully but not subserviently before her. "Sisters," she acknowledged Hestia with genuine respect before addressing the younger goddesses. "Athena, Artemis, your sudden disappearance from divine awareness caused concern in certain quarters. Mother arranged our training with full knowledge of the consequences," Artemis replied, matching Hera's formal tone. Indeed, Hera's expression revealed nothing of her thoughts. Yet in these times of potential conflict, unexpected absences raise questions, particularly when those absences coincide with unusual energy disturbances reported by our seers. The energy disturbances likely resulted from the attack we faced before coming here. Athena explained diplomatically. Corrupted Charis manifested in daylight, evidence of the very threat Mother foresaw. This information clearly surprised Hera, though she controlled her reaction quickly. Corrupted death spirits shouldn't be capable of daylight manifestation. What evidence suggests corruption rather than simple anomaly? They were being controlled, Naruto interjected. Puppeted by an entity operating from between realms, using them as scouts or sensors rather than as autonomous hunters. Hera's dark eyes shifted to him, reassessment evident in her gaze. "You determined this how?" "Mortal sage, I've encountered similar manipulation before," Naruto replied simply. The energy signature was distinctive, ancient, hungry, patient. Something that considers gods and mortals equally as potential resources rather than beings worthy of respect. A subtle tension formed in Hera's posture, not quite alarm, but definite concern. These are significant claims, especially from one not of our pantheon, yet worthy of investigation. Hestia spoke up, her gentle voice nonetheless carrying authority as eldest of the siblings. "Sister, the threat Mother perceived appears genuine. Our training here serves Olympus's interests as much as our individual development." Hera considered this, her calculating gaze moving between the 3 goddesses and their unusual teacher. After a moment, she inclined her head slightly. "I would observe this training," she announced, a request framed as statement of intent. "To assess both its necessity and its methods." The goddesses looked to Naruto, recognizing that within the sanctuary, his authority held precedence even over Olympian hierarchy. The sage studied Hera thoughtfully before responding. Observation is acceptable, he agreed finally. Though I must ask that you refrain from interfering with the training processes, regardless of how unorthodox they may appear by divine standards. Someth. Ing-like surprised respect flickered across Hera's features at his conditions. Few beings would presume to set terms for the Queen of Olympus. After a moment's consideration, she nodded once. Agreed. Provided nothing endangers the goddesses under your instruction. Danger is relative in training, Naruto replied carefully. Growth requires challenge, and challenge inherently involves risk. However, I will ensure no permanent harm comes to your sisters. This negotiated agreement established, Naruto invited Hera to accompany them back to the dwelling. As they walked, the queen's attention shifted between the strange environment and the mortal sage who moved through it with such natural authority. This place, she observed, gesturing toward the impossibly perfect valley around them, is neither divine creation nor mortal construction. What exactly is it? A sanctuary that exists in the overlap between realms, Naruto explained. Natural energy concentrated to the point where it creates its own pocket of reality. Operating under slightly different rules than either divine or mortal domains. And you discovered it, how? Hera's question carried subtle probing for information about the sage's background. Through necessity and circumstance, Naruto replied, his answer revealing little. During my travels, I occasionally require spaces removed from ordinary reality for meditation and training. The sanctuary revealed itself when needed. Hera's expression suggested she found this explanation insufficient, but she didn't press further, for the moment. Instead, she turned her attention to her sisters. What exactly does this training entail? She asked Athena, correctly assuming the wisdom goddess would provide the most analytical assessment. Reconceptualization of divine energy application. Athena replied precisely. The sage's techniques utilize natural energy in ways our pantheon hasn't explored, potentially offering advantages against threats operating outside normal divine parameters. Such as these. Corrupted. Chaos you encountered, Hera noted, still sounding somewhat skeptical. Among others, Athena confirmed. Initial exercises focus on perceiving natural energy currents and adapting divine powers to work harmoniously with rather than separate from these forces. Hera's eyebrow arched slightly. Our divine powers require no external forces for effectiveness. They are inherently superior to natural phenomena. Superior in certain applications, Naruto interjected politely. Less effective in others. Divine energy excels at imposing will upon reality, creating, destroying, transforming. Natural energy excels at harmonizing with existing patterns, perceiving, connecting, transcending. Each has strengths the other lacks. The Queen's expression suggested she found this perspective novel if not entirely convincing. Before she could respond, they arrived at the dwelling, which had subtly reconfigured itself to accommodate an additional divine visitor. A new chamber had formed adjacent to the central area, decorated with peacock motifs and colors befitting Hera's preferences. The sanctuary adapts to those it accepts, Naruto explained, noting Hera's surprised expression as she observed the space seemingly created for her. It responds to essence rather than status, recognizing your nature rather than merely your title. This comment, while respectful on its surface, carried subtle implication that within this realm, divine hierarchy held less significance than individual essence. Hera noted the nuance with a sharp glance at the sage, who met her gaze steadily. Fascinating, she remarked neutrally. Now, perhaps a demonstration of these training methods would clarify their purpose and effectiveness. We were scheduled to begin practical applications today, Naruto acknowledged. Your presence needn't alter our plans. He turned to the three goddesses. After your dream experiences, I believe you're ready for field testing. We'll conduct a training expedition to the sanctuary's western region, an area with higher natural energy concentration where practical techniques can be safely attempted. The goddesses nodded, varying degrees of anticipation evident in their expressions. Even Artemis, initially the most skeptical, showed genuine interest following her dream revelations. Queen Hera is welcome to observe, Naruto continued. Though I must emphasize that the energies we'll be working with respond poorly to skepticism or resistance. Maintaining an open perspective will be essential for safe observation. The subtle warning was clear. Hera's divine power, if expressed oppositionally during their exercises, could create unpredictable consequences. The queen inclined her head slightly, acknowledging the caution without promising compliance. After brief preparation, during which Naruto provided each goddess with a small scroll containing symbols specific to her training focus, the group departed toward the western mountains visible in the distance. Their journey took them through increasingly strange terrain, forests where trees grew in spiraling patterns, meadows where flowers bloomed in mathematical sequences, streams that flowed occasionally uphill against apparent gravity. The sanctuary's western region exhibits higher reality distortion, Naruto explained as they walked. Quote, natural laws become increasingly malleable as natural energy concentration increases. This provides ideal conditions for initial practical experiments. Mistakes have reduced consequences here. Reassuring, Hera commented dryly, though her expression revealed fascination with the impossible landscape they traversed. By midday, they reached a plateau overlooking a valley where massive crystalline formations erupted from the earth like frozen fountains. The air shimmered with visible energy currents, golden streams flowing between crystal spires in complex, ever-changing patterns. This will serve as our training ground, Naruto announced, gesturing toward the extraordinary vista. The crystal formations naturally amplify and direct natural energy, making it more accessible to beginners. He turned to his students, his expression becoming more serious. Today's exercise focuses on perception leading to interaction. Each of you will attempt to sense natural energy currents, then gradually extend your divine energy alongside, not into, those currents. He demonstrated by extending his arm, palm outward. His chakra became visible as blue energy flowing from his hand parallel to a golden stream of natural energy. The two forces moved alongside each other without merging, like rivers flowing side by side without mixing their waters. The goal isn't combination yet, Naruto clarified. Merely parallel existence without disruption. Divine energy naturally attempts to dominate. Natural energy automatically resists foreign influence. Finding harmony between them requires precise control and intention. Each goddess found a position among the crystal formations where energy currents flowed strongly. Hera watched from slightly apart, her analytical gaze missing nothing as the training began. Athena approached the exercise methodically, extending her divine energy in carefully measured amounts while observing its interaction with the natural currents. Her silver-gray power eye initially created disturbances in the golden flows, like stones dropped into smooth water, but she quickly adjusted, thinning and reshaping her energy until it caused minimal disruption. Artemis struggled more visibly, her naturally assertive energy repeatedly disrupting the flows she attempted to parallel. Each time her silver-white power touched the golden currents, small discharges occurred, harmless, but indicating fundamental incompatibility of approach. After several frustrated attempts, she glanced toward Naruto. This isn't working, she stated flatly. My energy refuses to flow alongside anything without affecting it. Because you're still thinking in terms of dominance, Naruto replied calmly. Try a different approach. Instead of extending your energy beside the natural current, imagine yourself running alongside prey without disturbing it, tracking without alerting. This reframing resonated with Artemis's hunter nature. Her next attempt showed marked improvement, her divine energy still potent but less disruptive, moving more like shadow alongside the golden currents rather than attempting to carve its own path. Hestia, unsurprisingly, demonstrated the most natural aptitude for the exercise. Her amber-gold divine energy harmonized easily with the natural currents, flowing alongside with minimal adjustment required. Where her sisters created parallel streams, Hestia's energy wrapped around natural currents like vines growing alongside tree trunks, separate yet complementary. Excellent progress, Naruto observed after they had practiced for nearly an hour. Now, try directing your divine energy to influence the natural currents without disrupting them. Think of it as guiding rather than controlling, suggesting direction rather than forcing change. This advanced step proved challenging even for Hestia. Divine power, by its fundamental nature, expressed itself through imposition of will upon reality. Suggesting rather than commanding required reconceptualizing how that power manifested. As they practiced, Hera's expression gradually shifted from skeptical observation to genuine interest. The techniques Naruto demonstrated operated on principles for IGN to Olympian traditions yet showed clear effectiveness. When Athena successfully redirected a natural energy current by creating a divine energy pattern that the current chose to follow, the Queen's eyebrows raised slightly in recognition of genuine achievement. These methods, she addressed Naruto directly for the first time since training began, they originate from your homeland's traditions. Adapted from them, Naruto replied, maintaining part of his attention on his students' progress. My original training focused on harmonizing human chakra with natural energy. Adapting those principles to divine energy requires significant modification. Yet the core concept remains the same, Hera noted. Harmony rather than dominance. Cooperation rather than control. Yes, Naruto confirmed, though not from philosophical preference, simply practical effectiveness. Against certain threats, harmony achieves what dominance cannot. Hera considered this, watching as Artemis finally succeeded in guiding a small natural current to flow in a circular pattern around a crystal formation. These threats you perceive, you believe they can resist direct divine power. I know they can. Naruto's expression grew more serious. The entity controlling those Keras exists partially outside the realms where divine authority holds sway. Direct power, regardless of magnitude, becomes diffuse. When targeting such beings, like striking at shadows with a spear. Before Hera could respond, a sudden tremor ran through the plateau beneath them. The crystal formations vibrated, producing harmonic tones that rose in pitch and intensity. Naruto's expression sharpened instantly, his awareness extending outward to identify the disturbance's source. Something's breached the sanctuary's outer barrier, he announced, his voice cutting through the rising crystalline chorus. Northwest quadrant, approximately 3 miles from our position. Impossible, Hera stated flatly. You claimed the sanctuary prevented unauthorized entry. It prevents conventional entry, Naruto corrected, already moving toward the disturbance. This is something else, a forced intrusion through dimensional weakness. The goddesses abandoned their exercises immediately, following Naruto as he navigated rapidly through the crystal forest. Hera kept pace, her regal composure momentarily set aside in favor of practical response to potential threat. What could force entry into a realm supposedly secure against divine intrusion? She demanded as they moved swiftly across increasingly unstable terrain. The same entity that controlled those Keras, Naruto replied grimly, or perhaps a more direct manifestation of it. The sanctuary's defenses are formidable but not absolute against forces operating from between realities. They crested a ridge overlooking a circular depression where reality itself seemed damaged, the air torn open in a jagged wound that pulsed with sickly purple-black energy. Around this dimensional breach, the sanctuary's natural features had become corrupted, plants withered and crystallized, earth cracked and leaking black ichor, animals petrified in grotesque positions of agony. At the breach's center stood a figure that defied coherent description, approximately humanoid but constantly shifting between different forms, as though reality couldn't decide how to render it visible. Its surface rippled with the same purple-black energy that emanated from the dimensional tear behind it. What is that? Artemis demanded, instinctively reaching for her bow before remembering. She hadn't brought it on what was supposed to be a training exercise. A scout, Naruto answered, his eyes narrowing as they shifted to sage mode. But not like the Keras. This is something directly connected to the entity itself. A fragment or projection sent to assess potential resistance. As if hearing his assessment, the figure's head turned toward them, revealing not a face but a swirling void where features should be. It raised an appendage that morphed between arm, tentacle, and wing before settling into something resembling a pointing finger. From the ground where it pointed, 3 figures emerged, rising from earth that became liquid then solid again around them. Unlike the dimensional intruder, these forms were immediately recognizable, humanoid warriors in ancient bronze armor. Bearing symbols not seen in the mortal or divine worlds for millennia. Titans. Hera's voice reflected disbelief. But they're imprisoned in Tartarus. Not Titans, Naruto corrected, already forming hand signs in rapid sequence. Projections shaped from local matter but animated by external force. The entity is testing defenses by creating opponents it believes will be psychologically effective. The bronze-armored figures advanced with unnatural synchronization, drawing weapons that glowed with the same purple-black energy as the dimensional breach. Their movements were fluid yet wrong, too precise, too coordinated. Like puppets operated by a single controlling intelligence. They're targeting divine signatures, Naruto warned. Suppress your energy as I taught you and spread out. I'll engage the central entity directly. Unacceptable, Hera objected immediately. I will not hide while a mortal confronts threats to divine beings. This isn't about hierarchy or pride, Naruto replied sharply. Divine energy strengthens these manifestations. They're designed specifically to absorb and redirect godly power. Your assistance, while well-intentioned, would only increase the danger. Before Hera could protest further, the armored figures charged, moving with impossible speed across the corrupted ground. Naruto's hands completed their sequence of signs. Earth style. Terra shield. The ground before them erupted upward, forming a defensive wall infused with natural energy. The charging figures struck it simultaneously, their weapons sinking into the barrier without breaking through, temporarily immobilized. You have approximately 30 seconds before they free themselves, Naruto informed the goddesses calmly. Use that time to implement what you've learned, Peril. Your divine energy with natural currents rather than attacking directly. With that, he leapt over the barrier in a single fluid motion, landing between the trapped figures and the dimensional entity that controlled them. Orange pigmentation spread across his face as he fully entered Sage mode, the natural energy of the sanctuary responding to his presence despite the corruption spreading from the breach. The four goddesses exchanged glances, Hera clearly reluctant to follow instructions from a mortal, her sisters equally determined to implement their training. Sister, Hestia addressed Hera directly. This is not the time for pride. The sage's assessment appears accurate. These entities are drawing strength from divine energy expended against them. To demonstrate, she extended her hand toward one of the struggling figures. Instead of attacking directly, she created a thin stream of her amber gold energy parallel to a natural current flowing nearby. Where the two energies ran alongside each other, a harmonic resonance formed, neither divine nor natural but a hybrid vibration that disrupted the purple-black energy animating the armored figure. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Where the resonance touched the figure, its form destabilized, armor cracking, internal energy dissipating, connection to its controlling entity weakening visibly. Effective, Athena acknowledged, immediately replicating the technique with her own silver-gray energy against the second figure. Though her execution lacked Hestia's intuitive grace, the result proved similarly disruptive to the animated construct. Artemis, after a moment's hesitation, employed the same approach against the third figure, her hunter's precision allowing targeted disruption of key connection points between puppet and puppeteer. Hera observed these techniques with evident surprise at their effectiveness. When the Terra shield began crumbling as the figures freed themselves, she made a decision that clearly challenged her traditional understanding. Extending her divine energy, royal blue and gold, she didn't attack directly but instead created a pattern similar to her sisters, though more powerful and precisely controlled. The combined harmonic disruption from four goddesses employing natural divine resonance proved devastating to the animated constructs. Their forms destabilized rapidly, purple black energy bleeding away as the connection to their controlling entity severed. Within moments, they collapsed into piles of ordinary earth, the matter that had been shaped into threatening forms returning to its natural state. Meanwhile, Naruto engaged the dimensional entity directly. Rather than attacking with raw power, he moved in continuous circular patterns around it, each circuit laying down seals invisible to ordinary sight but perceivable as complex energy patterns to divine awareness. The entity lashed out with appendages that shifted between solid and ethereal, attempting to disrupt his movement without success. He's containing it, Athena observed, her analytical mind quickly grasping Naruto's strategy. Creating a barrier between realms that prevents it from drawing more power through the breach. As the sage completed his third circuit, the seals activated simultaneously, golden light erupting from the ground in a perfect circle around the entity. Where this light touched the dimensional breach, reality began knitting itself back together, the jagged wound closing gradually from its edges inward. The entity's form became increasingly unstable as its connection to its origin point weakened. It emitted no sound, yet an impression of frustrated rage emanated from it like heat from flame. In a final desperate attempt, it gathered the purple-black energy remaining in the corrupted landscape and launched it directly at Naruto. The sage met this attack not with an opposing force but with an open-palmed gesture that seemed to accept the energy, then redirect it in a fluid motion back toward the rapidly closing breach. Like water following the path of least resistance, the corrupted energy flowed through the dimensional tear just as it sealed completely. Silence fell across the ruined landscape. Where the breach had been, only a circle of crystallized earth remained, like glass formed from sand struck by lightning. The entity had vanished, either destroyed or forced back to its origin point between realities. Naruto remained standing, though his breathing had deepened and perspiration beaded his forehead, evidence of the significant energy he had channeled. As the goddesses approached, he released Sage Mode, his eyes returning to their normal blue. That, he stated with grim satisfaction, was a Titan scout. You said it wasn't a Titan, Hera reminded him, though her tone lacked its earlier skepticism. Not a Titan being, Naruto clarified. A Titan scout, an entity created specifically to locate and assess potential targets for the forces they serve. This one found us through the natural energy disturbances our training created. It breached defenses you claimed were impenetrable, Hera pointed out. I claimed they prevented conventional entry, Naruto corrected. This was unconventional, a forced dimensional intrusion rather than an attempt to pass through established boundaries. The sanctuary's defenses are already adapting, Stren. GT Henning the specific weakness this entity exploited. Artemis surveyed the corrupted landscape around them, her expression troubled. The damage seems permanent. Not permanent, Naruto assured her, though his expression remained serious. But healing will take time. Natural energy patterns have been disrupted here, they'll need to re-establish balance gradually. Those techniques we used, Athena interjected, her mind already analyzing their success, the harmonic resonance between divine and natural energy, it was remarkably effective against these constructs. Because they were Daisy. GNED to absorb and redirect pure divine energy, Naruto explained. The harmonic resonance creates a frequency they can't process, like trying to drink water and breathe air simultaneously. Neither impossible separately, but incompatible as combined actions. Hera had been unusually quiet, studying the crystallized circle where the breach had sealed. Now she turned to Naruto, her expression grave. I owe you an apology, Sage Uzumaki. She stated with regal directness. I questioned the necessity of this training and doubted your assessment of the threat. Today's events have proven both valid. Coming from the Queen of Olympus. This acknowledgement carried significant weight. Naruto inclined his head slightly in acceptance. The threat is real, he confirmed. And likely to escalate now they've confirmed our location and capabilities. We should return to the dwelling and accelerate training accordingly. As they made their way back through the crystal forest, now more alert to potential dangers, Hera walked alongside Naruto rather than maintaining her earlier distance. These entities, she began, her voice pitched for his ears alone, you've encountered them before, haven't you? This isn't merely theoretical knowledge. Naruto was silent for several steps before responding. Yes, not these specific manifestations, but similar intrusions from between realities. They are periodically throughout history when dimensional boundaries weaken, usually during times of significant divine conflict. Like the coming Titanomachi, Hera noted grimly, referring to the brewing war between Titans and Olympians. Precisely, Naruto confirmed. Such conflicts create disturbances in reality that these entities exploit, feeding on chaos, growing stronger as divine powers exhaust themselves against each other. Yet you believe these training methods can counter such threats, Hera observed, her tone now genuinely inquiring rather than challenging. Not counter completely, Naruto clarified, but provide effective resistance where conventional divine power proves insufficient. The harmonization of natural and divine energy creates defenses these entities struggle to obey. Arcum and weapons they cannot simply absorb or redirect. Hera considered this information carefully before making a decision that clearly required setting aside considerable pride. I wish to join this training, she announced quietly. Not merely observe, but participate. If these threats target Olympus during my reign, I must be prepared to defend it effectively. Naruto glanced at her with new respect. recognizing the significant concession this request represented from one of her status and traditional perspective. "The sanctuary has already accepted you," he replied. "And your performance today demonstrated considerable adaptability. I would be honored to include you in our training." As they returned to the dwelling, which had reconfigured itself yet again to accommodate changed circumstances, a new dynamic had formed within the group. Hera's skepticism had transformed to cautious alliance, while the three original goddesses displayed increased confidence in both their training and their unusual teacher. That evening, as they gathered around the central hearth, Naruto addressed the day's events directly. "Today's encounter confirms what I suspected," he began, his expression serious. "The entities I sensed earlier are actively probing for weaknesses in dimensional boundaries. They're ancient, likely predating even the Titans, and patient in their hunger. They won't attack directly yet, but these scouting intrusions will increase in frequency and intensity. Can the sanctuary withstand such intrusions?" Athena asked practically. "Yes," Naruto confirmed. "Today's breach occurred because our training created temporary fluctuations in the natural energy field. The sanctuary has already adapted its defenses to prevent similar exploitations. However, we must excel. Arrate our training schedule in response to this development." "How much time do we have?" Artemis questioned, her hunter's instincts focused on threat assessment. "Difficult to determine precisely," Naruto admitted. "These entities operate outside normal temporal constraints. They might continue testing defenses for centuries before attempting full manifestation, or they might sense opportunity and strike more aggressively within months. Either way, we must be prepared," Hestia noted quietly. "Indeed," Naruto agreed. "Beginning tomorrow, we'll move beyond basic principles to practical applications, specific techniques adapted to each of your divine domains that incorporate natural energy harmonization." He turned to Hera. "With your permission, Queen Hera, I'll create a training regime for you as well, focusing on how your domain of marriage, family, and royal authority can be extended through natural energy principles." Hera inclined her head regally, accepting his offer. "I look forward to it, Sage Uzumaki." As night descended once more upon the sanctuary, each divine visitor retreated to their chamber to process the day's revelations and prepare for accelerated training. Naruto remained at the central hearth, his expression thoughtful as he gazed into flames that required no fuel. The encounter had confirmed his worst suspicions. The entities he had sensed were not merely random intrusions but coordinated forces with specific intent, testing, probing, gathering information before committing to larger incursions. Their ability to create dimensional breaches, even temporarily, suggested power beyond what he had encountered in previous manifestations. His gaze shifted to the chambers where his divine students rested. They had performed admirably today, adapting techniques they had only just begun learning to effectively counter unprecedented threats. With proper training, they could become formidable defenders against forces their pantheon had never prepared them to face. But would training be enough? And would time allow its completion before greater threats emerged? As if responding to his concerns, the flames before him shifted color momentarily, from ordinary amber to deep blue. Then to a strange purple hue not typically found in natural fire. The sanctuary was communicating in its own way, confirming both his fears and his hope. The path ahead would be challenging, perhaps dangerous beyond his initial assessment, yet not without possibility of success. Naruto closed his eyes, entering meditative trance that would allow rest while maintaining awareness of the sanctuary's defenses. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, accelerated training, and hopefully, continued progress toward preparing these divine beings for threats beyond their traditional understanding. Outside, the strange stars of the sanctuary continued their unfamiliar patterns across the night sky, marking time in a realm where time itself remained fluid. The damage from the dimensional breach had already begun healing, natural energy flowing into corrupted areas, gradually restoring balance where chaos had temporarily reigned. The training of goddesses by a mortal sage had taken on new urgency. While ancient hunger continued gathering between the spaces of reality, patient yet persistent in its quest to consume divine and mortal alike. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Trials of Wisdom. The sanctuary's library pavilion had transformed overnight. What began as a simple structure of living wood and crystal had expanded into a multi-level marvel that seemed to defy conventional architecture. Spiraling staircases connected platforms suspended without visible support. Bookshelves grew directly from walls that shifted between solid matter and translucent light. DGE crystals arranged themselves in constellations that mapped conceptual relationships rather than physical proximity. Athena stood at the center of this impossible library, gray eyes tracking patterns invisible to ordinary perception. For 3 consecutive days, she had immersed herself in study, absorbing information about natural energy pathways, chakra theory, and dimensional boundaries. Her divine intellect processed concepts that would have overwhelmed mortal minds, yet even she found herself challenged by paradigms fundamentally different from Olympian understanding. The correlation between chakra networks and ley lines suggests unified underlying patterns, she murmured, fingers tracing symbols that hovered in the air before her. Yet divine energy operates perpendicular to both systems rather than parallel. An astute observation, Naruto remarked as he entered the pavilion. Divine energy imposes will upon reality. Chakra and natural energy express reality's intrinsic patterns. Perpendicular intersection rather than parallel alignment. Athena glanced up, noting that the sage carried a scroll she hadn't seen before, ancient even by divine standards, its material nate. Her papyrus nor parchment but something that shimmered faintly in the pavilion's crystal light. You've been studying continuously for 72 hours, Naruto observed, his tone neither approving nor disapproving. Even goddesses benefit from experiential learning to complement theoretical understanding. The theoretical framework must be solid before practical application, Athena countered, though without defensiveness. Especially when dealing with potentially catastrophic energetic interactions. Naruto nodded, acknowledging her reasoning. Valid. To a point. But wisdom isn't merely accumulated knowledge. It's understanding when knowledge alone proves insufficient. He unrolled the strange scroll on a crystalline table that grew from the floor at his apparent thought. The material revealed itself as some form of preserved skin, covered in script that shifted between languages, sometimes appearing as ancient Greek, other times as symbols Athena recognized from Naruto's hand seals. Occasionally transforming into patterns that resembled neither language nor mathematical notation but contained elements of both. "What is this?" she asked, scholarly interest immediately engaged. "A map," Naruto replied, "to what may be the oldest repository of combined knowledge in this region of the world. A library that existed before your Pantheon's ascension, possibly before the Titans themselves." Athena studied the scroll with newfound intensity. "I've never heard of such a place in any divine record. Because it exists partially outside normal reality," Naruto explained. "Like this sanctuary, but less stable, shifting between dimensions according to patterns most beings can't perceive. Yet you can track these patterns," Athena noted, not quite a question. "With preparation and certain techniques, yes." Naruto traced a sequence on the scroll that caused the shifting symbols to momentarily stabilize. "According to my calculations, the library will manifest in RACC-able reality approximately 3 days from now, remaining for roughly 48 hours before shifting elsewhere." "Where exactly is this manifestation point?" Athena asked, her analytical mind already processing implications. "Beneath the Mediterranean Sea," Naruto replied, "in a cave system that will temporarily connect to the library's dimensional pocket." Athena's eyes widened slightly, the only indication of her surprise. Underwater exploration presents significant logistical challenges, even for divine beings. "Indeed," Naruto agreed, "which is why this expedition offers perfect opportunity to apply theoretical knowledge in practical circumstances. Natural energy manipulation can solve problems divine power alone might approach less efficiently." Understanding dawned in Athena's gray eyes. "You're proposing an expedition. The two of us?" "Yes," Naruto confirmed. "While your sisters continue their specialized training here with Hera, you and I will undertake this journey." "Why?" "Both to retrieve specific knowledge relevant to our current threats and to provide you with field experience integrating natural energy techniques with your divine abilities." Athena considered the proposal with characteristic thoroughness, weighing potential benefits against risks. The sanctuary has proven effective for controlled experimentation, but controlled environments inherently limit application scenarios. She acknowledged. Real-world implementation would test adaptability under unpredictable variables. Naruto suppressed a smile at her systematic analysis of what others might have approached with simple enthusiasm or trepidation. Additionally, he added, this particular library may contain information about the entities we're facing, records from civilizations that encountered them in earlier manifestations. This practical consideration clearly tipped Athena's decision. When do we depart? Tomorrow at dawn, Naruto replied. The sanctuary will create a passage to the Mediterranean coastline, reducing travel time significantly. From there, we'll need to locate the underwater cave system and prepare for the library's manifestation. What preparations are required? Athena asked, already mentally cataloging necessary supplies and techniques. Primarily, seal creation, Naruto explained, retrieving a second scroll from within his cloak. These designs will help stabilize the dimensional boundary when the library begins manifesting, extending our access time and preventing potential collapse while we're inside. He unrolled this second scroll, revealing intricate patterns that combined mathematical precision with artistic fluidity. Each seal requires both technical accuracy and harmonic resonance with natural energy currents. Your divine intellect should excel at the former. Our training has prepared you to attempt the latter. Athena studied the seal designs with intense concentration. The symbolic language resembles what you used against the dimensional entity, though these patterns appear designed for stabilization rather than containment. Precisely, Naruto nodded, pleased by her quick comprehension. Containment seals force reality, tie conformance through imposed boundaries. Stabilization seals encourage harmonic resonance between realities, allowing controlled overlap without disruption. Fascinating, Athena murmured, already tracing the patterns with her finger, committing them to memory while analyzing their structural principles. The mathematics underlying these designs suggests non-Euclidean geometry operating across at least 5 dimensions. 7. Actually, Naruto corrected gently. The additional 2 remain imperceptible to most beings but prove essential for cross-dimensional stability. The goddess's eyes lit with intellectual excitement, a response more animated than she typically displayed. I would very much like to learn these principles in greater depth. The journey should provide ample opportunity, Naruto assured her. For now, though, I suggest you rest your mind. Tomorrow begins the practical phase of your training, where theory must translate to implementation under potentially challenging circumstances. Athena nodded, recognizing the wisdom in his suggestion despite her desire to continue studying immediately. I'll prepare accordingly. As Naruto departed the library pavilion, Athena remained briefly, her gaze returning to the strange map scroll. Something about this expedition resonated with her in ways beyond mere intellectual curiosity. The opportunity to explore knowledge predating her pantheon, possibly containing insights lost to even divine awareness, appealed to the core of her being. Yet beneath this scholarly excitement lay something else, appreciation for Naruto's teaching approach, which somehow challenged her divine intellect without dismissing or worshipping it. Few beings, mortal or divine, had ever achieved that balance with her. Dawn arrived, with characteristic simultaneity throughout the sanctuary, every beam of light appearing at precisely the same moment rather than gradually spreading across the landscape. Athena emerged from her chamber fully prepared, wearing a simple chiton designed for movement rather than ceremony, with a small pack containing essential items. Her divine powers allowed her to manifest more elaborate equipment if needed. But Naruto had emphasized traveling light to maximize adaptability. The sage waited at the dwelling's entrance, similarly equipped with minimal provisions. The others have been informed of our expedition, he explained as Athena approached. Artemis seemed particularly interested in the underwater exploration aspect, though she understood why this journey aligns more closely with your training needs. And Hera? Athena inquired, knowing the queen's perspective carried significant political implications. Surprisingly supportive, Naruto replied with slight amusement. She Riko. GNIZED the strategic value of ancient knowledge, particularly concerning transdimensional entities. Her exact words were, intelligence gathering befits Athena's domain and current circumstances. Diplomatic acknowledgement without explicit blessing, Athena translated, familiar with her stepmother's careful political positioning. Indeed, Naruto agreed as they began walking toward the sanctuary's eastern boundary. though I sense genuine concern beneath her formal exterior. Recent events have shaken her confidence in conventional divine approaches to threats. They proceeded in comfortable, silence through the sanctuary's impossible landscape, each processing their own thoughts about the journey ahead. As they approached the eastern boundary, the environment began shifting subtly, trees growing more recognizably Mediterranean, air carrying faint salt scent, light quality transforming from the sanctuary's perpetual golden glow to something more closely resembling natural sunlight. Quote, "The sanctuary is creating our exit point," Naruto explained, noting Athena's observant gaze tracking these changes. "Aligning local conditions with our destination to minimize transitional disorientation." Fascinating adaptive response, Athena noted. "Does the sanctuary maintain connection after our departure? Could we return directly if necessary?" "Not immediately," Naruto replied. "Once we exit, the passage will close to maintain the sanctuary's security. I've arranged a different return method, one requiring specific seal activation at our destination." They continued forward until reaching what appeared to be an ordinary clearing among Mediterranean pines. Only subtle visual distortion, like heat ripples above sun-baked stone, revealed the dimensional boundary. "Before we cross," Naruto said, turning to face Athena directly, "I should clarify certain aspects of this expedition. Outside the sanctuary's protective environment, we may encounter resistance beyond the entities we've discussed." "You anticipate opposition from other sources?" Athena inquired, immediately analyzing strategic implications. "Knowledge of the library's existence isn't exclusively ours," Naruto confirmed. "Throughout history, various beings have sought its contents, some with benevolent purpose, others with destructive intent. The difficulty in accessing it has limited successful expeditions, but determined seekers occasionally align their attempts with its manifestation periods. Competitors are potential hostiles," Athena summarized, her mind automatically cataloging tactical considerations. "Divine, mortal, or other?" "Potentially all three," Naruto answered honestly. "The library's value transcends normal distinctions. Its knowledge offers power regardless of the seeker's fundamental nature." Rather than appearing concerned, Athena nodded with appreciation for his transparency. "Forewarned as forearmed. What combat restrictions should I observe?" "Full divine manifestation would announce our presence across significant distances." "Precisely the issue," Naruto agreed. "I suggest limited power expression, enough to handle immediate threats without broadcasting divine signature unnecessarily. The natural energy techniques you've been learning should prove particularly valuable for this approach." "Understood," Athena replied, mentally reviewing the techniques she had practiced within the sanctuary. "Shall we proceed?" Naruto nodded, then performed a sequence of hand signs before touching the shimmering barrier before them. The distortion rippled outward from his contact point, creating an opening that revealed not the continuation of the forest but a rocky Mediterranean coastline with azure water stretching to the horizon. They stepped through this dimensional doorway, emerging onto sun-warmed limestone overlooking a small, secluded cove. Behind them, the portal closed silently, leaving no trace of their unusual arrival method. The transition from sanctuary to mortal realm brought immediate sensory adjustments. Natural sounds returning to their normal random patterns rather than perfect harmony, colors appearing slightly less vivid, air moving in irregular breezes rather than perfect circulation. Southern Peloponnese, Athena identified their location immediately, her divine knowledge of geography automatic. "Approximately 120 miles from Mount Olympus." "Correct," Naruto confirmed. "Specifically chosen for proximity to the underwater cave system while maintaining distance from areas heavily trafficked by divine or mythological beings." He oriented himself briefly, then gestured toward a narrow path descending to the cove below. "Our first task is preparing appropriate water transport. While divine ability allows underwater movement, extended operation benefits from more efficient methods." "You have something specific in mind?" Athena inquired as they made their way carefully down the steep path. "A specialized technique, combining physical craft with seal enhancement," Naruto explained. "Something I developed during previous underwater expeditions." When they reached the cove's small beach, Naruto surveyed the available materials: driftwood, dried seaweed, small limestone fragments, with practiced assessment. "These will suffice for basic construction. The seals will provide necessary augmentation." What follow? Demonstrated craftsmanship Athena found genuinely impressive despite her divine standards. Naruto's hands moved with practiced efficiency, transforming simple materials into a small watercraft through techniques clearly refined over centuries. More fascinating still were the seals he inscribed onto strategic points of the construction, some using ink produced from materials in his pack, others RVED directly into wood or stone with precise chakra application. The primary seal network creates water repulsion at precisely calculated boundaries, he explained as Athena observed with analytical interest. Secondary seals establish pressure equilibrium between interior and exterior environments regardless of depth. Tertiary system enables propulsion through chakra circulation rather than physical means, effectively creating a submersible vessel without mechanical components, Athena noted with appreciation. Elegant solution combining multiple principles simultaneously. Necessity driving innovation, Naruto replied with slight smile. During my second century, I spent several decades exploring underwater ruins in lands far east of here. Conventional methods proved insufficient for extended exploration. This casual reference to centuries of experience reminded Athena of her teacher's unusual nature, neither fully mortal nor divine but something that transcended conventional categorization through sheer accumulated existence. While gods measured their lives in millennia as a matter of nature, Naruto had extended his lifespan through knowledge and discipline alone. There was something almost more impressive about immortality earned rather than granted. By midday, the craft was complete, a sleek vessel approximately 12 feet long, constructed from materials that old have been insufficient for seaworthiness yet somehow formed perfect hydrodynamic design. The seal networks covering its surface glowed faintly blue when Naruto channeled a small amount of chakra through them, confirming their activation. We should reach the cave system by nightfall, he announced, checking the sun's position. The library's manifestation begins tomorrow at dawn according to my calculations, which gives us adequate preparation time for seal placement. Athena helped launch the craft into gentle surf, noting how it moved with unexpected stability despite its improvised construction. Once aboard, she watched with interest as Naruto activated the propulsion seals with a simple hand sign. The vessel responded immediately, gliding forward through azure waters with neither sail nor oar, leaving barely awake despite impressive speed. The seal network responds to intention rather than mechanical control, Naruto explained, noting her observation. Direction, speed, and depth all adjust according to the operator's focused thought. Would you like to try? Athena accepted this opportunity with characteristic focus, placing her hands where Naruto indicated and channeling a measured amount of divine energy into the seal network. The craft responded somewhat erratically at first, divine power being fundamentally different from chakra, but she quickly adapted, adjusting her energy output until achieving smooth control. Remarkable adaptation, Naruto commented with genuine approval. Your divine energy naturally tends toward command rather than cooperation with external systems. Yet you've modified your approach effectively. The principles you've been teaching, Athena acknowledged. Harmony rather than dominance. Suggestion rather than imposition. Precisely, Naruto nodded. Though applying those principles with divine energy requires considerably more conscious control than with chakra. Your progress is impressive. As they journeyed southward along the coastline, conversation turned to the library they sought. Athena, ever the scholar, had numerous questions about its origins and nature. You mentioned it predates the Titanarchy, she began, maintaining steady control of their vessel while engaging intellectually. What civilization created it? Archaeological record shows nothing capable of such achievement in this region during pre-Titan periods. Because it wasn't created by any single civilization as conventionally understood, Naruto explained. The library appears to be the collective work of beings who existed during what might be called the First Age, when the boundaries between realities remained fluid and various types of consciousness interacted freely. Before the establishment of distinct realms, Athena clarified, her divine knowledge encompassing creation myths from multiple perspectives. When primal forces remained unclassified. Yes, Naruto confirmed, the beings responsible weren't gods in the current sense, nor titans. Nor precisely what we would call mortals. They existed as conscious manifestations of reality exploring itself, recording discoveries as reality solidified into more distinct categories. Athena considered this with intense fascination. And the knowledge they recorded? What form does it take? Varied and sometimes challenging to interpret, Naruto admitted. Some appears as conventional writing, though in languages largely forgotten. Other information exists as crystalline structures similar to those in the sanctuary's library but more primitive in organization. Still OT. Her knowledge takes forms difficult to describe in current linguistic frameworks, sensory impressions, conceptual frameworks transmitted directly to consciousness, mathematical patterns expressing reality's underlying structures. Hence the value of divine intellect for this expedition, Athena deduced. Processing unconventional information formats requires cognitive flexibility beyond typical mortal capacity. Partially, Naruto agreed. Though I've successfully navigated previous expeditions alone, your divine intellect brings different advantages, particularly perspective spanning millennia of observation and innate connection to foundational forces. They continued southward, eventually moving further from shore as Naruto consulted his unusual map periodically. By late afternoon, they had left the coastline far behind, navigating open Mediterranean waters with only distant islands occasionally visible on the horizon. As the sun began its westward descent, Naruto indicated they should prepare for submersion. The cave system lies approximately 800 feet below surface level, he explained, activating additional seals that caused the craft's structure to shift subtly, becoming more enclosed while maintaining internal visibility through sections that transformed from solid wood to transparent crystal-like material. Pressure at that depth would crush conventional vessels, Athena noted. Though without concern, I assume these seals create some form of equilibrium mechanism. Essentially, Naruto confirmed, they establish a localized field where pressure differentials resolve harmonically rather than destructively. We'll feel slight compression but nothing dangerous to either divine or mortal physiology. As the craft began its controlled descent beneath azure surface waters, the underwater world revealed itself in breathtaking clarity. Sunlight penetrated the first 100 feet, creating shifting patterns of illumination that danced across schools of fish moving in silver-scaled unison. Deeper, as natural light diminished, the seals covering their vessel began emitting soft blue radiance that illuminated surrounding waters without disturbing marine life. Athena observed everything with keen interest, not merely the marine biology, which divine knowledge had already made familiar, but how natural energy currents flowed differently underwater than on land. Subtle golden streams visible only to enhanced perception moved through ocean depths in patterns more fluid and interconnected than their terrestrial counterparts. Water conducts natural energy more efficiently than air, Naruto explained, noting her observation. Fewer disruptive elements, greater molecular connectivity, stronger harmonic resonance. Many advanced techniques become easier in underwater environments, though requiring different execution approaches. As they descended further, the ocean floor gradually rose to meet them, an underwater mountain range extending from submerged continental shelf. Naruto guided their craft along what appeared to be specific route, though no visible markers indicated the path. Athena realized he was following natural energy currents, navigating by flows imperceptible to ordinary senses. Eventually, they approached what appeared to be solid rock face rising from ocean floor. Only as they drew nearer did a dark opening become visible, a submarine cave entrance approximately 30 feet in diameter, its edges suspiciously regular for natural formation. Constructed rather than formed, Athena observed as they maneuvered toward the entrance. Tool marks indicate deliberate excavation despite millennia of oceanic erosion. Yes, Naruto confirmed, one of several engineered access points to the cave system. Most have collapsed over time, but this one maintains structural integrity due to materials not entirely native to this reality. Their vessel entered the submarine tunnel, which extended horizontally into darkness beyond their seal light's illumination. After several minutes of careful navigation through increasingly narrow passages, they began ascending gradually. Eventually, the tunnel widened into larger cavern-containing pocket of air, a natural chamber above sea level despite being hundreds of feet beneath ocean surface. Naruto guided their craft to natural stone shelf extending from cavern wall. As they disembarked, Athena noted the unusual properties of this space. Air surprisingly fresh despite apparent isolation, walls embedded with faintly luminous crystals providing soft illumination, floor suspiciously level for natural formation. Another constructed space, she observed, examining crystalline formations with scholarly interest. These emit light without heat, similar to but distinct Rom phosphorescent minerals found in conventional cave systems. They're receptive to natural energy, Naruto explained, retrieving equipment from their vessel. Absorbing ambient flows and transfer. Ming excess into visible spectrum radiation. Effectively self-sustaining illumination requiring no maintenance. Efficient design, Athena acknowledged, already analyzing potential applications for such technology. Created by the same beings who established the library. Presumably, Naruto confirmed, though this is merely antechamber, transitional space between our reality and the library's dimensional pocket. The actual repository remains inaccessible until tomorrow's alignment. He began unpacking materials for seal creation, specially prepared papers, inks containing substances Athena didn't recognize. Tools crafted from materials that resonated subtly with natural energy currents. We should establish base camp here while preparing necessary stabilization seals for tomorrow's manifestation. Athena assisted with practiced efficiency, her divine abilities allowing perfect recall of seal designs she had studied only briefly. While Naruto prepared larger, more complex arrays on specially treated papers. She created smaller complementary seals using materials he provided. Your brushwork shows remarkable precision, Naruto observed as she completed her 7th seal. Most students require months to achieve such consistency in stroke pressure and flow. Divine dexterity has advantages, Athena acknowledged, though pleased by the recognition. Though I find the energetic harmonization more challenging than physical execution. Maintaining precise resonance frequency between divine energy and ink composition requires constant adjustment. That challenge never entirely disappears, Naruto admitted. Even after centuries of practice, each seal requires unique attunement, particularly those designed for dimensional work. Reality itself exhibits subtle variations requiring corresponding adaptations. They worked in comfortable silence for several hours, each focused on their respective tasks while occasionally exchanging observations about technical details. Despite their fundamentally different natures, mortal sage and divine being, they established natural rhythm that reflected shared intellectual appreciation and complementary approaches to knowledge. As He completed the necessary seals for tomorrow's operation, Athena's curiosity about her teacher's background resurfaced. You mentioned previous expeditions to this library. What knowledge specifically brought you here before? Naruto's expression shifted subtly, not quite withdrawal but momentary introspection before responding. Different answers at different times, he replied. Initially, pure, scholarly interest. During my 2nd century, I devoted decades to tracing connections between seemingly separate mystical traditions across continental boundaries. The library offered potential unifying principles. And subsequently, Athena prompted, sensing deeper motivation beneath his academic explanation. Naruto arranged completed seals in specific configuration before answering. Later, visits focused on understanding dimensional boundaries, particularly weaknesses that permit unintended transmission between realities. My homeland experienced catastrophic breaches during certain historical periods. I sought preventative knowledge. Something in his tone suggested personal connection beyond scholarly interest, though he didn't elaborate further. Athena, despite natural curiosity, recognized boundaries deserving respect. Instead, she redirected conversation toward their current objective. Tomorrow's manifestation. What specifically should we anticipate? Physical transformate. Ion of this space or more subtle dimensional shift. Both simultaneously, Naruto explained, seemingly appreciative of her tactful transition. The cavern will remain physically present but undergo spatial expansion beyond conventional geometric limitations. Boundaries between our reality and the library's pocket dimension will temporarily align, creating overlap zone where both exist concurrently. Fascinating, Athena murmured, mentally constructing theoretical models for such interaction. Do the stabilization seals merely extend this natural alignment period or actually modify dimensional properties? Primarily the former with elements of the latter, Naruto clarified. They create harmonic resonance that maintains alignment longer than naturally occurring, while establishing controlled boundaries preventing complete merging that could potentially destabilize both spaces. As they completed preparations and established simple camp for overnight rest, Athena found herself appreciating this expedition on multiple levels. Beyond specific knowledge they sought, the experience itself provided invaluable perspective on reality's underlying structures, perspective even divine existence rarely offered so directly. "You should rest," Naruto suggested as he activated perimeter seals that would alert them to any intrusion. "Tomorrow requires precise timing and sustained concentration. Even divine beings benefit from mental refreshment before complex operations." Athena nodded, recognizing wisdom in his suggestion despite divine physiology requiring no physical sleep. She arranged herself in meditation posture, allowing her consciousness to enter receptive state similar to but distinct from mortal sleep, a condition where divine perception remained partially active while higher cognitive functions entered restorative patterns. Naruto similarly prepared for rest, though his meditation appeared more active, maintaining partial awareness of their surroundings while performing subtle energy circulation exercises visible only to enhanced perception. Even in repose, Athena noted, the sage maintained harmonic connection with natural energy flows, not controlling but iPadding in patterns most beings never perceived. Morning arrived without conventional daylight in their submarine chamber, yet both awakened simultaneously, some shared sensitivity to temporal shift, indicating appropriate time despite absence of solar cues. They prepared efficiently, reviewing final arrangements for seal deployment while sharing simple meal from their provisions. The manifesta Chion begins approximately 40 minutes from now, Naruto announced after brief meditation to confirm temporal alignment. Initial phase typically lasts 17 minutes, reality fluctuation without stable connection. During this period, we'll position primary stabilization seals at 11 specific coordinates throughout the chamber. Athena nodded, mentally reviewing the placement pattern they had discussed previously. And the secondary array activates only after initial alignment stabilizes. Correct, Naruto confirmed. Attempting premature secondary activation could potentially collapse the manifesting connection. Timing precision matters significantly. As predicted, reality distortion began exactly when Naruto had calculated, subtle at first, barely perceptible even to enhanced awareness. The chamber's crystalline illumination fluctuated in rhythmic pulses. Air density shifted in waves that moved visibly across the space. Gravity itself seemed momentarily uncertain, objects experiencing brief weightlessness before returning to normal mass relation. Without needing instruction, Athena began deploying stabilization seals at designated positions while Naruto established central array that would coordinate their effects. Each seal required not merely physical placement but energetic activation, harmonizing with local reality fluctuations rather than imposing rigid stability. The process demanded simultaneous technical precision and intuitive adjustment as dimensional boundaries began interpenetrating with increasing intensity. Third phase beginning, Naruto announced as distortion patterns accelerated. Prepare for initial visualization. The cavern's solid stone walls suddenly appeared transparent, revealing impossible space beyond, vast chamber filled with crystalline structures and floating platforms that extended far beyond physical limitations of the mountain containing them. This visualization lasted mere seconds before walls became solid again, but subtle differences in texture and composition. Reality overlay achieving preliminary harmonization, Naruto observed, adjusting central seal array in response. Prepare secondary stabilization network. Athena activated her portion of seals with precise timing, synchronizing divine energy input with Naruto's chakra circulation through primary array. The combination created resonance pattern, visible as golden blue light that spread through the chamber in geometric configuration, establishing dimensional anchors at key structural points. The manifestation accelerated rapidly after this intervention, reality fluctuations increasing in frequency while decreasing in amplitude as the two spaces aligned more precisely. The cavern walls phased between solid and transparent with increasing rapidity until suddenly stabilizing in semi-translucent state, physically present yet allowing visual perception of space beyond. Manifestation achieving stability, Naruto confirmed, completing final adjustments to central array. Transition point should appear within 2 minutes. As predicted, a doorway materialized along the chamber's far wall, not opening in conventional structure but reality itself parting like curtain drawn aside. Beyond this opening lay the library proper, vast space impossibly contained within mountains' physical boundaries. Remarkable, Athena breathed, divine intel. Court appreciating both the technical achievement and its philosophical implications. Complete dimensional overlay with maintained boundary integrity. The seals are performing optimally, Naruto noted with satisfaction. We should have approximately 36 hours of stable access rather than the natural 12 the alignment would provide otherwise. They approached the dimensional doorway cautiously. Naruto pausing to perform diagnostic assessment before crossing threshold. Reality integrity stable, safe for transition. Stepping through the doorway felt momentarily disorienting, not physical discomfort but perceptual adjustment as senses recalibrated to space operating under slightly different physical laws. Gravity seemed lighter, air carried strange scent combining mineral freshness with something entirely foreign to conventional atmosphere. Ambient sound included harmonic tones at frequencies barely within perception range. The library itself defied simple description. Circular central chamber extended upward and downward beyond visual limitation, ringed with thousands of smaller chambers connected by bridges that sometimes appeared solid, sometimes transparent, occasion allies seeming to vanish entirely before reappearing when observed from different angle. Crystalline structures similar to those in the sanctuary's library but vastly more numerous contained information. In formats ranging from recognizable writing to patterns comprehensible only through direct consciousness interface. Overwhelming initial impression is normal, Naruto assured Athena, noting her momentary pause to process the extraordinary environment. Even divine perception requires adjustment period to properly interpret spatial relationships here. The architecture defies conventional dimensional constraints, Athena observed, her analytical mind already adapting to new paradigm. These structural elements exist partially in states quantum physics would later define as superposition, simultaneously present in multiple potential configurations until observed. An astute comparison, Naruto acknowledged. Though the phenomenon predates quantum theory by millennia, the library's architects understood reality as probability field rather than fixed state, and understanding your divine nature actually shares through ability to influence probability through will. They proceeded deeper into the central chamber, Naruto navigating with confidence born from previous visits. Athena noted how certain pathways became visible only as they approached, the library's architecture responding to visitor intention rather than presenting static configuration. The information we seek should be located in the historical resonance section, Naruto explained, leading them toward spiral staircase that ascended through several levels. Records of dimensional incursions categorized by vibrational pattern rather than chronological sequence. Fascinating organizational principle, Athena commented. Categorizing by energetic signature rather than temporal occurrence suggests recognition that similar events manifest cyclically across different time periods. Precisely, Naruto confirmed. The library's architects understood that reality patterns repeat with variations, same fundamental forces expressing through different specific manifestations throughout history. As they ascended, the spiral staircase, which occasionally seemed to invert direction without actually changing their upward progress, Athena noticed crystalline formations becoming progressively more complex. Lower levels contained information in relatively straightforward formats. Upper sections presented increasingly abstract conceptual structures requiring more sophisticated interpretation. They had reached approximately the 7th level when Naruto suddenly paused, his posture shifting subtly from scholarly focus to combat readiness. "We're not alone," he stated quietly, eyes scanning their surroundings with enhanced perception. Athena immediately extended her divine senses, though carefully modulated to avoid broadcasting her presence. Multiple presences, she confirmed. At least 3 distinct RGY signatures approximately 200 meters east. 1 appears human, 2, ambiguous. Not library custodians, Naruto added grimly. Their energy patterns show disharmony with ambient frequencies. Intruders rather than invited scholars. Competitors seeking the same knowledge. Athena suggested, automatically assessing tactical implications. Potentially, Naruto acknowledged, agents of the entities we're investigating, puppets similar to those Keras but more sophisticated. Either possibility suggests proceeding with caution. They continued upward but with heightened awareness. Naruto occasionally making subtle adjustments to their route that Athena recognized as strategic, maintaining cover, avoiding direct sight lines, selecting paths offering multiple exit options if confrontation became necessary. The historical resonance section revealed itself on the 12th level, circular chamber containing crystalline structures arranged in spiral pattern that somehow conveyed temporal relationships despite non-chronological organization. Each crystal cluster vibrated at specific frequency, emitting faint harmonics corresponding to dimensional event patterns throughout history. We need to locate resonance signature matching the entities we encountered, Naruto explained, moving carefully among crystal formations. Similar dimensional breaches should produce harmonic patterns within specific frequency range. Athena grasped the concept immediately, extending her divine perception to analyze vibrational patterns rather than visible characteristics. These three clusters share underlying harmonic foundation despite superficial differences, she noted, indicating crystalline formations spaced throughout the chamber. Fundamental frequency approximately 173.8 Hz with distinctive overtone pattern. Excellent perception, Naruto commented with genuine approval. That specific harmonic corresponds with dimensional breaches originating from what might be called the void between, the non-space separating fundamental reality planes. They approached the nearest matching crystal cluster, roughly cylindrical formation approximately 7 feet tall composed of interlocking geometric structures that shifted position slightly when observed from different angles. Its surface glowed with subtle purple-white light pulsing in rhythm matching the frequency Athena had identified. Interface requires consciousness projection rather than physical interaction, Naruto explained, positioning himself before the crystal. Divine intellect should adapt naturally to the process. Though initial experience may feel disorienting. Similar to direct communion with Olympian archives, Athena noted, recalling comparable though less advanced information systems within divine realm. Conceptually related, yes, Naruto agreed, though this system predates Olympian methods by ages. Ready. At Athena's affirmative nod, they simultaneously placed their palms against the crystal's surface. The sensation defied simple description, not precisely touch but consciousness extension beyond physical limitation. Information flowed directly into awareness, bypassing sensory interpretation entirely. Images, concepts, historical records spanning thousands of years manifested in their shared perception, civilizations rising and falling, dimensional boundaries weakening and strengthening cyclically. Entities testing barriers between realities with increasing sophistication across millennia. These patterns confirm our hypothesis, Naruto observed within their shared consciousness space. The entities consistently exploit periods of divine conflict, drawing power from chaos generated when pantheons struggle internally or against external threats. The Titanomachy creates ideal conditions, Athena agreed. Her divine intellect processing centuries of historical patterns simultaneously. Massive energy expenditure, reality distortion through divine warfare, weakened. Dimensional boundaries due to conflicting probability fields. They delved deeper into the crystal's information, discovering records of previous manifestation periods spanning multiple pantheons across diverse geographical regions. Norse Ragnarok events, Egyptian succession conflicts, Mesopotamian divine wars, all corresponded with increased dimensional breach attempts from entities similar to those they had encountered. Most significantly, they discovered these entities had identifiable pattern, not merely opportunistic predators but organized intelligence with apparent hierarchy and strategic methodology. The crystal contained partial translations of their communication, incomprehensible in conventional linguistic terms but conveying clear purpose, consumption of divine energy through reality disruption. They don't merely feed on chaos, Athena realized with growing concern. They deliberately engineer conditions maximizing divine energy expenditure, like farmers cultivating fields rather than simple hunters. Precisely, Naruto confirmed grimly. They've studied divine behavior across millennia, identifying predictable response patterns they can manipulate to their advantage. This revelation carried troubling implications, suggesting current dimensional incursions represented not random opportunism but calculated strategy potentially millennia in development. The entities understood divine psychology well enough to predict and exploit typical reactions to perceived threats. As they continued extracting information from the crystal, Athena suddenly stiffened within their shared consciousness space. "The other presences are approaching our position," she warned. "Approximately 60 meters and closing." Naruto immediately initiated disconnection sequence, curfew. LLY withdrawing their consciousness from the crystal interface to avoid perception damage from abrupt separation. As they returned fully to physical awareness, he made quick assessment of their tactical situation. 3 approaches to this chamber, 2 currently accessible, he noted, indicating archways positioned around the circular room. "We should relocate while continuing research." The second harmonic cluster may contain additional information relevant to defensive strategies. They moved swiftly toward eastern archway, Naruto pausing briefly to place small seal paper on crystal they had just accessed. At Athena's questioning glance, he explained, "Perception filter, visitors will see inactive crystal rather than one recently interfaced with." Simple misdirection. The adjacent chamber contained similar crystalline formations arranged in different configuration, information organized by response strategy rather than historical occurrence. Before they could begin examining these records, however, voices became audible from chamber they had just vacated. "Definitely recent energy signatures," came masculine voice speaking archaic Greek with distinctive Thessalian accent. "Divine presence within past hour. Though carefully modulated." "Unexpected competition," replied second voice, feminine but with strange harmonic distortion suggesting non-human origin. Timeline indicated exclusive access period. "Adjustment required." Naruto and Athena exchanged glances, both recognizing implications. These weren't random scholars but targeted expedition with specific objectives, potentially aligned with the very entities they were researching. "We need that defensive information before confrontation becomes inevitable," Naruto whispered, indicating crystal formation glowing with subtle gold-green light. "This cluster contains historical countermeasures developed by previous civilizations." They approached this second crystal cautiously, positioning themselves to maintain awareness of the adjacent chamber while preparing for information interface. As they connected with this new crystal, information again flowed directly into consciousness, though organized differently than historical records, presenting theoretical frameworks and practical applications simultaneously. What they discovered proved both encouraging and concerning. Previous civilizations had indeed developed effective countermeasures against dimensional intrusions, combining physical barrier techniques with consciousness harmonization methods that strengthened reality boundaries against external manipulation. However, implementation required resources and preparation beyond what 2 beings alone could reasonably establish. These methods were designed for civilizational application, Athena noted with frustration. Hundreds of trained practitioners working in concert across geographical distribution patterns. Yes, Naruto acknowledged, though fundamental principles remain adaptable to all scale with corresponding limitation in effectiveness. Perfect defense impossible, but targeted resistance achievable. They were extracting specific technique information when disruption became unavoidable. 3 figures entering their chamber through western archway rather than following their false trail eastward. "Clever misdirection," observed apparent leader, tall human male wearing SCH. Oler's robes of style common several centuries earlier, suggesting significantly extended lifespan. "But perception filters have distinctive energy signature when you know what to seek." His compagno, NS presented more unusual appearance, humanoid but with subtle wrongness to their proportions and movement patterns. Female figure stood nearly 7 feet tall with limbs slightly too long for her torso. Skin pale as marble but with faint luminescence beneath its surface. Male companion appeared more conventional until he moved, joints bending in directions human physiology shouldn't permit, causing disturbing fluidity to his gait. Sage Uzumaki, the human addressed Naruto directly. "Your reputation spans continents and centuries. I confess surprise at finding you involved in this particular research area." Naruto carefully completed interface disconnection before responding, positioning himself subtly between the newcomers and Athena, not from gender consideration but tactical assessment. That her divine nature presented greater target value to potential hostiles. "Scholar Theopolis," he replied with formal nod. "Still pursuing knowledge beyond your natural lifespan, I see. 3 centuries now, 4 and counting," the man corrected with thin smile. Though temporal perception becomes somewhat flexible when one's research focuses on dimensional boundaries. And your companions? Naruto inquired politely, though with clear awareness of their unnatural nature. Colleagues with shared research interests, Theophilus replied vaguely. But introductions aside, perhaps we might discuss complementary objectives. This library's resources easily accommodate multiple scholarly endeavors simultaneously. A generous offer, Naruto acknowledged with diplomatic caution. Though express, Arians suggests divergent methodologies often create unnecessary complications in shared research environments. The implied refusal remained polite but clear. Tension subtly increased as Theophilus assessed their position, calculating probable outcomes for potential confrontation scenarios. A pity, he finally responded, particularly given recent dimensional fluctuations affecting multiple reality planes. Cooperative investigation offers significant efficiency advantages during crisis periods. Indeed, Athena spoke for first time, her voice carrying divine resonance carefully modulated to convey authority without broadcasting full power signature. Though cooperation requires aligned motivations rather than merely parallel interests, Theophilus studied her with newfound intensity, clearly reassessing situation based on her deliberate revelation of divine nature. An Olympian, he noted with raised eyebrow. Interesting companionship choice, Sage Uzumaki. Your historical préféré. NCE typically avoided direct divine entanglement. Something in his phrasing caught Athena's attention, implication of historical knowledge about Naruto beyond casual acquaintance. Before she could analyze this further, the strange female companion whispered something to Theophilus in language neither Greek nor any mortal tongue Athena recognized despite her divine linguistic knowledge. A reasonable observation, Theophilus responded to his companion before addressing Naruto again. Time grows short for extended negotiation. We seek specific information regarding dimensional barrier reinforcement and methods, particularly Atlantean seal harmonization techniques documented in this section. Your interests appear aligned with counter-entity strategies rather than structural reinforcement. Perhaps, discrete resource allocation remains viable. The careful diplomatic exchange barely disguised underlying tension. Both parties recognized potential conflict benefits neither the library's nature its elf responding negatively to violence within its boundaries, yet fundamental opposition of purpose created unavoidable friction. Your assessment of our research focus contains certain inaccuracies, Naruto replied carefully. Though parallel investigation paths might indeed prove practical under appropriate circumstances, this qualified non-refusal opened negotiation space while Athena subtly positioned herself to access third crystal cluster they had identified earlier, containing information neither group had yet examined. The wordless coordination between sage and goddess reflected developing partnership transcending their teacher-student relationship. Acceptable preliminary arrangement, Theophilus concluded after brief consideration. We shall focus on Western Archive section while you continue current investigation. Periodic information exchange might prove mutually beneficial as patterns emerge. This tenuous agreement established, the three strange visitors moved toward West's turn portion of the chamber, maintaining careful awareness of Naruto and Athena while presenting appearance of scholarly focus rather than hostile intent. They're connected to the entities, Athena whispered once sufficient distance separated them. The companions aren't human. Quantum state fluctuation visible in their cellular structure suggests dimensional transposition. Yes, Naruto confirmed grimly. Theophilus likely serves as research agent, his extended lifespan achieved through partial energy transfer from extra-dimensional patrons. Symbiotic relationship providing knowledge acquisite. Ion for entities while extending his natural abilities beyond mortal limitation. A dangerous potential adversary, Athena assessed. His knowledge of your background suggests long-term observation rather than coincidental encounter. Indeed, Naruto acknowledged with slight frown. Though direct confrontation remains impractical within library boundaries, we should complete our research efficiently while maintaining awareness of their activities. They proceeded to third crystal cluster, formation glowing with blue-violet light that pulsed in complex rhythms suggesting mathematical relationship rather than organic pattern. This crystal contained information most directly relevant to their current situation, specific entity identification and vulnerability analysis compiled across multiple civilizational encounters. The information they discovered proved both illuminating and disturbing. The entities belong to classification translating approximately as void hunters, beings evolve. Ed in non-space between realities rather than within any specific dimensional plane. Their fundamental nature operated on principles barely comprehensible to three-dimensional consciousness, perceiving. Divine energy is particularly concentrated food source worth considerable effort to access. Most significantly, the records confirmed these entities possessed hierarchical structure with specialized roles, scouts and hunters serving higher intelligence that coordinated their activities across multiple reality planes simultaneously. Their apparent recent focus on Greek pantheon territories corresponded with predictable opportunity pattern. Divine conflict generating reality distortions they could exploit for feeding and potential expansion. This confirms coordinated strategy rather than random incursion. Athena noted with divine intellect processing implications rapidly. They're specifically targeting Olympian ascension period because Titanomachy creates ideal feeding conditions. And they've studied previous divine succession conflicts across multiple pantheons, Naruto added grimly. They understand exactly how gods typically respond to perceived threats, often in ways that actually increase dimensional instability through power demonstration. The vulnerability analysis provided crucial information for developing effective countermeasures. While entities demonstrated significant resistance to direct divine power, actually absorbing and redirecting such energy when applied offensively, they showed particular weakness to harmonized natural divine energy combinations calibrated to their specific vibrational frequencies. The harmonic disruption principle we've been developing, Athena realized with growing excitement. It's not merely theoretical approach but pacifically effective countermeasure against these particular entities. Precisely, Naruto confirmed with satisfaction. Our training approaches align exactly with historical successful resistance methods. The sanctuary's techniques weren't randomly selected but specifically tailored to current threat profile. This validation of their training methodology carried significant implications for preparing effective defense. The records further indicated that while entities could establish footholds through dimensional breaches, permanent manifestation required specific conditions, particularly reality distortion sustained beyond critical threshold through continuous divine conflict. Prevention remains superior to confrontation, Athena summarized, divine strategy mind immediately identifying optimal approach. If Titanomachy proceeds with conventional divine warfare patterns, entities gain necessary conditions for full manifestation. Alternative conflict resolution potentially prevents their successful incursion regardless of dimensional breach attempts. Diplomatic rather than military solution to divine succession, Naruto observed with slight smile. Challenging proposition, given established pantheon behavior patterns, but theoretically viable with appropriate implementation strategy. As they continued extracting specific technical information for practical application, Athena noticed subtle but significant change in the library's ambient energy, barely perceptible frequency shift suggesting external influence affecting dimensional stability. Something's disrupting the manifestation, she alerted Naruto quietly. Harmonic destabilization originating outside current dimensional pocket. Naruto immediately extended his awareness beyond immediate environment, saw GE perception reaching toward boundary between library pocket dimension and physical cave system anchoring its manifestation. The stabilization seals are under attack, he confirmed with sudden urgency. Something attempting to collapse manifestation prematurely, likely to trap current occupants inside during dimensional shift. Athena's divine intellect immediately grasped implications. If IFE station collapses with conscious beings inside, they become trapped between dimensional states, neither fully existing in physical reality nor properly incorporated into pocket dimension during its transition. A fate considerably worse than death, Naruto agreed grimly. Consciousness fragmentation across dimensional boundaries without possibility of reassembly or dissolution. They shared moment of perfect understanding. Their temporary allies represented potential threat but equally potential victims of outside manipulation. Whatever their alignment with entity interests, Theopolis and his companions deserved warning about immediate danger transcending scholarly competition. Naruto approached the western section where the three researchers worked with apparent absorption in crystalline records. Scholar Theopolis, he addressed formally but with clear urgency. External interference is destabilizing the library's manifestation. The pocket dimension will collapse prematurely within approximately 17 minutes unless countermeasures are implemented immediately. To his credit, the ancient scholar assessed this warning without wasting time on skepticism or accusation. Deliberate sabotage or natural failure cascade. Deliberate, Naruto confirmed. The stabilization seal network is being systematically disrupted rather than experiencing harmonic degradation. Olympus exchanged significant glance with his inhuman companions before nodding decisively. Recommendation: immediate evacuation through primary transition point, Naruto replied. Followed by external seal reinforcement if possible. Though priority remains occupant extraction before dimensional collapse. The scholar hesitated only briefly before making tactical decision. Agreed. Cooperative extraction serves all interests regardless of research objectives. This alliance of necessity established, the 5 researchers moved swiftly toward chamber exit, Naruto leading them through most ECT route to dimensional doorway connecting library to physical cave system. As they navigated rapidly descending spiral staircase, Athena maintained awareness of their companions, noting subtle communication occurring between inhuman entities through means imperceptible to normal senses. They're receiving external direction, she informed Naruto through divine whisper technique allowing communication beyond mortal hearing range. Quantum entanglement signature suggests connection to consciousness outside current dimensional space. Naruto nodded almost imperceptibly, acknowledging this info. Machine while maintaining focus on navigating increasingly unstable library architecture. The dimensional pocket had begun active degradation, previously solid pathways occasionally becoming transparent or shifting position without warning. Gravity fluctuating unpredictably between sections, ambient light pulsing with increasing irregularity. They reached central chamber as major structural displacement occurred. Entire sections of library suddenly shifting 30 degrees counterclockwise while maintaining internal spatial relationships. The disorientation affected even divine perception, requiring momentary recalibration before they could identify correct path to dimensional doorway. 9 minutes until critical collapse threshold, Naruto assessed as they regained bearings. The transit ion point should remain stable slightly longer due to proximity with physical anchor reality. They proceeded with increased urgency across central chamber, now experiencing pronounced reality fluctuations, objects occasionally phasing between solid and energy states, spatial dimensions briefly compressing or expanding beyond normal parameters, temporal progression itself becoming inconsistent with moments of acceleration and deceleration occurring randomly throughout the space. The dimensional doorway remained visible but had begun degrading, its edges becoming indistinct, occasional ripples disrupting clear transition between spaces, energy discharge occurring along boundary in colorful but ominous display suggesting structural integrity failure. Ladies first, Theopolis suggested with surprising courtesy given circumstances. Divine resilience offers superior probability for successful transition during boundary degradation. Athena recognized practical logic beneath apparent Valerie, her divine nature indeed provided greater protection against potential transition complications. She proceeded through doorway with careful attention to maintaining energy coherence during passage between dimensional states. The transition proved more disruptive than their initial entry, consciousness briefly experiencing disorientation as reality parameters recalibrated between library pocket dimension and physical cave system. She emerged successfully into cavern containing their stabilization seal network, immediately identifying source of interference. Additional figures occupied space. 3 humanoid forms methodically destroying seal papers positioned throughout the chamber. Unlike Theopolis's companions, these entities made no attempt at human mimicry, their bodies composed of constantly shifting darkness punctuated by points of purple-white light approximately where eyes should be located. Void Hunter manifestations, Athena identified instantly, divine combat awareness activating without conscious decision. Physical projections rather than full-dimensional transfer. The entities turned simultaneously toward dimensional doorway as she emerged, abandoning NSE of methodical seal destruction in favor of direct approach. Their forms accelerated toward her with disturbing fluidity, not running but flowing across intervening space like liquid shadow given momentary purpose. Athena's divine combat training provided immediate response options, conventional divine power manifestation would prove counterproductive against entities designed to absorb such energy. But techniques learned during sanctuary training offered effective alternatives. She extended awareness toward natural energy currents flowing through the cavern system, establishing parallel resonance between these currents and carefully modulated divine energy as Naruto had taught. The harmonic combination manifested as silver-gold light extending from her hands in precise geometric pattern. Not offensive blast but boundary definition, creating space where dimensional laws remained firmly established despite entities' attempt to impose reality distortion. Within this defined space, the Void Hunters' fluid movement became constrained, their forms solidifying into more conventional physicality as dimensional manipulation abilities diminished. Naruto emerged through the doorway moments later, immediately assessing tactical situation and moving to complementary position. His hands formed rapid seal sequence before pressing against cavern floor, activating secondary defense network EMB. Edited within stone itself rather than relying on paper seals the entities had been destroying. The transition point requires stabilization, he called to Athena while maintaining his technique. Otherwise our temporary allies remain trapped during dimensional collapse. Understanding immediately, Athena shifted her harmonic resonance technique to focus specifically on dimensional doorway, reinfo. Seeing its structural integrity while Naruto's activated stone seals created containment boundary preventing Void Hunter entities from approaching transition point. Theopolis emerged next through stabilized doorway. His human physiology showing stress signs from dimensional transition, momentary disorientation and slight molecular destabilization visible to enhanced perception. His inhuman companions followed immediately after, their forms adapting more easily to transition despite pronounced reality fluctuation now affecting the doorway itself. Your assistance is appreciated, Theopolis acknowledged once orientated, addressing both Naruto and Athena. Though circumstances suggest mutual extraction convenience rather than philosophical alignment, philosophical debates become irrelevant during dimensional collapse scenarios. Naruto replied pragmatically. The entities attacking your stabilization seals don't distinguish between research objectives when selecting potential consciousness capture targets. The scholar nodded acknowledgement while assessing containment boundary holding Void Hunter manifestations temporarily at bay. Impressive adaptation of Mesopotamian threshold harmonization techniques. Your reputation for technical innovation remains well-deserved, Seiju Uzumaki. This professional compliment despite adversarial circumstances reflected scholarly identity NS sending immediate tactical opposition, recognition of skill separate from alignment conflict. Before further discussion could develop, however, the dimensional doorway began critical degradation phase. Edges dissolving into pure energy discharge while spatial parameters fluctuated with increasing amplitude. The library is shifting dimensions, Naruto announced, maintaining seal activation despite visible strain. 30 seconds until complete transition. The cavern system itself may experience structural instability as anchor point releases. This assessment proved accurate as tremors began running through surrounding stone. Not conventional seismic activity but reality adjustment as space previously connected to pocket dimension returned to normal physical parameters. The Void Hunter entities responded to this change by intensifying efforts against containment boundary, their forms partially merging into single coordinated attack pattern. We should depart expeditiously, Theopolis suggested with scholar's gift for understatement. Our vessel awaits in adjacent tunnel system. As does ours, Naruto confirmed. Though coordinated withdrawal offers tactical advantages against pursuing entities, the scholar hesitated briefly before pragmatic assessment overrode ideological separation. Agreed. Temporary alliance serves mutual survival interests. This arrangement established, they moved as unified group toward tunnel leading back to submarine approach, Naruto and Athena maintaining protective techniques at rear position while Theopolis and companions led with apparent confidence in underwater navigation. The Void Hunter entities followed as containment boundary collapsed during dimensional doorway's final dissolution, but underwater environment would theoretically limit their manifestation capabilities compared to air-filled cavern system. They reached the stone shelf where both expedition vessels waited, Naruto and Athena's seal-enhanced craft alongside more conventional submersible apparently belonging to Theopolis's group. The scholar paused briefly before boarding his vessel. Despite circumstances, I must acknowledge scholarly appreciation for your research approach. He addressed Naruto with formal courtesy. Your historical analysis skills remain unparalleled despite occasional philosophical differences with my own methodology. Knowledge itself transcends application intention. Naruto replied diplomatically, though responsibility for consequence remains inescapable regardless of scholarly justification. This philosophical exchange, ite yet carrying clear ethical division, concluded their temporary alliance. Theophilus and his companions boarded their vessel while Naruto and Athena entered their craft, both groups departing underwater cavern through different tunnel systems as pursuit entities reached entrance chamber. Once safely navigating open water several miles from cave system location, Athena finally addressed question that had formed during their expedition. Scholar Theophilus spoke of your historical preferences regarding divine entanglement, she noted carefully. His phrasing suggested specific knowledge rather than general observation. Naruto was silent momentarily, focus apparently on navigating their vessel through deep Mediterranean waters. When he finally responded, his tone carried carefully neutral reflection masking deeper emotion. During my 3rd century, I spent several decades researching dimensional boundaries in what would later be called Constantinople. Theophilus was brilliant young SC. Holer then, genuinely dedicated to knowledge advancement rather than personal enhancement. We collaborated on several projects before philosophical differences created separation. He mentioned your historical preference avoided divine entanglement, Athena prompted gently, scholarly curiosity balanced with respect for potential personal boundaries. Naruto's expression shifted subtly, momentary introspection visible before returning to careful neutrality. There was period when I maintained strict separation between my research and divine interests, yes. Personal experience had suggested such separation served both knowledge integrity and emotional clarity. Something in his phrasing suggested specific rather than general experience, though Athena hesitated to press further. After brief silence, Naruto continued voluntarily. His gaze focused on waters ahead rather than his divine companion. During my 2nd century, I encountered brilliant scholar named Sophia in Alexandria. Her intellectual capacity rivaled divine understanding despite mortal limitations, analytical mind capable of processing abstract concepts beyond conventional human comprehension. We became research partners, then, more. The slight pause carried emotional weight transcending simple narrative hesitation. She discovered dimensional research principles independently through pure mathematical intuitio. Theories I had learned through practical experience but never formalized systematically. Our combined approach accelerated understanding beyond what either could have achieved alone. His expressio softened momentarily before returning to careful composure. When certain entities became aware of our research progress, they targeted her specifically, recognizing unique threat her theoretical framework presented to their manifestation methodology. I failed to anticipate attack pattern focused on consciousness rather than physical form. The implication became clear without explicit statement. Tragic outcome to relationship that had shaped subsequent centuries of Naruto's approach to both research and personal connections. Her intellectual brilliance resembled yours in many ways, he concluded quietly. Though your divine nature provides protection against similar targeting strategies. Theophilus remembers this history, hence his surprise at finding me working directly with Olympian Artemis despite previous methodological separation. This revelation explained much about Naruto's teaching approach, balancing professional guidance with careful personal boundaries, sharing knowledge freely while maintaining certain emotional distance. The comparison between Athena and his lost companion carried significance beyond simple observation of intellectual similarity. I appreciate your sharing this history. Athena acknowledged with divine wisdom transcending mere scholarly interest. Knowledge context often proves as valuable as knowledge content itself. Naruto nodded slight acknowledgement, returning focus to their journey while Athena processed implications of this personal revelation. Their expedition had yielded critical information about current threats while simultaneously providing deeper understanding of her unusual teacher, connections between past and present that would undoubtedly influence their continuing work together. As their vessel approached surface waters, Mediterranean sunlight filtering down through azure depths, Athena reflected on philosophical dimensions transcending their immediate tactical concerns. Divine existence typically proceeded with certain emotional detachment from mortal experience, perspective separation natural to beings measuring existence in millennia rather than decades. Yet something in Naruto's centuries-long journey offer perspective valuable even to divine understanding, emotional continuity despite temporal extension, wisdom accumulated through personal loss rather than abstract observation. They would return to His sanctuary with critical information about dimensional entities threatening multiple reality planes. They would implement countermeasures based on historical precedent and innovative adaptation. The why would prepare divine beings for threats beyond conventional pantheon understanding. But beneath these tactical objectives lay deeper recognition that wisdom transcending mortal and divine separatio emerged through connection rather than isolation, through shared experience rather than hierarchical instruction. The trials of wisdom extended beyond mere knowledge acquisition into realms where intellect alone proved insufficient guide. This understanding would shape their partnership moving forward as teacher and student evolved gradually toward something approaching equals, different in Naruto but aligned in purpose through shared commitment to knowledge properly applied. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Hunter's Heart. Silver moonlight filtered through ancient oak branches, casting dappled shadows across the forest floor. Artemis moved without sound, each footfall deliberately placed to avoid dried leaves and brittle twigs. Her breathing remained shallow and controlled. Auburn hair caught occasional moonbeams, appearing momentarily like burnished copper before returning to shadow as she advanced through the primeval forest. 50 paces behind, Naruto followed her trail with equal silence. The huntress had not invited him to maintain such proximity. Indeed, she had specifically instructed him to remain at their camp. Yet here he was, tracking her as she tracked her quarry, his presence neither announced nor concealed. Irritation flashed through her. Did he think her incapable of a simple night hunt? Did the mortal sage believe divine skill required his supervision? She stopped abruptly, not turning. You were told to wait at camp. I was, Naruto acknowledged, his voice carrying easily through the night air despite its softness. Yet something about your departure suggested this wasn't merely hunting for provisions. Artemis turned then, silver eyes reflecting moonlight like twin mirrors. My activities are not your concern, sage. Perhaps not, he agreed mildly. Though when a goddess arms herself with celestial bronze arrows designed for immortal prey rather than hunting shafts for game, curiosity naturally arises. Artemis narrowed her eyes. 10 days into their training at the sanctuary. And still the mortal surprised her with his perception. The quiver at her hip indeed contained divine weaponry rather than conventional hunting implements. She had hoped to slip away unnoticed. To confirm suspicions without involving others. There's something in these forests, she finally stated, decision made to share rather than dismiss. Something that doesn't belong. I've sensed it 3 nights now, always just beyond perception range. Naruto nodded, accepting her explanation without questioning her judgment. You believe it threatens the sanctuary. I believe it's watching us. Artemis clarified, studying patterns, measuring defenses. No natural creature behaves this way. The sage considered this, his expression thoughtful rather than doubtful. Have you triangulated its movements? Established pattern recognition. The question surprised her, not challenging her assessment but immediately advancing to tactical considerations. Northern quadrant primarily, never approaching closer than 2 miles from our dwelling, always moving counterclockwise. It leaves no physical trail but disturbs natural energy flows. You've been monitoring natural energy currents. Naruto observed, approval evident in his tone. Applying your training effectively. Artemis found herself unexpectedly pleased by his recognition, though she maintained neutral expression. It seemed practical application of recent lessons. Indeed. Naruto glanced toward the forest depths, eyes briefly shifting to sage mode as he extended his perception. I sense the disturbance now that I'm specifically seeking it. Curious energy signature, neither fully divine nor entirely mortal. Hence my interest, Artemis confirmed. I intended to observe closer without alerting it to divine presence. Alone. Quote. The implied dismissal hung between them. Naruto considered her for a moment before responding. Your domain. Your decision, he acknowledged with slight bow. Though perhaps opportunity exists for practical field training rather than mere observation. Artemis raised an eyebrow. Explain. The techniques we've practiced in controlled settings function differently in actual application. Naruto elaborated. Tracking an unknown entity through wilderness while maintaining energy concealment provides perfect implementation context. The goddess weighed his suggestion against her preference for solitary hunting. His reasoning was sound. Controlled practice differed significantly from field application. Additionally, his tracking skills had proven impressive even by her exacting standards. Very well, she decided. But you follow my lead. This is hunting, not philosophy. Of course, Naruto agreed easily. Your domain, your expertise. This acknowledgement of her authority, given without reluctance or condescension, further shifted Artemis's assessment. Unlike most males she'd encountered, divine or mortal, the sage seemed genuinely comfortable following rather than leading when circumstances warranted. It was refreshing. We track downwind, maintaining 60 pace separation, she instructed, slipping immediately into hunt leader role. Silent communication only. If it detects divine energy, it may flee or attack. Either compromises observation objective. Naruto nodded, already adjusting his position to maintain suggested distance. Artemis studied him briefly, noting how his posture shifted subtly, how his breathing synchronized with forest ambient sounds, how his chakra signature diminished until barely perceptible even to her divine senses. Not for the first time, she wondered how a mortal had achieved such perfect harmony with natural surroundings. They moved deeper into the forest primeval, ancient trees towering overhead like silent sentinels. This far from the sanctuary's core, nature expressed itself more chaotically, not the perfect simultaneous patterns near their dwelling but organic randomness of truly wild spaces. Moonlight penetrated canopy only in scattered beams, creating islands of silver illumination amid seas of shadow. Artemis felt her divine nature responding to this untamed environment, her senses sharpening beyond even their usual acuity, her movements becoming increasingly fluid, her very essence harmonizing with wilderness around her. This was her element in its purest form: hunt, night, forest, moon. They traveled for nearly an hour, following energy disturbance that remained tantalizingly beyond clear perception. The trail led ever northward, toward mountains visible only as darker shadows against night sky. Gradually, Artemis realized the entity was not randomly wandering but following specific path, perhaps toward destination or returning to established territory. She signaled halt with raised hand, crouching to examine forest floor where energy disturbance seemed strongest. No physical tracks marred the soft earth, yet something had definitely passed recently. She tended her awareness as Naruto had taught, perceiving natural energy flows rather than merely physical evidence. The pattern revealed itself, not footprints but energy displacement, like invisible wake trailing behind powerful entity. The signature contained elements familiar to her divine knowledge yet combined in unprecedented configuration, celestial and chthonic energies intertwined, neither dominating nor separate. Naruto appeared silently beside her, his sage-enhanced eyes studying the same energy pattern. They exchanged glances, wordless communication acknowledging shared observation of anomaly. Not Olympian, Artemis whispered, voice barely audible even in forest silence. Nor Titan, something else. Older, Naruto agreed softly. Or perhaps outside conventional pantheon categorization entirely. They continued tracking, pace increasing as trail grew fresher. The forest gradually changed character, trees more ancient, undergrowth more tangled, atmosphere heavy with primordial essence. Artemis recognized they had entered truly old forest, woodland that had never known axe or fire, that existed when gods themselves were young. The energy trail suddenly intensified dramatically. Artemis halted, drawing an arrow silently from her quiver. Naruto likewise prepared, hands positioned for rapid seal formation if needed. The disturbance no longer moved away from them but remained stationary ahead, waiting or perhaps unaware of pursuit. They advanced with heightened caution, each step precisely placed, awareness extended to maximum range. The forest opened before them, revealing small clearing bathed in silver moonlight. At its center stood creature that defied simple classification. Its basic form suggested cervine origin, stag-like with powerful body supported by four slender legs. Yet this foundation bore significant modifications transcending natural deer anatomy. Its fur shimmered with metallic iridescence, shifting between silver, gold, and bronze as moonlight played across its surface. Antlers extended improbably from its noble head, not mere bone but what appeared to be constellations given physical form, stars twinkling amid velvet darkness of living cosmic representation. Most remarkable were its eyes, deep pools of absolute darkness containing pinpoints of light that mirrored night sky above. When it turned those eyes toward the hidden observers, Artemis felt ancient recognition pass between them, predator and prey acknowledging each other while somehow transcending that fundamental relationship. Constellation Stag, she breathed, divine knoll. Edge providing identification where mortal lore would fail. I thought they existed only in oldest myths. Manifestation of celestial pattern in physical form, Naruto observed quietly. It bridges realms rather than belonging fully to either. The creature showed no fear as they emerged from forest shadow into moonlit clearing. It regarded them with impossible eyes, assessing rather than alarmed, curious rather than cautious. When Artemis lowered her bow slightly, the stag inclined its stellar antlers in what appeared almost acknowledgement. It's been watching the sanctuary, Artemis realized. Divine intuition connecting previously separate observations. Not threatening but monitoring. Yes, Naruto agreed, though what draws its interest remains unclear. Such beings rarely interact with other realms without significant cause. The goddess took cautious step forward, maintaining respectful distance while signaling peaceful intent. The constellation Stag remained motionless, cosmic eyes fixed upon her with intelligence far beyond animal comprehension. Why do you observe our dwelling? Artemis addressed it directly, speaking ancient woodland tongue rarely used even among divine beings. The stag's response came not as sound but as impression directly into consciousness, images and concepts rather than words. Artemis received vision of forest diminishing, stars fading, boundaries between realms thinning dangerously. Then sanctuary appearing as golden light amid growing shadow, creatures of twilight gathering around its protective illumination. It seeks refuge, she translated for Naruto. Though he had likely received similar impression. Something threatens its natural domain, forcing constellation manifestations into more physical forms for protection. The same dimensional disturbances we've been monitoring, Naruto concluded, affecting celestial entities as well as terrestrial realms. The stag projected additional impressions, more complex concepts involving cosmic cycles, stellar alignments, and imminent convergence pattern. Artemis struggled to interpret fully, the astronomical knowledge exceeding even her divine understanding of night sky. It speaks of conjunction, she attempted, brow furrowed in concentration. Celestial alignment approaching that weakens boundaries between material and cosmic realms. Something awaits this alignment, hungry entities seeking passage when barriers thin. Naruto stepped forward, joining Artemis before the magnificent being. He bowed formally, gesture of respect rather than subordination. When does this conjunction occur? He asked in same ancient woodland tongue Artemis had used. The stag's starlit antlers shifted position, momentarily forming recognizable constellation pattern before returning to previous configuration. It projected sequence of lunar phases culminating in specific alignment. 3 lunar cycles, Artemis translated, divine understanding of celestial movements providing precise timing. The dimensional weakening peaks at third full moon from now. This information carried significant implications for their training timeline. If hostile entities planned coordinated RSION during specific astronomical alignment, preparation required corresponding acceleration. The constellation Stag projected final impression, complex but unmistakable offer of alliance. Images show wed stellar beings fighting alongside sanctuary occupants against shadow entities attempting reality breach. It offers partnership, Artemis relayed with mild surprise. Constellation manifestations rarely involve themselves in conflicts outside their domain. Necessity creates unusual alliances, Naruto observed. Their realm faces same threat from different angle. Cooperative defense benefits all affected. The goddess considered this unexpected development. Her traditional hunting relationship with forest creatures, even magical ones, typically maintained clear hierarchy rather than partnership. Yet this being clearly transcended conventional categories, existing simultaneously as animal, celestial body, and conscious entity. We accept your offer with gratitude, she responded formally after brief consideration. The sanctuary welcomes allies against common threat. The stag inclined its head in what appeared ceremonial acknowledgement. Then, with grace defying its impressive size, it turned and leapt toward forest edge, each bound covering impossible distance until it vanished among ancient trees, starlight trailing briefly behind its passage. Silence settled over Moonlit, clearing as Artemis and Naruto absorbed implications of this encounter. The goddess found herself unexpectedly moved by the interaction, connection with entity that embodied wilderness and stars Toget. Her speaking to fundamental aspects of her divine nature. Your approach was perfect, Naruto commented, breaking contemplative silence. Respectful without submission, authoritative without aggression. It responded to your balanced energy signature as much as your words. Artemis glanced at him, surprised by compliment she hadn't sought. The technique you taught, harmonizing divine energy with natural currents rather than imposing will, it created communication channel rather than dominance hierarchy. You applied the principle naturally, Naruto acknowledged. Your divine domain already lines closely with wilderness consciousness. The technique merely refined existing connection. They stood quietly another moment, forest night enveloping them in sensory tapestry, owl calls, rustling leaves, distant stream murmur. Subtle scent of pine and loam. Artemis found herself unexpectedly comfortable in this shared silence, unusual sensation for one who typically preferred solitude during communion with wild places. We should return, she finally suggested, practical considerations reasserting themselves. The others should know about conjunction timeline and potential allies. Naruto nodded agreement, though his expression suggested continued contemplation of encounter's deeper implications. As they began journey back toward sanctuary dwelling, he maintained pace beside rather Han behind her, and spoke in acknowledgement that they now traveled as partners rather than teacher following students' lead. 3 lunar cycles provides adequate preparation time, he observed as they navigated night dark forest with shared ease. Though training intensity must increase accordingly. The practical application proves more effective than controlled exercises, Artemis noted, referring to her successful communication with the stag. Perhaps additional field expeditions would accelerate progress for all of us. An excellent suggestion, Naruto agreed. Each goddess would benefit from domain-specific implementation contexts. Your sister's training has remained more theoretically focused than practically applied. The return journey passed quickly, conversation flowing more naturally than Artemis had expected. She found herself sharing observations about forest they traversed, identifying subtle differences between this primeval woodland and hunting grounds she typically frequented in mortal realm. Naruto contributed comparative knowledge from forests in distant lands, describing massive redwoods towering higher than temples, bamboo groves where green light filtered through swaying stems. Tropical jungles where life existed in vertical layers from forest floor to canopy. His descriptions carried authenticity born from direct experience rather than abstract knowledge. Vivid sensory details suggesting personal interaction with each environment over extended periods. Artemis found herself genuinely curious about these distant wildernesses, asking questions that reflected Hunter's practical interest rather than mere intellectual curiosity. Dawn approached as they neared sanctuary boundaries, eastern sky lightening from black to deepest indigo. The forest around them stirred with awakening life, birds beginning tentative calls, nocturnal creatures seeking daylight shelter, plants turning subtly toward approaching solar illumination. Artemis felt momentary reluctance as they approached transition from true wilderness to sanctuary's more controlled natural environment. You prefer unregulated wilderness, Naruto observed, noting her slight hesitation at boundary's threshold. The sanctuary's perfection lacks certain vitality, Artemis admitted. True wilderness contains chaos and consequence alongside beauty and harmony. Balance requiring constant adjustment rather than static perfection, Naruto agreed. The wilderness teaches through experience, sometimes harsh but always authentic. This shared understanding, appreciation for nature's promising reality rather than idealized version, strengthened Artemis's growing respect for her unusual teacher. Unlike many immortals who viewed wilderness as resource or backdrop, the sage clearly recognized its intrinsic value regardless of utility to conscious beings. They entered sanctuary as morning light transformed forest from shadowed mystery to verdant clarity. The transition from Chayati, sea natural energy patterns to sanctuary's harmonized currents felt almost jarring after hours in primeval wilderness, like shifting from complex symphony to single perfect note held indefinitely. At the dwelling, they found Athena already awake and engaged in scroll study at central table. The wisdom goddess looked up as they entered, gray eyes immediately assessing their expressions and postures with characteristic perception. Productive night expedition, she observed rather than questioned. You've encountered something significant. Artemis nodded, appreciating her sister's direct approach. Constellation manifestation. Stellar entity taking physical form due to dimensional disturbances. It provided critical timeline information and offered alliance. Athena's expression sharpened with immediate strategic interest. Timeline for what specifically? Celestial conjunction occurring 3 lunar cycles hence, Naruto explained. Astronomical alignment creating peak dimensional thin. Ning. Apparently target window for coordinated incursion attempt. Consistent with information we gathered during library expedition, Athena noted, making immediate connection to her recent journey with Naruto. The entities require specific conditional convergence for successful large-scale manifestation. While Artemis had been tracking the constellation Stag, Athena and Naruto had undertaken research expedition to ancient interdimensional library, returning with critical information about entities threatening reality boundaries. Their shared knowledge now combined to create more comprehensive understanding of situation they faced. Hestia and Hera emerged from their chambers as discussion continued, drawn by animated conversation. Artemis recounted their encounter while Naruto prepared morning tea, describing the magnificent entity and its offered alliance with uncharacteristic expressiveness. The night's experiences had clearly affected her connection with being that embodied bot. Wilderness and stars resonating with foundational aspects of her divine identity. This confirms necessary acceleration of training schedule, Hera concluded after absorbing information. 3 lunar cycles allows adequate preparation but requires increased intensity. Artemis suggested field implementation exercises, Naruto noted, serving tea with casual grace that somehow avoided appearing servile despite action's domestic nature. Practical application in domain-specific contexts rather than controlled sanctuary environment. The proposal generated immediate interest, particularly Fr. Athena, whose recent expedition had demonstrated value of real-world implementation. Discussion evolved into planning session, identifying appropriate challenges for each goddess that would provide meaningful application of techniques they had been developing theoretically. The northern mountains contain suitable trial location for you, sister, Artemis suggested to Hestia. Ancient volcanic stem with natural fire elements requiring balance between nurturing and controlling flame. The western forests would provide perfect testing ground for you, Hera, Athena contributed. Several mortal communities there navigate complex familial relationships that might benefit from your harmonized approach to household dynamics. And you, Artemis? Hera inquired, royal dignity momentarily soft, and by genuine interest in her stepdaughter's development. What challenge suits the huntress? Artemis considered briefly before responding. The Eastern Valley's harbor creature that has troubled orbital settlements for generations, beast with characteristics suggesting partial dimensional displacement. Tracking and potentially neutralizing it would provide practical application of techniques I've been developing. The Caledonian boar, Athena identified immediately. Reports describe size and ferocity beyond natural parameters. Divine energy signature suggests possible contamination from dimensional entities we've been studying. Quote, perfect implementation context, Naruto agreed. Combining tracking, natural energy harmonization, and potential combat application in graduated challenge sequence. Planning continued through morning, each goddess defining expedition parameters suited to her specific development needs while maintaining connection to overarching preparation for dimensional incursion threat. By midday, schedule had been established. Each divine student would undertake field implementation exercise while others continued sanctuary training, rotating through challenges over coming weeks. Artemis claimed first expedition slot, eager to apply developing techniques in practical hunting context. The Caledonian boar represented ideal challenge, creature dangerous enough. To require full concentration yet not so powerful as to necessitate complete divine manifestation that might attract unwanted attention from dimensional entities. "I'll accompany you as observer," Naruto announced as planning concluded. The boar's potential connection to dimensional contamination suggests value in technical consultation while maintaining your lead position. Artemis considered, objecting. Her hunting typically remained solitary endeavor, but reconsidered based on Knight's successful partnership. "Acceptable," she agreed with characteristic directness. "We depart tomorrow at dawn." Preparation occupied remainder of day, Artemis selecting appropriate weapons and equipment while Naruto crafted specialized seals designed for dimensional energy detection and potential containment if necessary. The goddess found herself approaching this expedition with unexpected anticipation, opportunity to demonstrate developing skills before mentor whose opinion had gradually become important to her despite initial skepticism. Dawn arrived with characteristic sanctuary simultaneity, light appearing throughout valley in single moment rather than gradual illumination. Artemis emerged from her chamber dressed for serious hunting rather than mere training, leather armor reinforced at strategic points, hair tightly braided to prevent entanglement during pursuit, multiple weapon options including silver hunting knives, celestial bronze-tipped spear, and divine bow with specialized arrow selection. Naruto waited at dwelling entrance, his own preparation characteristically minimal, Art sage attire with addition of scroll case containing specialized seals and small pack with essential provisions. His expression showed appreciation for her thorough preparation without commentary that might have seemed patronizing. "The sanctuary will create eastern exit point," he explained as they set out. "Though transition to normal wilderness may prove temporarily disorienting after extended sanctuary residence, I welcome return to true hunting grounds," Artemis replied, anticipation evident despite her typically reserved demeanor. The sanctuary's perfection serves training purposes but lacks certain essential qualities. "The challenge of unpredictability," Naruto observed with understanding smile. "Controlled environments build skills, chaotic realities test their implementation." They traversed Sanctuary Valley as morning mist rose from crystal streams and perfect meadows. Naruto had explained previously that Sanctuary could create temporary exits at cardinal direct tions, dimensional doorways connecting protected space to corresponding locations in external world. Unlike permanent western entrance they had originally used, these temporary passages remained viable only briefly before sealing to maintain sanctuary security. The eastern boundary appeared as subtle shimmer among ancient trees, reality distortion barely visible even to divine perception. Naruto performed brief hand seal sequence, transforming shimmer into actual doorway, portal between sanctuaries harmonized perfection and external world's chaotic reality. "Passage remains viable for approximately 3 minutes, he explained. "The sanctuary will create return doorway at same location when we complete our expedition, requiring specific signal sequence I'll demonstrate later." Artemis nodded understanding, then stepped confidently through dimensional doorway into external wilderness. The transition brought immediate sensory adjustment, sanctuary's perfect harmony replaced by natural world's beautiful chaos. Sounds arrived randomly rather than orchestrated harmony. Scents mingled without perfect balance. Light filtered through canopy in unpredictable patterns rather than uniform illumination. The goddess drew deep breath, silver eyes brightening with pleasure at return to unregulated wilderness. "This feels correct," she declared with satisfaction. "Nature as it should be, untamed, unpredictable, authentic." Naruto followed through portal, which sealed silently behind him. He observed her reaction with understanding smile. The sanctuary serves specific purpose, but true wilderness carries wisdom sanctuary cannot replicate, lessons taught through consequence rather than controlled instruction. They oriented themselves quickly, Artemis identifying their location through divine geographical knowledge while Naruto consulted small map drawn during preparation. The eastern valleys lay approximately 30 miles southeast, 2 days' journey through increasingly rugged terrain if traveling at mortal pace, though considerably less if employing divine or sage movement techniques. "Standard approach or accelerated?" Artemis inquired, practical hunter seeking efficient methodology. "Hybrid," Naruto suggested. "Accelerated to region perimeter, then standard tracking approach once within creature's territory. Conservation of energy before potential confrontation while maximizing preparation time." The goddess nodded agreement with his tactical assessment. Without further discussion, she shifted into divine travel form, not full manifestation that might attract unwanted attention but enhanced physical state allowing rapid movement beyond mortal limitations. Naruto matched her seamlessly, his sage abilities enabling comparable speed without divine energy signet that might alert dimensional entities to their presence. They traveled southeast through ancient forest and rolling hills, maintaining pace that covered ground with supernatural efficiency while remaining fully aware of surroundings. By midday, they had reached periphery of region where Caledonian boar reportedly established territory, transition from dense woodland to mixed forest meadow land. Scape with occasional mortal settlements visible in fertile valleys. Reports indicate destructions concentrates along river valleys, Artemis noted as they paused on ridge overlooking extensive watershed. Primarily agricultural damage but occasional human casualties when confronted directly. Classic territorial behavior with unusual aggression parameters, Naruto observed. Consistent with dimensional contamination affecting natural instinct patterns. Corrupted natural energy signatures should be detectable once we're within closer range. They descended into valley system, shifting from enhanced travel mode to standard tracking approach. Artemis led naturally, her divine hunting abilities allowing her to perceive subtle signs invisible to ordinary observation, broken vegetation patterns. Displaced earth revealing movement direction, trace energy residue indicating creature passage. Naruto followed slightly behind, complementing her divine tracking with sage perception focused specifically on energy pattern anomalies that might indicate dimensional contamination. Their partnership developed natural rhythm, each contributing specialized expertise without unnecessary communication or hierarchy negotiation. By late afternoon, they had identified clear territory boundary, area where normal wildlife suddenly became scarce and vegetation showed stress patterns consistent with unnatural influence. More concerning were subtle energy distortions becoming visible to enhanced perception, natural currents flowing irregularly around central region as though avoiding contamination source. Similar pattern to sanctuary breach incident, Naruto noted quietly as they examined peculiar dead zone where plants had withered in circular pattern. Dimensional leakage affecting surrounding energy flows rather than simple physical damage. The boar serves as conduit rather than cause, Artemis concluded, divine intellect quickly processing implications. Something uses it as anchor point, establishing beachhead in our reality through existing living vessel. Precisely. Corrupting natural entity provides easier manifestation pathway than creating physical form independently. Naruto knelt to examine soil directly, rubbing particles between fingers while extending sage perception into ground itself. Contamination remains relatively contained, suggesting recent establishment rather than long-term presence. Artemis considered tactical implications while studying surrounding terrain. The river forms natural boundary to north and east. Forested ridges provide limited access from south. Western approach offers most viable tracking route based on disturbance patterns. Naruto nodded agreement with her assessment. We should establish observation point before proceeding closer. The entity may sense divine energy despite your controlled signature if approached directly. They selected elevated position overlooking central territory, ancient oak providing both concealment and suitable vantage point. As sunset approached, Artemis prepared specialized observation post among upper branches, platform allowing extended surveillance while remaining undetectable to conventional senses. While she established physical position, Naruto created perimeter of specialized detection seals, paper talismans inscribed with complex symbols that would alert them to creatures' movement within territory without requiring constant active monitoring. The complementary approaches again demonstrated their developing partnership, divine hunting expertise and sage techniques combining effectively without explicit coordination. Twilight settled across the valley as they completed preparations. Artemis took first observation shift, her divine vision requiring no adjustment to gathering darkness. Naruto used opportunity to enter meditation state that would restore energy while maintaining partial awareness, efficient rest technique he had developed over centuries of field operations. Movement detection. Southeast quadrant. Artemis announced softly several hours into night watch. Large entity approaching river crossing approximately 1 mile from our position. Naruto emerged immediately from meditative state. Fully alert without transition period ordinary humans would require. He joined her on observation platform, sage eyes activating to enhance night vision beyond even divine capability. The creature that emerged from forest edge defied conventional biological categorization. Its basic form suggested wild boar, but proportions stretched credibility, standing taller at shoulder than full-grown bull. Tusks extending nearly 3 feet from massive head, bristled hide reflecting moonlight with unnatural metallic sheen. More disturbing than physical parameters was energy signature visible to enhanced perception, natural porcine life force surrounded by writhing shadow tendrils that periodically extended into surrounding environment, withering vegetation where they touched. Dimensional contamination confirmed, Naruto observed quietly. The entity uses boar as physical anchor but extends influence beyond host body. Similar mechanism to Kera's corruption insi. Dent but more sophisticated implementation. Attack strategy recommendations. Artemis inquired, Hunter's practicality focusing on immediate tactical considerations. Direct divine power would like. Lee strengthen contaminant entity rather than harm it, Naruto cautioned. The natural divine energy harmonization you've been practicing offers better approach, targeting connection between host and paw. Recitic entity rather than physical form itself. Artemis nodded, mentally reviewing techniques developed during sanctuary training. Observe behavior pattern tonight, implement hunting strategy at dawn, she decided. Daylight provides optimal condition for precise energy targeting while maintaining sufficient natural cover for approach. They watched as massive boar moved through moonlit valley. Why? Its behavior showing disturbing intelligence beyond animal instinct. It systematically destroyed cropland that would have fed nearby mortal settlement through winter, methodically uprooting every place. And in precise pattern suggesting malicious intent rather than feeding behavior. Occasionally it would pause, massive head lifting as though listening to instructions inaudible to ordinary perception. It's being directed, Artemis observed with narrowed eyes. The contaminating entity uses it as tool rather than merely feeding on its life force. Yes, Naruto agreed grimly. Implementation strategy rather than simple parasitism. The dimensional entity establishes destruction pattern that increases mortal suffering while avoiding direct divine attention threshold. Clever, Artemis Acno, ledged with professional assessment transcending moral judgment. Remaining below intervention threshold that would typically attract Olympian response while maximizing destabilization impact on mortal communities. Precisely the methodology described in library records, Naruto confirmed. Small incursions establishing foundation for larger manifestation during dimensional conjunction. They continued observation through night, documenting behavior patterns and territory boundaries while developing hunting strategy for following day. The boar eventually returned to apparent den location, ca. Vey system in limestone outcropping near valley center. By dawn, they had established comprehensive tactical approach combining Artemis's hunting expertise with Naruto's dimensional entity knowledge. Morning arrived with pearl gray light filtering through valley mist, natural dawn progression rather than sanctuary's simultaneous illumination. Artemis prepared for hunt with practiced efficiency, checking weapons. Consuming minimal provisions for energy without heaviness, performing subtle stretching exercises maintaining perfect physical readiness. Naruto likewise prepared, though his methodology differed significantly. Rather than equipment focus, he conducted energy circulation exercises, harmonizing internal chakra with external natural currents to optimize sage mode availability without reading detectable power signature that might alert their quarry. The Western approach offers optimal wind advantage, Artemis noted as final preparations concluded. Valley thermals create consist, NT airflow pattern carrying scent away from target location during morning hours. Agreed, Naruto confirmed. The limestone outcropping provides limited escape routes, 3 viable exit points from cave system based on surface configuration. We should position accordingly. Their hunting strategy established, they descended from observation point into Misty Valley. Artemis led naturally, each movement perfectly calibrated for silence and efficiency. Naruto followed with comparable skill, his centuries of experience evident in fluid motion that somehow avoided every potential sound source despite limited visibility. They approached limestone outcropping from southwestern aspect, using terrain features for concealment while maintaining awareness of potential escape routes. The cave intran, CE became visible through morning mist. dark opening in pale stone surrounded by disturbing energy pattern visible only to enhanced perception. Contamination has spread beyond host body, Naruto observed quietly. Sage eyes perceiving dimensional energy tendrils extending from cave entrance into surrounding environment. Establishing territorial claim through reality modification rather than merely physical dominance. Similar to sanctuary breach but slower implementation, Artemis agreed, silver eyes narrowed as she studied pattern. Conventional hunting approach would address symptom rather than cause. Your divine natural energy harmonization technique provides better methodology, Naruto suggested. Target connection point between host and controlling entity rather than physical form itself. Artemis nodded, mental focus shifting toward technique she had been developing during sanctuary training, method for projecting divine energy alongside natural currents rather than imposing it upon environment. The approach required fundamentally different conceptualization than traditional divine power application, harmony rather than dominance, cooperation rather than command. I'll establish position covering western escape route, Naruto stated, already moving toward indicated location. Your primary approach from southern aspect maintains optimal energy alignment with valley currents. The goddess appreciated his natural assumption of supporting role without need for hierarchical direction. Unlike many males she had encountered, divine or mortal, the sage seemed entirely comfortable with her leadership in hunting context, offering technical consultation without attempting control. She advanced silently toward optimal firing position, natural rock formation providing bot H concealment and stable platform while commanding clear view of cave entrance. The morning mist had begun dissipating, sunlight gradually illuminating valley in golden light that would soon reach cave opening. Artemis prepared specialized arrow, celestial bronze tip inscribed with symbols Naruto had helped her design, shaft crafted from wood that naturally conducted divine energy without distortion. Unlike conventional divine weapons designed to impose maximum power upon targets, this implementation focused on precision and harmonization, surgical instrument rather than blunt force tool. The Huntress entered focused state developed during sanctuary training. Consciousness expanded beyond normal parameters while remaining perfectly centered within physical form. She perceived natural energy, currents flowing through valley with newfound clarity, not merely observing but participating in their movement, aligning her divine essence alongside rather than above natural patterns. Movement at cave entrance drew her attention, massive boar emerging into morning sunlight. In enhanced perception state, Artemis saw beyond physical form to energy structures beneath surface appearance. The Natura L porcine life force appeared as golden-green core surrounded by writhing purple-black tendrils that periodically extended outward like probing fingers, dimensional entity using boar as both anchor and exploration vehicle. She identified connection point between host and parasite, junction where corruption first entered natural form, still serving as primary energy transfer conduit between dimensions. This would be her target, not killing blow to physical form but precise severing of interdimensional connection. Artemis drew her bow with perfect fluid motion, divine strength held carefully in C. Heck to maintain harmonization with natural energy currents. She aligned specialized arrow with identified target point, consciousness expanded to include both physical aim and energetic intention simultaneously. The arrow flew true, not merely physically accurate but energetically precise. As it penetrated massive boar's hide exactly at dimensional connection point, Artemis released carefully calibrated divine energy pulse that flowed alongside natural currents rather than disrupting them. The combined energies created harmonic resonance pattern at exactly frequency Naruto had calculated would disrupt dimensional entities' connection without strengthening its manifestation. The effect proved immediately visible, purple-black tendrils retracting violently from host body as connection severed. The boar itself convulsed momentarily before collapsing, natural life force temporarily overwhelmed by sudden energy flux though not extinguished. Perfect execution, came Naruto's voice as he appeared beside her position. Clean severing of dimensional connection without entity energy absorption. Textbook implementation of theoretical technique. Artemis acknowledged his approval with slight nod. Professional satisfaction evident despite reserved expression. The technique had performed exactly as designed, addressing fundamental problem rather than merely eliminating physical symptom. They approached fallen boar cautiously. maintaining energy harmonization that would prevent potential reconnection by dimensional entity. The massive creature breathed shallowly but steadily, natural organism recovering from parasitic control rather than suffering mortal injury. The host should recover fully with time, Naruto observed as they examined it. Natural energy systems already beginning. Regeneration process now that corruption influence removed. It will require monitoring until fully stabilized, Artemis noted practically. Dimensional entities often attempt re-establishing severe deconnections when initial hosts prove viable. Indeed, Naruto removed several seal papers from his pouch, beginning to place them in geometric pattern around fallen creature. These stabilization seals should prevent reconnection attempts while natural recovery proceeds. As they worked to secure recovery space for massive boar, unexpected sound from nearby forest edge drew their attention. Vehement, too deliberate for ordinary wildlife but too cautious for human travelers. Artemis reached instinctively for her bow while Naruto prepared defensive position, both scanning treeline for potential threat. Instead of hostiles, 3 female figures emerged hesitantly from forest shadow, young women dressed in simple woodland garb, moving with natural grace suggesting comfort in wilderness environment. Their expressions showed mixture of fear and determination as they approached, maintaining respectful distance while clearly intending communication. Great Huntress, addressed apparent tall young woman with auburn hair similar to Artemis's own. We witnessed your merciful handling of the cursed beast. Most hunters would have simply slain it rather than healing its affliction. Artemis assessed these unexpected observers with divine perception, recognizing them as wood nymphs, nature spirits bound to specific forest regions. Their appearance suggested they had been watching valley events for some time, perhaps suffering directly from corrupted boar's destructive activities. The beast itself was victim rather than villain, she replied simply. The true threat used it merely as tool for broader destruction. The nymphs exchanged significant glances before leader continued. We have observed the shadow sickness spreading through our forests these past months. Many creatures have fallen to its influence, becoming violent beyond natural instinct, destroying rather than merely consuming. This information confirmed broader pattern beyond isolated incident, Dimensiona. Entities establishing multiple footholds throughout region rather than concentrating influence in single location. Strategic implementation rather than random opportunism. Have you identified origin point or pattern to afflictions? Naruto inquired, recognizing potential intelligence value these woodland observers might provide. The nymphs approached more confidently now, sensing genuine concern rather than dismissal of their observations. The sickness travels along specific paths, explained second nymph, slender figure with unusual silver-green eyes. Always following star patterns SS land. Constellation shapes drawn in destruction across forest and valley. Celestial navigation references, Artemis translated immediately, divine knowledge of night sky providing context ordinary beings might miss. They're creating terrestrial reflection of cosmic alignments, preparation for conjunction event the constellation Stag warned about. Exactly consistent with library information, Naruto confirmed, immediately connecting these observations with knowledge gained during his expedition with Athena. Establishing dimensional resonance points along ley lines corresponding to celestial alignment positions. The implications carried significant strategic importance, confirmation that isolated incidents formed coordinated preparation for larger manifestation attempt rather than random incursions. The nymphs had provided crucial pattern recognition that might otherwise have required months of investigation to establish. You have rendered valuable service through your observations, Artemis told the woodland spirits with formal acknowledgement that clearly pleased them. Continue monitoring forest regions and report new afflictions rather than approaching directly. The Shadow sickness responds to intervention differently depending on host type. We will watch and report, Great Huntress, the lead nymph promised with obvious pride at receiving direct divine instruction. Our sisters throughout these forests have already established communication network for sharing observations. This unexpected resource development, network of nature spirits already monitoring precisely phenomena they sought to counter, represented significant tactical advantage. Artemis recognized opportunity transcending immediate expedition objectives. In the sanctuary valley westward, she instructed, establish contact with dwelling occupants if shadow sickness appears nearby. They serve same purpose as our effort here today. The nymphs nodded eagerly, clearly honored to be entrusted with responsibility by goddess they revered. Their natural affinity for wilderness already aligned them with Artemis's divine domain. This interaction established more direct connection that will serve both immediate tactical objectives and longer-term divine relationship. As woodland spirits departed to implement new monitoring responsibilities, Naruto observed quietly, "You've just recruited your first formal followers." Artemis considered this assessment with slight surprise. Unlike many Olympians, she had not actively sought worshippers or established formal cult. Her divine domain, wilderness, hunting, moon, existed whether mortals acknowledged it or not. Yet these forest spirits had naturally aligned themselves with her approach and values, offering allegiance without requirement for formal hierarchy. "They serve forest first, me second," she replied after moments' reflection. As it should be, true reverence for wilderness transcends personality worship. Naruto smiled slightly, appreciation evident in his expression. "Precisely why they respond to your leadership. You value what they value rather than demanding they value you." This observation, simple yet insight FUL, captured fundamental difference between Artemis's approach to divine authority and many of her Olympian relatives. Her connection to followers would develop through shared values rather than imposed hierarchy, partnership rather than domination. They completed stabilization measures for recovering Boar, ensuring it would neither suffer reconnection attempt nor threaten local communities once recovered. By midday, their primary expedition objective had been successfully completed. Corrupted entity neutralized, host stabilized, valuable intelligence gathered, unexpected alliance established. Quote, "We should investigate nearby affliction sites before returning to sanctuary," Artemis suggested as they prepared to depart immediate area. The nymphs, observation about constellation patterns warrants field verification. Agreed. Naruto nodded. If dimensional entities are indeed establishing resonance network corresponding to celestial alignment, mapping these points provides strategic advantage for counter-implementation. They spent remainder of day investigating 3 additional sites where nymphs reported shadow sickness manifestations. Each location confirmed pattern hypothesis, AFFL. Ictid creatures are contaminated terrain forming points that, when connected, created recognizable constellation patterns across landscape. More concerning, these terrestrial reflections of celestial arrangements aligned precisely with key positions in upcoming conjunction event. They're creating physical anchor network, Naruto concluded as they documented third site, meadow where plant life had died in precise circular pattern. When celestial bodies align with terrestrial reflection points, dimensional resonance amplifies sufficiently for larger manifestation attempt, effectively turning landscape itself into summoning diagram. Artemis added, divine strategic mind immediately grasping implications. Traditional protective measures would address individual points rather than recognizing pattern significance. Precisely their strategic advantage, Naruto agreed. Most divine responses would treat symptoms independently without recognizing systematic implementation. By evening, they had gathered sufficient pattern evidence to justify returning to sanctuary with valuable intelligence. They made camp at elevated position overlooking valley system, defensible location with good visibility while remaining outside contamination zones they had identified throughout day. As Artemis prepared evening meal from provisions supplemented by fresh plants she had gathered, she found herself reflecting on expedition's successful implementation of techniques developed during sanctuary training. The harmonized divine natural energy approach had proven precisely appropriate for address dimensional contamination, severing connection without strengthening parasitic entity through direct divine power application. Your hunting methodology shows remarkable adaptation, Naruto commented as they shared simple but satisfying meal beneath emerging stars. Traditional divine approach would have eliminated physical symptom while potentially strengthening underlying cause through energy transfer. The sanctuary training provided necessary perspective shift, Artemis acknowledged, surprisingly comfortable accepting teaching contribution to her success despite usual independence. Quote, "Seeing energy patterns rather than merely physical manifestations changes fundamental hunting approach." Conversation flowed naturally as night deepened around them, discussing tactical implications of discovered pattern. Potential counter-implementation strategies, comparative assessment of dimensional entity intelligence based on observed methodology. Artemis found herself engaged intellectually, in ways hunting companions rarely provided, the sage offering perspectives combining practical experience with theoretical framework that complemented her divine intuition effectively. As discussion gradually shifted from immediate tactical considerations to broader philosophical implications, Artemis found herself sharing perspectives she rarely articulated even to divine relatives. The wilderness requires no stewardship to maintain value, she observed, silver eyes reflecting starlight as she gazed skyward. Yet benefits from protection against corruption that would fundamentally alter its nature. Balance between non-interference and active defense represents constant challenge. The philosophical paradox of wilderness preservation, Naruto agreed thoughtfully. Maintaining something, precisely by not maintaining it, allowing natural processes while defending against unnatural influence. Exactly, Artemis nodded, pleased by his immediate comprehension. Most beings, divine or mortal, fail to understand this distinction. They either impose artificial order or permit destructive exploitation, both missing essential wilderness value. The wilderness teaches through consequence rather than instruction, Naruto suggested. Its wisdom emerges through experience rather than abstraction. Perhaps why few appreciate its fundamental importance without direct immersion. This observation captured something Artemis had long felt but rarely heard articulated by others. The goddess studied her companion with renewed interest, recognizing depth of understanding transcending mere theoretical knowledge. His centuries wandering diverse wilderness regions had clearly shaped fundamental philosophical perspective alongside practical skill development. You speak as one who has learned directly from wilderness rather than merely about it, she noted, curiosity about his background emerging more personally than previous professional interest. Naruto was silent momentarily, gaze deep. I stand as though accessing ancient memories. My earliest training occurred in forests surrounding my homeland village, he finally shared. Later, during darkest periods following conflicts that destroyed much I valued. Wilderness provided both refuge and rehabilitation. The natural world offers perspective human environments cannot. Continuity transcending individual existence, cycles that continue regardless of mortal drama. Something in his tone suggested experiences deeper than casual appreciation. Wilderness is essential sanctuary during significant personal loss rather than merely preferred environment. Artemis found herself unexpectedly moved by this glimpse behind professional facade the sage typically maintained. The moon serves similar purpose in my experience, she offered, reciprocating personal perspective with rare openness. Constant yet changing, illuminating darkness without eliminating it entirely, cycling through phases that promise return regardless of temporary diminishment. They shared comfortable silence then, each recognizing unexpected connection forming beyond teacher-student relationship or expedition partnership. Something in their fundamental values aligned despite vastly different origins and natures, appreciation for wilderness wisdom, recognition of natural cycles, respect for forces transcending individual existence. Night deepened around them, stars wheeling overhead in eternal patterns that would soon align with terrestrial reflection points they had spent day documenting. The wilderness enveloped them in sensory tapestry, night bird calls, gentle wind through ancient trees. Distant stream murmuring over stone, subtle scents of pine and wild herbs. In this natural cathedral, divine huntress and mortal sage found unexpected common ground transcending conventional categories separating their existences. Morning arrived with misty mountain sunrise, golden light gradually illuminating valley system below their elevated position. EY prepared for journey back to sanctuary with efficient coordination developed through shared expedition experience. Conversation remained comfortable though focused on practical considerations rather than previous night's philosophical exchange. The return journey offers opportunity for field verification of additional potential contamination sites, Artemis noted as they departed camp. North-western approach provides access to 3 locations identified in nymph reports. Agreed, Naruto confirmed. Complete constellation pattern mapping provides significant strategic advantage for counter-implementation planning. They traveled with purpose through rugged terrain, Artemis leading naturally while Naruto provided complementary support without hierarchical negotiation. Their partners, HIP had evolved organically throughout expedition, each contributing specialized expertise while respecting others' capabilities without formal status discussion. The additional contamination sites confirmed their pattern hypothesis, each location precisely positioned to create terrestrial reflection of specific constellation that would align with upcoming celestial conjunction. By midday, they had documented sufficient evidence to establish comprehensive implementation strategy being executed by dimensional entities. The pattern completion indicates final preparation phase rather than preliminary testing, Naruto observed as they documented final site. Consistent with constellation Stag's timeline, 3 lunar cycles until primary manifestation attempt. The information warrants immediate return to sanctuary, Artemis concluded. Pattern recognition provides critical strategic advantage if properly implemented in defense preparation. They adjusted course towards sanctuary location, increasing pace to optimize information delivery timeline. The return journey would normally require full day at standard travel rate, but shared recognition of intelligence value justified enhanced movement techniques despite potential energy expenditure. They had covered approximately half distance to sanctuary when Artemis suddenly halted, silver eyes narrowing as she scanned ridgeline ahead. Movement pattern inconsistent with natural wildlife, she observed quietly. Organized formation suggesting intelligent coordination. Naruto extended sage perception toward indicated location, EY's shifting to golden horizontal pupilled configuration. Multiple entities with contamination signature similar to Bohr but more advanced integration stage. They're establishing containment formation, surrounding rather than random movement. Quote, hunting us specifically, Artemis questioned, tactical assessment immediately processing implications. Likely, Naruto confirmed grimly. The pattern documentation activities attracted attention. These appear coordinated response rather than random encounter. Tactical situation presented significant challenges, open terrain between their position and ridgeline offering limited concealment options, multiple hostile entities establishing surrounding formation designed to prevent straight-line retreat, apparent coordination suggesting intelligence beyond individual corrupted animals. Northwestern approach offers best evasion route, Artemis assessed, divine hunter's instinct immediately identifying optimal path. Stream Valley provides both COV, error and detection difficulty for tracking entities. Agreed, Naruto nodded. Though primary objective remains intelligence delivery rather than confrontation. Tactical withdrawal serves strategic RPOSE better than engagement regardless of potential success probability. This shared prioritization of mission above personal victory further demonstrated their evolving partnership, both recognizing larger strategic context rather than focusing on immediate tactical opportunity. Without further discussion, they altered course toward indicated Stream Valley, moving with Hunter's stealth despite increased pace. They had nearly reached Valley Edge when first corrupted entity appeared directly in their path. Massive wolf with unnatural proportions and same purple-black energy tendrils visible, a round natural form that had characterized contaminated Bohr. Unlike previous encounter, however, this entity showed no sign of reluctant host, natural animal consciousness apparently completely subsumed by controlling dimensional force. Before either could implement countermeasure, additional corrupted animals emerged from surrounding forest. Bears, wildcats, even deer transformed into predatory configuration by dimensional contamination. The containment pattern became clear, methodical herding toward specific location rather than simple attack formation. They're directing us toward primary contamination point, Naruto observed. Sage perception identifying energy pattern convergence ahead. Terrestrial constellation anchor corresponding to Draco formation. Tactical response options, Artemis inquired. Divine combat awareness already calculating potential approaches. Dimensional entities anticipate conventional divine energy response, Naruto assessed quickly. Standard power manifestation would strengthen their position while appearing temporarily effective. Harmonized approach remains viable but requires precise implementation against multiple targets simultaneously. Artem is considered options with Hunter's pragmatism. Direct confrontation against coordinated entity group presented unfavorable tactical scenario regardless of individual combat capability. Strategic objective prioritized intelligence delivery over engagement, suggesting withdrawal remained optimal approach despite increasing containment effectiveness. Separation creates division of pursuit resources, she decided. Tactical assessment weighing various factors. I'll create northwestern diversion while you proceed directly to sanctuary with pattern documentation. Intelligence delivery outweighs individual engagement opportunity. Naruto frowned slightly, clearly disliking separation proposal despite its tactical logic. The entities specifically target divine energy signatures. Your Diversio N would attract primary pursuit force while potentially exposing you to concentrated contamination attempt. Precisely the tactical advantage, Artemis countered. Divine resilience provides super R resistance to contamination compared to mortal physiology, while your sage abilities offer better sanctuary access capability if unencumbered by combat necessity. The logic proved difficult to ref. Despite clear concern in Naruto's expression. After brief consideration, he provided counter-proposal. Alternative approach, combined breakthrough at weakest containment point followed by separati. On only if pursuit maintains effectiveness. Maximizes initial success probability while preserving secondary options. Artemis recognized superior tactical assessment despite instinctive preference for direct action approach. Southeastern perimeter shows minimum entity concentration, she agreed, divine perception scanning containment pattern. Combined breakthrough followed by divergent routes if necessary. Plan established. They moved with synchronized precision toward identified perimeter weakness, complementary abilities creating effectiveness transcending individual capabilities. Artem is prepared specialized arrows designed for harmonized energy disruption rather than conventional damage, while Naruto activated partial sage mode to optimize perception and response capability without creating excessive energy signature. They implemented breakthrough with perfect coordination, Artemis providing range disruption of corrupted entities while Naruto established temporary containment. Boundary using specialized seals that redirected dimensional energy rather than attempting to block it directly. The combination created momentary corridor through containment perimeter, which they exploited with precisely timed movement. Initial breakthrough succeeded beyond expectation. Corrupted entities momentarily confused by unconventional response pattern targeting controlling dimensional energy rather than physical forms. They cleared perimeter effectively, immediately accelerating toward sanctuary location while maintaining awareness of pursuit reorganization behind them. Pursuit pattern reestablishing, Artemis noted after covering approximately 1 mile from breakthrough point. Faster entities advanced to forward position. Containment strategy replaced by direct interception approach. Expected adaptation, Naruto confirmed, sage perception tracking pursuit movements. Their containment failure triggers secondary methodology. Interception force consists primarily of R-rupted predators with enhanced mobility. The tactical situation had evolved rather than resolved, breakthrough successful but pursuit continuing with modified approach. Artemis reassessed separation proposal based on updated parameters. Divergent routes now offer superior evasion probability, she concluded. Pursuit force insufficient for effective split coverage. Naruto remained visibly reluctant despite tactical logic. Concern evident beneath professional exterior. The dimensional entities clearly prioritize divine target over mortal. Separation would direct primary pursuit force toward you specifically. Precisely the tactical advantage, Artemis reiterated. My divine capabilities provide superior evasion potential while ensuring you deliver critical intelligence regardless of my individual outcome. The sage studied her momentarily, assessing not merely tactical proposal but underlying willingness to prioritize mission above personal safety. Something in his expression shifted subtly. Professional assessment giving way to deeper respect for her strategic commitment. Agreed, he finally conceded. Though with modified implementation. Take this. He quickly produced small seal paper from equipment pouch. Pressing it into her hand. Activation creates 30-second dimensional displacement effect. Use only if containment becomes imminent rather than merely probable. Artemis accepted specialized seal with nod acknowledging both tactical value and underlying concern it represented. Rendezvous at Sanctuary Eastern Boundary. Primary mission remains intelligence. Delivery regardless of individual circumstances. This final instruction, clear prioritization of strategic objective above personal outcome, demonstrated her hunter's pragmatism and leadership maturity. Without further discussion, they implemented separation strategy. Artemis turning northward toward rugged terrain offering multiple evasion options while Naruto continued directly toward Sanctuary. Location with pattern documentation secured. The huntress moved with divine speed through forest and meadow, intentionally creating energy signatures sufficient to attract pursuit attention without Ode casting full divine presence that might alert larger dimensional forces to their activities. As anticipated, corrupted entities prioritized divine target over mortal, pursuit force dividing with AP. Approximately 70% redirecting toward her new course. Artemis led pursuit through increasingly challenging terrain, utilizing divine hunting knowledge to select routes maximizing her advantage. While creating natural obstacles for less agile corrupted entities. She maintained steady pace designed to draw pursuers consistently forward rather than losing them entirely. Tactical implementatio. Focusing on pursuit resource occupation rather than mere evasion. The strategy proved effective for nearly an hour, corrupted entities following her trail with single-minded determination while ally spreading out due to varying mobility capabilities. The separation created vulnerability in pursuit formation that Divine Huntress could potentially exploit for eventual evasion once Naruto had sufficient time to reach Sanctuary with critical intelligence. Her plan proceeded optimally until unexpected development occurred, ambient natural energy patterns suddenly shifting throughout Region A. Though responding to external influence. The disruption created momentary perception difficulty even for divine senses, forcing brief pause to re-establish situational awareness. When perception clarity returned, tactical situation had fundamentally changed. Previously separate corrupted entities had somehow merged into unified hunting form, massive shadow creature combining aspects of multiple animals into single horrific configuration. More concerning, natural energy currents now flowed toward rather than around this amalgamated entity, suggesting dimensional breach point had manifested directly rather than merely operating through corrupted hosts. Escalation response, Artemis muttered, recognizing strategic implementation beyond previous containment methodology. Primary entity manifestation rather than proxy operation. The tactical implications proved immediately concerning. Conventional evasion strategies designed for multiple separate pursuers would prove ineffective against unified entity with apparent dimensional manipulation capabilities. Divine Hunter reassessed options with characteristic pragmatism, calculating response based on changed parameters rather than original strategy assumptions. Direct confrontation remained suboptimal given intelligence delivery priority, yet continuing evasion appeared increasingly unlikely against entity demonstrating enhanced racking capability through dimensional energy manipulation. Artemis considered specialized seal Naruto had provided, dimensional displacement effect offering temporary tactical advantage but potential creating tracking difficulty for eventual Sanctuary rendezvous. Before she could implement decision, amalgamated entity demonstrated unexpected capability, shadows extending from its form across intervening terrain with impossible speed. Attempting to establish direct connection rather than conventional pursuit. The manifestation technique suggested dimensional capabilities beyond previous PTION methodology, direct space manipulation rather than physical movement. Artemis responded with instinctive divine speed, avoiding initial shadow extension while calculating tactical retreat path. The entity's new capabilities fundamentally changed engagement parameters, direct confrontation now potentially unavoidable regardless of strategic preference for intelligence prioritization. Cell. CTED defensible position atop rocky outcropping that limited approach vectors while providing clear visibility in all directions. If confrontation proved necessary despite preference for continued evasion, terrain advantage might partially offset entity's apparent dimensional capabilities. The amalgamated shadow creature approached with disturbing fluidity, physical laws seemingly optional rather than mandatory for its movement patterns. It paused at outcropping base, massive form shifting continuously between different animal aspects while maintaining overall cohesion through purple-black energy field visible to divine perception. Hunter Goddess, it addressed her directly, voice carrying harmonic distortion suggesting multiple sources speaking simultaneously through single manifestation. Your interference pattern creates implementation inefficiency requiring resource reallocation. The direct communication confirmed Artemis's assessment of intelligence escalation, no longer merely Corrupted animals acting as dimensional proxies but actual entity manifestation capable of strategic engagement. More concerning was apparent knowledge of her divine identity despite careful power signature modulation throughout expedition. Your contamination of natural entities created necessary response, she replied, divine confidence unwavering despite recognition of significant threat level. Wilderness falls under my protection regardless of dimensional origin point for corrupting influence. The entity emitted sound resembling laughter though fundamentally wrong in acoustic property. Overlapping frequencies creating dissonance rather than harmony. Divine territorial claim irrelevant to implementation schedule. Your realm faces consumption regardless of symbolic defense gestures. While maintaining conversation, Artemis carefully prepared specialized arrow developed during sanctuary training, harmonized divine natural energy configuration designed specifically for Dimensiona. Entity disruption rather than conventional damage. The amalgamated creature appeared to be manifesting more directly than previous corrupted hosts, potentially offering opportunity to effect control. Ling entity itself rather than merely its physical projection. Your implementation schedule encounters resistance beyond anticipated parameters, she responded, buying preparation time through continued engagement. Multiple dimensional incursion attempts already neutralized across region. The entity's form rippled with apparent agitation, tactical information triggering response suggesting successful disruption of assumed operational security. Individual node neutralization statistically insignificant to overall pattern implementation. Constellation alignment proceeds regardless of localized interference. This confirmation of their pattern hypothesis, constellation-based manifestation network corresponding to upcoming celestial alignment, provided valuable intelligence confirmation despite threatening tactical situation. Artemis maintained conversation while completing specialized arrow preparation, divine multitasking capability allowing simultaneous activities without compromising either. Yet pattern recognition provides counter-implementation advantage previously unavailable, she noted, deliberately revealing intelligence gathering success to assess reaction. The respawn proved immediately informative. Amalgamated form suddenly lunging upward toward her position with unprecedented aggression, shadow extensions attempting to establish direct contact rather than continuing strategic conversation. The entity clearly recognized operational security compromise as greater threat than individual tactical engagement, prioritizing neutralization of intelligence source over continued manifestation preparation. Artemis responded with divine reflexes, leaping backward while simultaneously releasing specialized arrow directly into entity's central mass. The projectile penetrated amalgamated shadow form without conventional resistance, harmonized energy configuration activating upon contact with dimensional energy core. The effect proved dramatically effective, harmonized divine natural energy creating resonance disruption at precisely calculated frequency to destabilize dimensional bridge the entity had established. Purple-black energy field surrounding amalgamated form began vibrating erratically. Connection between dimensions weakening visibly as resonance pattern expanded from arrow impact point. Instead of dissipating completely, however, the entity demonstrated unexpected adaptation capability, shedding destabilized portions while maintaining core integrity through apparent dimensional energy redistribution. The remaining form, though significantly reduced in mass and capability, launched desperate final assault, shadow tendrils extending with impossible speed directly toward Divine Huntress. Artemis avoided initial attack with characteristic grace, but terrain limitations eventually created unavoidable containment as shadow manifestations surrounded her position from multiple vectors simultaneously. Divine combat training provided effective response options against conventional threats, but dimensional entities' ability to attack through space itself rather than merely across it created fundamental tactical disadvantage despite individual capability. As shadow tendrils converged from multiple directions, Artemis activated specialized seal Naruto had provided dimensional displacement effect creating 30-second tactical advantage as promised. The implementation created momentary perception shift as reality parameters adjusted around her, effectively shifting her position relative to dimensional coordinates while maintaining physical location. The entity's attack converged on her previous dimensional coordinates, shadow tendrils passing through space she occupied physically while missing her actual position in dimensional reference frame. The effect provided critical opportunity to implement counterattack with second specialized arrow while entity remained momentarily disoriented by targeting failure. This arrow struck dimensional core directly during vulnerability window, harmonized energy configuration creating catastrophic resonance cascade throughout remaining entity structure. The dimensional bridge collapsed completely, shadow form dissipating rapidly as connection to origin point failed. Within moments, only residual energy signature remained where amalgamated creature had manifested. Artemis maintained combat readiness despite apparent victory, divine caution recognizing potential for deceptive tactical withdrawal rather than genuine neutralization. After confirming entity destruction through multiple perception methods, she finally lowered her bow, assessing overall situation with Hunter's pragmatism. The confrontation had consumed significant time and energy resources, likely compromising a final rendezvous timeline with Naruto at Sanctuary Eastern Boundary. Additionally, dimensional displacement effect from specialized seal had potentially created tracking difficulty for her own return navigation despite successful tactical application. She oriented herself using celestial positioning, divine connection to moon and stars providing navigation capability transcending conventional methods. The sanctuary lay approximately 15 miles southwest according to stellar reference points, though intervening terrain presented significant challenges even for divine movement capabilities. Artemis began journey with measured pace, balancing speed necessity against energy conservation after significant expenditure during entity confrontation. The specialized arrows had required considerable divine energy to implement effectively, while dimensional displacement effect created subtle but persistent disorientation requiring additional concentration to overcome. She had covered approximately half distance to sanctuary when unexpected energy signature registered on divine perception, familiar chakra pattern approaching rapidly from eastern vector. Naruto appeared moments later, Sage Mod fully activated as he navigated forest with impossible speed. Your energy discharge was detectable even from sanctuary boundary, he explained without preamble. Dimensional entity manifestation are other than mere corrupted host engagement. Artemis nodded, professional assessment overriding surprise at his appearance. Amalgamated form combining multiple corrupted hosts into unified manifestation. Direct dimensional bridge rather than proxy operation through natural vessels. Escalation response to pattern documentation, Naruto concluded grimly. They recognized strategic compromise and implemented countermeasure beyond anticipated capability parameters. The displacement seal proved critically effective, Artemis acknowledged, rare gratitude evident despite characteristic reserve. Provided necessary tactical advantage during dimensional targeting vulnerability. Naruto's expression showed genuine relief beneath professional exterior, concern transcending mere tactical assessment. The intelligence reached sanctuary successfully. Your sisters are implementing pattern analysis while preparing countermeasure strategy based on constellation alignment hypothesis. This confirmation of primary mission success despite tactical complications provided significant satisfaction, strategic objective achieved regardless of individual engagement necessities. Their separation strategy had proven effective despite unexpected entity capability escalation, demonstrating sound tactical judgment in original planning. We should return directly, Artemis suggested practically. Additional insights from confrontation experience may prove valuable for counter-implementation strategy development. Naruto nodded agreement, though his expression suggested additional consideration beyond tactical assessment. Before proceeding, however, your condition requires attention. Dimensional displacement effects often create subtle energy disruption patterns requiring harmonization correction. Artemis began automatic denial of weakness necessity before recognizing validity in his observation, subtle but persistent disorientation suggesting dimensional reference frame hadn't fully established normal alignment with physical position. Divine pride momentarily warred with practical necessity before Hunter's pragmatism prevailed. Brief harmonization meditation would prove tactically sound before return journey. She acknowledged, accepting suggestion without interpreting it as criticism of individual capability. They established small clearing appropriate for meditation practice. Artemis taking centered position while Naruto created simple protection perimeter using specialized seals designed for energy harmonization rather than merely physical security. The arrangement Demonstrated their evolving partnership, mutual respect allowing vulnerability acknowledgement without hierarchical implications. The displacement effect creates temporary separation between dimensia. L reference coordinates and physical position, Naruto explained as they prepared meditation posture. Natural energy circulation provides realignment mechanism more efficiently than forced correction through divine will application. Artemis nodded understanding, having experienced similar concepts during sanctuary training though without specific application to dimensional displacement effects. She closed her eyes, establishing meditative state that allowed natural energy perception without divine power imposition. Naruto guided practice with quiet instruction, his voice maintaining purely technical focus despite physical proximity necessary for energy harmonization assistance. Visualize silver cord connecting physical form to dimensional reference point, he suggested. Not severed b. Oop temporarily stretched beyond optimal tension. Relaxation rather than force allows natural resilience to restore proper alignment. The goddess implemented visualization as directed, immediately recognizing accuracy in his metaphorical framework. The subtle disorientation gradually diminished as meditation deepened, natural energy currents flowing through and around her divine form with increasing harmony as dimensional reference alignment gradually normalized. The connection reestablishes more efficiently than expected, Naruto observed with professional approval. Your divine nature Appa, Rentley provides resilience advantage beyond typical displacement response parameters. Artemis maintained meditative focus while acknowledging observation with slight nod. The harmonization process continued for several minutes, natural energy gradually restoring proper alignment between physical position and dimensional reference coordinates. As disorientation disappeared completely, she opened silver eyes with renewed clarity. Effective technique, she acknowledged, professional assessment recognizing valuable methodology beyond immediate application. Potential strategic advantage if dimensional displacement becomes necessary tactical approach during future confrontations. Indeed, Naruto agreed. The entities clearly possess dimensional manipulation capabilities beyond initial assessment parameters. Counter-strategy development should incorporate displacement considerations for both offensive and defensive implementations. They rose from meditation posture with renewed focus, preparing for final journey segment to sanctuary. The experience had demonstrated both tactical challenge and effective response methodology, valuable field implementation knowledge transcending theoretical understanding developed during controlled training environment. As they traveled final distance to sanctuary boundary, conversation focused primarily on technical aspects of confrontation, entity capabilities, effective countermeasures, strategic implications for broader conflict preparation. Yet beneath professional exchange lay deeper current neither acknowledged directly, concern transcending tactical consideration. Relief exceeding mission success parameters, partnership evolving beyond teacher-student relationship. They reached sanctuary eastern boundary as afternoon light began softening toward evening gold. The dimensional doorway appeared at Naruto's hand seal sequence, shimmering portal between natural wilderness and sanctuary's protected environment. As they prepared to cross threshold, Artemis paused momentarily, silver eyes meeting Naruto's blue gaze with uncharacteristic directness. Your return was unnecessary from tactical perspective, she observed quietly. Intelligence had reached sanctuary successfully regardless of my individual circumstances. Naruto held her gaze steadily, something beyond professional assessment evident in his expression. Some values transcend tactical necessity. He replied simply. Partnership carries responsibilities beyond strategic objectives. The moment extended between them, acknowledgement of connection developing beyond expedient alliance or formal teaching relationship. Without further words, they crossed sanctuary threshold together, returning to protected environment where their companions awaited intelligent that would shape coming conflict preparation. Yet something had fundamentally shifted during wilderness expedition. Hunter's heart recognizing kindred spirit beyond conventional categories separating divine and mortal existence. The recognition brought both possibility and complication, opportunity and potential limitation. Like wilderness itself, such connection offered no guaranteed outcome. Authentic experience with consequences both anticipated and unforeseen. As sanctuary light enveloped them in golden welcome, Artemis found herself uncharacteristically uncertain about path forward. The huntress who had always valued independence above all considerations now confronted unexpected possibility. Partnership based not on necessity but genuine connection, respect founded not on hierarchy but shared values. Attraction born not from superficial appreciation but fundamental understanding. The trials of hunting had revealed insights transcending mere prey acquisition. The wilderness had taught lessons beyond tracking methodology. The hunter's heart had discovered territory previously unexplored despite centuries of divine existence. What path she would choose through this unfamiliar terrain remained undetermined. But for goddess who valued authenticity above convenience, wilderness wisdom above civilized compromise, truth would ultimately guide her course regardless of complexity or consequence. The hunt continued, though quarry had transformed beyond original anticipation. Chapter 4 End. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.